Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
In the shadows of the void where darkness reigns stands the Mordian 50th where courage remains. With last guns gleaming and hearts of steel, they march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vaccinos horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their
Infantry, sir.
determination.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. And I come back from the front lines. I got opportunity to take Grizzled Company to an event this weekend, and it was really good. There's a lot of extenuating circumstances. So I will say that this was the first small test. It wasn't like a, full-blown Shark Tank sweaty tournament or anything like that. But there was definitely some sort of lessons to be learned from it. And whilst it was a very casual event, it was still a really good event. And there was also some things that really just immediately stood out to me about the detachment. So I kind of, in a funny sort of way, I'm kind of glad that I did run it at this casual event, because it allowed me to sort of just not worry about winning and losing, and very much just absorb the information that I was receiving from the table, which is really cool. And then when I actually take this to a proper tournament, I think that I'll be able to really apply Grizzled Company very effectively. So yeah, it was a really good first test. But definitely more data is needed. But like I said, some very interesting things that I think you guys are gonna enjoy. Some very good information that I think you guys will appreciate. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Where obviously it's a Mordian Glory stream, so we talk about anything, and obviously it's a Monday stream, and everyone is going to want to talk about what they've been painting over the weekend and any events that they've been to. I'm sure many of you will have tried Grizzled Company as well for the first time and all that good stuff. So I'm sure there'll be lots of it for us to share. But yeah, overall, we're going to talk about my first experience with Grizzled Company. Talk about some stuff that I've been working on. I've been doing a bit of hobbying. I know you guys will have been doing some hobbying as well. And just generally have a good old chinwag. I built a truck. It's a Studebaker. Totally different direction, but really recommend this kit. I'm going to be getting at least 3 more. There you go. Anyway, I told you it's a Morning Glory stream, so we talk about anything and everything. So we're gonna be talking about a bit of hobbying, about a bit of competitive play, bit of 40k, bit of bolt action, conflict 47, old world, and all of that good stuff. And it should be a proper good stream, boys. Yeah, lots of good stuff to be on. And before we even go any further, I just want to say it feels so nice to be able to, talk about, going to tournaments and something being new and interesting. Yeah, it really feels like we've got something new and interesting and exciting. And I'm really looking forward to going to more tournaments over the next 6 months with the new company. I think I'm going to be able to go to, at least half a dozen events, probably more, but I'd say at least half a dozen events. And I think every single one's going to have Grizzled Company, but every single one is going to be a different list. So really going to show off what the detachment could do. And like I said, just to set those positive vibes for the stream, it just feels nice, boys. It feels nice to be able to talk about competitive 40k in a new and fresh way. There you go. All right. So with all of that said, that's the briefing. Let's now get into the stream proper. And of course, we must begin with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet, with their Grizzled Company out? Let's have a look here. We have got... oh my god, it's popping off. We've got Damn Legion, Sam Wilson, Mark Coyle, Mikhail, Gaming Stuka, Rocket Man, Dustin Polo, Solarius, Epizaden, Lower Decks, JO69 Fix, Macon, Mankiewicz Bronski, Cyrillic Dude, Forgotten Soldier, Spoof. We've got Plup, we've got Squat, we've got Swami Turtle, Jack Handsome, Warden of the Bog, Trench Rat, Commit Tax Fraud. That's not financial advice. The Warp Forge, Trench Rat Shovel, Chicken Death, The Creeps on Vacation, Damn Legion. We've got Andrew King. We have got Sergeant Sharp. We've got Chicken Detonator. We've got Back. We've got Florida Eccentric. We've got James, the basic bassist. We've got Degas, Kriegsman, Heathen General, Godlike Poet, Scout Sergeant Zaku. We've got Bob Lowe, Eat My Sandwich, Amzak and Coke, D-Gas, Russell W, Free Docs, Ike, The Lower Decks 40k, Killak, Nelak, Christmas 06. We've got Nostalgia Vivek. We've got Trichroma, Nessing It Up, Garrett Perez, commentator, Justin, I should say, John Shepherd, James Fulton, Dam Legion, Jason Wayland, Edgar, Raphael, Mercy Harmless, and Boblo. Welcome. I'm Vincent the Thingist. There we go. Thank you so much. And Jonathan Shaw, there we are. Thank you so much, all of you guys, for joining. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys are looking forward to today's stream. I hope you guys look forward to the stream. And thank you for being here. Amazing. Thank you for joining. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who has been getting the stream popping off with all the likes and subscribes. If you haven't gone ahead and liked the stream or subscribed to the channel, then please do so, because we are so close. We are so right. There's 2 weeks of the year left. I need to get 400 subscribers in 2 weeks. I will allow you to lube up and make love to the arches of my feet if you sub to the channel. I'll even maintain eye contact. All right? I'm just, whatever it takes. Quick, unsub. Time to see myself. Unsubscribe. You're missing out. I've got nice soft feet. Is that a promise? It's a non-binding verbal contract. Joking aside, we're very, very close to reaching the goal, and so I'd be very, very, very grateful to anyone who could like and subscribe and all that kind of good stuff. It would be a big help. Thank you. It's a slightly less degenerate way of asking. I also, and then for the chat as always, Mrs. Mordian. There you go. Going to permanently unsub this man from life. Fuck's sake. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone who has gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and stuff. And let's take a moment to go through and say our thank you. Starting off, we've got Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership. Sir, thank you for doing your part. We've also got Chicken Detonator. Chicken Detonator, Russell W, part of the early gifted membership club. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much to both of you. Fantastic gentlemen for getting the stream started off right. We've also got Crucible getting on the gifted membership hype train. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part. We've got Florida Eccentric. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Totem Core update in stream discussion. Yeah, man, these guys look great. I really, really like them. I know you said the eyes came out a little big in places, but honestly, I think that's mostly the old models more than you. And honestly, if you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have noticed. They've come out really cool, man. I like the blood effect you've done on the uniforms. That's really cool. Nice. Oh, I like those ones. I like the two different uniforms. That's cool. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's popping off. Jack, I'll get you in a moment. Yeah, I love the bloody eye sockets for this guy. Really cool. Really, really cool, man. Excellent work and a great bit of hobbying to start the stream off right. There we are. A great bit of hobbying. We've got Commit Tax Fraud. Thank you for the super chat, man. Hi from Canada at Mordian. You're the man and a huge reason I got into the guard. Dude, thank you so much for your support. And thank you for just, honestly, just the most kind and positive feedback you could ever give me, bro. Thank you so much. And welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Amazing, bro. I want to say a big thank you to John Shepherd. Thank you for the super chat. Drop my updated K47 list in stream discussion after the FAQ. Let's have a look. 2,000 points. Eek Barbadurkle. 11 order dice, 5 rift dice, Axis. We've got... is this a regular platoon commander? Regular platoon commander, as in when I say regular. He's also regular veteran. See, that's cool. Totem Core, is that a big squad? That's 10. Another 10. Another 10. And 3 squads Totem Core and Schreckwolfen. My God. Panzer Team, Schwimmerwagen, Jagdpanzer, Hetzer. Dude, that's actually a wild list, bro. That's actually a wild list. I love it, man. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, what you would need to do with that list is basically have the Schreckwolfen run from like one objective to the next, like capturing them, and then have the Totem Core just sat there on the objectives holding them. And that way, the enemy would never be able to take the objectives off you, and the Schreckwolfen would capture them all up. That's actually how you could do it. Yeah. That's actually how you could do it. I tell you what, though. I want to say a big thank you for sending that list in because it's reminded me of a big announcement. Guys, you may have missed it. You may have missed it. The Warlord Games app, Army Builder app, has updated. And now, when you're building a Conflict 47 list, you can naturally include bolt action units. So whereas before, it was a little... It didn't really work all that well, to be honest. It was like the K47 bit only really let you add K47 units. You'd have to like try and jimmy the system to try and get bolt action things in there. Now it just all works seamlessly 100%. So as you've seen with John's list there, you can add Hetzers and all the bolt action stuff you want into your lists going forward. So everything that you could possibly need to build a K47 list is now in the app. There you go. Does it cost money? It does, but you get a week free. So it's a week trial, and it doesn't auto renew. So you don't. So if you try it out for like a couple of days and then forget to cancel the subscription, you don't get charged. So it's very above board. And if you do want to pay, it's £2 a month. If you pay it all in one go, it's instead of being £24, it's like £22. So you save like a month, as it were. But then also they give you a gift voucher for £10, the Warlord Games store. So it's actually, you end up paying half price if you, assuming you're going to use that gift voucher, you pay half price for it for a year. So it is obviously paid, full disclosure, but it's a very reasonable price. There you are. All right, what have we got next? Cosmic, my boy, thank you for super chat. Went to an RTD, will update when able. Got to go to hospital. Cosmic, hope the tournament went well, and I hope everything's all right. Going to the hospital and everything. Hope look after yourself, look after your family and everything, man. And yeah, make sure you're putting them first. Thank you for the support, man. But yeah, hopefully everything's all right. Plop, my boy, Plop. I've not seen you in ages, man. Come and play in Sweden. Check your messages. Oh shit, I haven't checked my messages in ages, man. Oh shit, there we go. 28th of February. I can't do it. I don't think I can do it. Wait. I might be able to do it. I might be able to do it. Okay. So put me down as a maybe. Remind me in the new year. Remind me in the new year. Oh my days. That'd be kind of wild, man. That would be kind of wild. Dude, thank you for the support. And yeah, remind me in the new year, and then I'll have a better idea. Right now, I've just got my nose to the grindstone. We're trying to get everything done before the end of the year. But yeah, I should pencil me in. Don't pen me in. Pencil me in. There we are. Mark and Talibet lad, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Deastal. Thank you, the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new state troops to hold the line. And they're not renegade crowns, they're actually state troops. Trooper, my boy. Thank you for the super chat, man. 07, sir. Extended reconnaissance report in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Wait, what the fuck is this? Trooper, am I meant to be looking at the giant cactus looking thing or the boat? The pictures. Okay. Let's have a look. To a cruise over the weekend, lads. Alcohol was consumed. Activities were done. Shows were watched. It was a great time. I can confirm there were several atolls worthy of setting up fobs for the Mordian 50 rifles. Also, even on vacation, the hunt for good deals on models does not cease. $80 for a ship model, fully paid with no assembly required. And the packaging was still nicer than GW's packaging. I bet you could use that in a game, man. Dude, I bet you could use that in like a Cruel Seas game or something like that. 100%. It's pretty cool. That's nice. Nice, like, memento. Nice. That's cool, man. Booze and pudding. That's the best. Nice calm seas, though. That's cool. There we go. What is this? American and Irish, American and Wales. I mean, in some ways, this map isn't totally inaccurate. I mean, they basically did divide, like, South America and Central America, like that on the map because the Spanish and the Portuguese were getting very upset with each other in olden times. But in other ways, I imagine there's some people looking at this map and are woefully uncomfortable. There we are. Thank you for the support, Trooper. And I'm glad you had a good weekend, man. That's awesome. Okay, where are we up to? I want to say a big thank you to Mostly Harmless. Thank you so much for the gift of membership. Thank you for doing your part. We've got Ike. Thank you for 28 month member flex. Double X Force, baby. Played 3 games. Some changes to the list. Guard victory. Hey, that's amazing, man. Victory is assured. Ike, thank you for the support and well done on winning your games, man. That's awesome. Simple Logic. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Yes. Thank you, mate. You've been absolutely smashing it at the streams, bro. Let me raise my glass to you. Thank you. There we are. Ike, check DMs. Okay. So I thought you were just saying you once again. I didn't realize there was some things associated with it. Okay, so just played the first game, 80-53 in favor of the guard. White World Eaters by turn 3. End of turn 2, want to talk out. This is the army I played. Picked up Angron, the Defied on both squads with the Lord and Juggernaut, turn 1. Only lost 1 Guardsman squad in the game to an Angron charge. Let me have a look at this. Okay. I mean, you're playing on the correct terrain. I feel like your opponent must have... if you could pick all that stuff up on turn 1, either your opponent deployed phenomenally badly or he went first and then moved phenomenally badly. Yeah. Interesting. And then you've said, Game 2, unfortunately, no pictures against Archangels. A weird list of the person I had not played before, claimed to have been playing for 2 years. Strange list, Fellblade, Lion, Inner Circle, Redemptor, Tech Marine Scout, another Marine Filler. Same layout, just take and hold. Turn 1 picked up his entire army, but 1 unit with only the Lion and some Termies in Deep Strike turn 2. One single activation to kill the lion from a Lehman Russ. Conceded. One single activation to kill the lion from a Lehman Russ. Conceded game 3. Conceded game 3 versus Tau. No talk needed. Wiped turn 3. Only picked up 2 Russes. Costello Nike. Can I have your dice, please? Because how in the living fuck did you kill the lion in one single activation? I mean, what kind of... How tough is the lion? And why are all of your opponents... Right, firstly, can I have your dice? Secondly, can I have your opponents? Because it sounds like every single opponent that you played was massively exposed by the end of turn 1. Which is like... I mean, I'm not doubting your tactical genius, but I am doubting their IQ. Like, was this down at the local games workshop? Did you go and beat the troglodytes at the local GW? Fucking hell. Fuck it. I gotta look into this, man. New recruit. Toughness 9. 10 wounds. 2 up save. 3 up invulnerable save. That's crazy. Like, I've literally, like, and he's -1 to wound, isn't he? That's what someone has said. I gotta check this motherfucker out. Let me tell you, it takes... I mean... He's got a 3 up invulnerable save, though. Is it a permanent -1 to wound? 1 Viking share will kill him if he fails all his saves. That's true. Does he not feel no pain? -1 to his strength is more than his toughness. That's crazy, man. Hey, you know what? I'm just jealous. I'm just jealous. I have shot the lion many times, and my opponent is, no matter who they are, they always seem to roll really well on their saves. Fair enough. But there you go, man. That is a strange list as well. But hey, well done. Sounds like you got 3 fucking victories, man, which is cool as fuck. I'm trying to see what else is in your list. I see a couple of Rogel Dawns. Exterminator, another Russ of some kind, a Vanquisher. Interesting. Crazy. Crazy times. Costello Nike, absolutely crazy times, man. You got your was this the list that you were was this the list that you were using on was this the list on Friday that I was like, it's shit, and then when you told me it was for Hammer the Emperor, I was like, oh, okay, it's a bit different. Yeah. Double Dawn, Exterminator, Vanquisher, 1 Kazakin, double Torok, Solar Blob, double Engineer, 3 Cadians. Crazy, man. Crazy. Like I said, well, just well done. Just well done. Well done. You smashed it. Sounds good. I'm somewhat perplexed. Okay? I'm somewhat perplexed at all. Like, how are you getting angles like turn one? You look, come on, man. You got to be honest with us. Were people just like banzai charging you or something? Like, because there's no, like, how do you get the angles on? So, like, turn two, you can, you know, turn one, you can basically, like, kill someone's entire army. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of, I know you've just given me a very brief summary, but I just feel like there's something I'm missing. Yeah. Yeah, why was it? Yeah. The World Eaters attempted to charge everything turn one. Right. God, I wish I had your opponents. Why? What? What is... Yeah. What is going on? The Dark Gamer player hid, but Torxes could move up to, what, 25 inches and drop the Kazakin and double engineers. They picked up the Fell Blade. No, but... I mean, actually, you can scout, like, 6 inches, and then... But how... I mean... How the fuck... But you can't have Kazakin and engineers in the same transport. How are you... I'm just... I mean, the Fell Blade isn't... The Fell Blade is a bit of fun, obviously. The fuck you mean some Kazakin has picked up an entire Fell Blade? I know! What is going on here? What is... Right. How many wounds is a Fell Blade, bro? Like, what the fuck is actually happening right now? What the fuck is actually fucking happening right now? I am absolutely... My entire worldview is being, like, challenged and shattered, and I just can't handle it. Like... Right, where the fuck is this Fell Blade? Right, I'm finding a fucking Fell... I bet it's Legends, right? Right, okay. So it's 480 points. T13, 2 up save, 24 wounds. Okay, that doesn't matter. So, you throw the grenades, should get 3 wounds. You have to get within 3 inches to use the metal mine, but let's assume that you manage it. It's 2d3 wounds. That's an average of 4 wounds, so on 7 wounds. And then you've got the remote mines, but like, even assuming they both go off, it's like another like, I guess like 8 mortal wounds, I guess. And then you just need like a lucky melter to pop off. Don't forget it's hammer and anvil. Long deployment. But how are you going? But you're not in hammer, so I'm just vexed. I'm just vexed. You have much better luck than I do. Because I tell you exactly what would happen. I'd fucking roll up there and go, remote mine. Oh, shit, I rolled a 2. Okay, that missed. All right, next remote mine. Oh, shit, I rolled a 2. Okay, that missed. All right, grenades. All right, there's 1 4 up in there. Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. Yeah, that's... So I suppose you don't need hammer at all. No, that's true. That's true. Crazy. Crazy, man. Anyway, it is what it is. I fully believe you. I just feel like it's just this is the face of someone who has bad luck reading about the games of someone who has good luck, and I'm just like, my God. My God. There you go. Anyway, I gotta move on. I'm only busting your balls, man. And on a serious note, very well done on your wins. I'm only busting your balls. Having a bit of fun with it. What have we got here next? I want to say a big thank you to Jack Handsome. Jack Handsome, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. It's popping up, baby. Yes. Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. Starting off the stream right with a big old 50. Someone get on that 50. Somebody get on that 50. Oh, my God. Jack Handsome. It's time for another company for Handsome's Heroes to hit the fucking ground running. Everyone in stream right now, smash out your 07s. Show your love and appreciation for Jack. He's dropped 50. That's 50 gifted memberships. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. Thank you 1,000 times. Thank you, man. Holy shit, bro. What a way to get the week started. What a way to get the week started. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. From the bottom of my heart, bro, that's absolutely fucking amazing. Baby. Oh, man. It's going to be a good stream tonight, boys. It's going to be a good stream tonight. Holy shit, man. I'm overheating. I'm overheating. Oh, my God. There we go. Oh. Thank you so much, man, for the incredible support. And, dude, you smashed it last week as well. You started off this week in just the best possible way. Shit, man. Oh, my God. Jack, thank you, bro. And you've been incredibly kind and incredibly generous in the last few streams, man. And I just want to say thank you, man. That's amazing. Holy fuck, boy. Holy fuck, bro. Holy fuck. Oh, I'm jacked. I'm jacked now. I'm getting hot under the collar. There you are. All right, let's have a look here. Who's next? Holy shit, bro. I'm just absolutely buzzing, man. I'm absolutely buzzing. Nostalgia Vivek, thank you for the super chat. Couple of things in stream discussion. Let's have a look. 2 things. Val Progress painted my first linebacker of the Trinity, the Father. Freehanders and Christian stuff on there. On the whole, upper side is the Chiro symbol most used in Catholicism. The word pater, which is Latin for father. 64:8 refers to Isaiah's rate, which reads, "And now, O Lord, thou art our Father, and we are clay, and thou art our maker, and we are all works of thy hands." And a simple Latin cross. My resistance fleet box came through. I had a confirmation from TT Combat. These are permanent range items. I've had a slight revelation. The kits are only in the parts they need to be from either from size or for options. Of the light ships, there were just 1 part for the most. The most is 4 parts. The system handles frigates and cruisers different. Instead of having loads of different data sheets, there's a light, medium, and heavy with different number of slots for either weapons and armor upgrades or utility items like scanners. The battleships are pretty big as it is 2 battleships stuck together. Only downside is that the launch assets had trouble staying glued and are fragile. What I have built here is over 1,500 points for 85 quid. I'll be buying this box again and buying boxes of other fleets like the UCM and the Biofaces. This is like if a Comet Patrol or Bolt Action Armor box was borderline irrefutably rebuyable. Highly recommended. Let's have a look, man. Nice. Getting the I love the all the like religious stuff on the linebackers, because obviously, you know, FDR and all that good stuff. You know, he's, you know, the way the Americans are in the in K-47. Nice, man. The blues come out very, very, very well. Really like how the blue is. The whole model looks great. The olive greens worked out fantastically. Hey, look at this. Oh, shit, man. He's dropping them fleets. He's dropping them fleets. Nice. That's cool. I really want to get into drop fleet. Oh, 1 minute. Got a little spot of shit. I almost forgot it as well, man. Let's have a look. Nice. I'll tell you what, bro. I'll tell you what. This is making me really want to load up some Homeworld, man. Fucking love playing Homeworld. Holy shit, man. That's cool as fuck, man. Let's have it. Sounds like you're just expanding on all fronts. On all fronts. More fleets, more K-47. Amazing. I want to say a big thank you to Battle Brothers. Thank you so much for Super Chat. Will there be a Paint and Chill Thursday? Cheers. Yes, there should be. Yeah. Normally, Paint and Chill is guaranteed on a Thursday. It just varies on whether it's a Wednesday or a Friday on the other days. Yeah. Woodimp, thank you for Super Chat. Varak leaked these, so I thought I would share in stream discussion. I don't know if you can call it leaking, Woodimp, when it's your own game, but that's fine. The half and half colours aren't quite historically accurate for the period, but our painter got lost in the source. I mean, that's fine, man. They look good, bro. They're looking very, very tasty. Nice. Holy shit, man. He's got the wood on that scabbard. Absolutely Gucci. So cool. So fucking cool, man. Nice. I really love the shields, man. Love a good kite shield, man. Nice. Very, very, very cool. Can't wait to see the I can't wait to see the full thing. Yeah. I can't wait. It's gonna be awesome, man. It's gonna be so cool. 2026 is gonna be a massive year. It's gonna be a massive, massive, massive year. It's gonna be huge on so many different fronts. I want to say a big thank you to the lower decks. Thank you for Super Chat. Me at a disadvantage. Stream discussion. Let's have a look. Sir, I appear to be held up. I am being held up by a minotaur. It holds me, not as a considerate lover would, but as some sort of trophy. The thing roars at the vagabond mercenaries in some sort of primal attempt to intimidate us. The fool, knowing that all eyes are on me, I see the flash of light from a spyglass. Just as planned. Reaching down to my codpiece, I grab my mighty weapon. No time for finesse here. I ball my fists around the blessed Deathwatch metal as my balls are now exposed to all and sundry. Smashing the codpiece into the thing's face, it drops me to the ground. I roll away like a demented Votan acrobat. Those are words I never thought I'd read in my life. The mutant scum takes one step towards me as a large crack splits the air. Without a moment to act, a cannonball smashes through the thing's chest. As it falls, I turn and bear my crack at the beastman army. My cheeks for the Emperor. That's cool, man. That's cool. Fuck's sake, demented vote on acrobat. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Where do we even go from here? I want to say a big thank you to Mild. Mild, I was worried then. I was getting worried. I was like, he's not shown up. He's gonna miss his streak. I should have had more faith. Mal, thank you as always for the gifted membership. Sa! And I raise my glass to you, an officer, a gentleman, and scholar. Amazing, man. Amazing. I also want to say a big thank you to Briars and Bantams. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. The 10 totem cord to hold the line. The 10 squig hoppers to bounce into the enemy. Thank you, mate, for keeping us fresh stock with new conscripts. Thank you for more than doing your part. Fantastic. And we've got Jeff. We've got Seth Key. Seth Key, thank you for the 15 months, man. X-Force, baby. Something recent from the non-GW table in DMs. Let's have a look. Ooh. From the Massive Universe Battleground, a good little skirmish game. That's cool, man. That is so cool. There's so many many tabletop games out there now. Like, it's huge. It's crazy how big the industry has become. Yeah, it's crazy, and I personally I really like it. I really like it because the more games, the more people that are involved, the more fun, the more opponents, the more things we can try. Just yeah, just awesome. So yeah, it's one of those things. I'm not going to go salty in any way, shape, or form, but I do think that, you know, how to put this. I think the idea that you have to cover Warhammer 40k to be a successful tabletop YouTuber is no longer true. Now, I don't want anyone reading between the lines and thinking Mordian's going to give up on 40k. No, I like 40k. I'm going to be talking about Grizzled veterans in detail in a moment, right? But what I mean by that is, you know, in the past, if you were a content creator, not only did you want to cover 40k, but you kind of had to cover 40k. And now there's loads, especially if you're just doing it part time. But there's loads of channels out there which don't cover 40k at all. I saw a battle report earlier yesterday, in fact, for Epic Hail Caesar. I shouldn't have watched it. I should not have watched it. It looks really good. It looks so good, man. The little fucking dudes advancing up. Oh, no. It looks amazing. Yeah, it looks so good. So, yeah, I mean, Epic Scale in general looked great. But, yeah, I mean, I never thought I'd see the day when you had an Epic Scale Hail Caesar game as a battle report with thousands of views. I mean, it wasn't like 20, 30,000, but it was over 10,000 views. It's just like, that's so cool. Yeah, maybe it was 20,000 views. It was quite a few, actually. Yeah. Yeah, they had elephants. They had the elephants. Yeah. Yeah, I really want to. There's just so many new games to get into. There's so many you could spend a lifetime just building and painting the ones that you like, and you still wouldn't be able to get through them all. Yeah. So yeah, so many. We're living in good times, boys. We're living in good times. I want to say who we got next. Let me have a look here. Win Whistler, thank you for the super chat, bro. It's Memeless Monday in your mailbox. Awaits a significant memetic marvel made for mashing the malicious maws of mutants and miscreants to mush. What the fuck is this? Let's have a look. I was told we're a melee army now. Is that it? Is that the one? Sly Marvo, Creed, Caden Command Squad, Commissar, 20 Caden Shock, 20 Caden Shock, 6 Bolgan, 6 Bolgan, 6 Bolgan, 5 Rattlings, 5 Rattlings, Rough Riders, Death Riders. So it's 60 Cavalry, 18 Bolgrin, and just a good old wave of infantry to follow it all up. Nice. All right. Cool. Sick, mate. I think it will definitely. I think you could win a game with that. I don't think you could win an event with it, but I think you could win a game with it. Yeah. Death right now. Tanks. Where's the bloody tanks? That I did like that list, Win Whistler. And look, full blown cavalry. It's absolutely a thing. It's absolutely a thing in the new detachment. Just got a video coming out tomorrow talking about guard cavalry and grizzled vet. So great minds think alike, Win Whistler. Wait till tomorrow and you'll Maybe I'll have some interesting theory insights for you. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, man. Wickseek of your package languishing in wait, sir. I will message the. I've been working hard, but I'm gonna have to pick it up this week. This is probably the last. This is probably the last week of streaming before the end of the year, by the way. So I probably should pick it up now. There we go. So yeah, dude, thank you for the reminder. I've sent my message and I'll pick it up this week, one way or another. All right. Moderate Lambasted for the weeks of promises of I'll get it this week. So, full truth bomb, Chicken Detonator. I shouldn't have been doing any recording this week. I shouldn't have really been doing any recording last week. I actually had everything. I kept my promise to you, man. And I actually had everything up until like the 7th of January covered. I was a month ahead. And then Grizzled Veteran dropped. And suddenly all of the stream highlights about me being a salty, sloppy bitch seemed in poor taste. Because no one wants to be hyped about new Detachment and they tune into another fucking Mordian video of him moaning. And it wouldn't have been honest either. Because I did salty content when I was salty and I'm not salty anymore. So it would have just been, I would have been the very thing that I said I wasn't, which was just making salty content for the sake of it, right? I always said, credit where credit's due kind of thing. So all of that was basically ready. And I mean, it wasn't all salty content, but a lot of it, like 50%, right? And I was like, okay, well, look, just can't use this now because it'd be dishonest to put it out there. And it wouldn't be the right vibe. I don't really want to put it out there personally. So I was like, well, guess I've got to basically redo a month's a month's work. And hence why I was meant to basically just be on streaming duty last week and this week. And now I'm working Christmas Eve. Fuck! So yeah, there you are. But such is life, I suppose. Such is life. Best laid plans and all that. So don't think I've been avoiding it or anything like that. That's me just giving you the full behind the scenes information. And I know from your perspective, you're probably like, I don't give a fuck more, just pick my package up. But at least now you know you're not being jerked around. Yeah. What have we got next? Blogwheel, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you for the support, man. Went to the first GT this weekend with the list you reviewed on Friday. Grizzled Vets, Solar, Exterminated, decided the triple vank. Went 3-1-1 and got 7th. That's how we do it, man. That's how we do it in the guard. First GT, positive win rate, only loses one game. This is it. Let's fucking go. I love it. I love it. But Blogwheel, you've done too well. You're meant to be losing all of your games for the next 3 months. Oh no, I've walked off all the objectives. Oh no, I left 1,000 points in reserve. You're meant to be doing all that to tank the win rate, so that they don't nerf us. But I suppose I'm not actually that bothered. I'm only teasing, and B, even if GW absolutely turbo nerfs us into the ground and we become absolutely giga fucked, I'll just chill out for 3 months until 11th edition comes around. Do you know what I mean? Just gonna be like, we'll just play a bit of K47, paint a bit of epic Waterloo up, just chill. No one can be that bothered about you getting nerfed 3 months before the new edition comes out, because everything will reset with the new edition, probably. If it truly is a continuation and we're fucked for like years to come, well, what can you do? There you are. But no, seriously, Blogwheel, well done. Well done on your victory, sir. Well earned. All things considered, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for your support. and welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. We've also got the True Noxian. Thank you for the 18 months, man. Looking good, man. Keep up the great work. 07, mate. 07. Thank you. I need to. You know what I need to do? I still can't quite tell if people are taking the piss, but I've had a lot of people comment on my haircut. I don't know if you were commenting on my haircut, True Noxian, but like I've had people commenting on my haircut in stream, and then it's also made it into the videos as well. So I feel like I need to pass on the compliments to my barber, because I've been going to the same guy for a little while now, and I feel like he's not very tech savvy, so I feel like I should print out the comments for him and like circle them and be like, hey, you a bunch of people thought that you did a good haircut. He would love that. He's a really, 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 really nice bloke. So yeah, I think he'd love that. Or you all being mean, you're like, oh, nice haircut, Mordian. In which case, I'll still print them out and send them to him, but I won't tell him that they were ironic. There we are. True Noxian, thank you for the 18 months, man. Thank you, bro. Mordian bald when? Well, I'm doing all right. Not, touch wood. I'm doing all right. There's so my dad, he's getting on now, and he still has a full head of hair. In fact, we don't have a history of baldness in the family on either side. So, unfortunately for all of you guys, Baldy and Glory, it'd have to be manufactured. It'd have to be artificial. Sorry to say, it would be. So, it's your mum's dad, not yours. Well, my dad's dad had good hair. My dad's got good hair, and as far as I'm aware, my mum's dad had good hair as well. And my brother's got good hair, and I've got good hair. So it's one of the few things we got going for us. So there we are. But yeah, unfortunately, Baldy and Glory, unless something goes horribly wrong, is unlikely. Yeah, there you are. But who knows? I tell you what, it is a bit of a curse though, because I was nicknamed by, well, wasn't by everyone, but one of my friends had a nickname for me in secondary school, which was the Fawn, because whilst I cannot grow any facial hair, I can assure you, from the waist down, I do look like I belong in Narnia. And no, it's not the centaurs. I want to say a big thank you to James G. Munt. Thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Thank you for doing your part. And also say a big thank you to Stamy! Stamy, thank you not only for renewing your channel memberships, thank you for the 9 months, bro, but also thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Just watch your Scion Gigablob video. I'm going to try them out at a local tournament. I'm confused on how orders work when coming in from Deep Strike. Super easy. Super easy, right? If you have an officer off the board in reserve, he can't do any orders. He's technically not in game, right? When let's say you have a Scion command squad that's joined to a 10-man Scion squad, aka the Scion Gigablob. When you, as part of the end of your movement phase, bring in reserves, and you deep strike the whole blob onto the board, after you have finished setting the unit up, the Scion commander can do his orders. It's that simple. So if you've given him the command rod, you don't do your orders in the command phase with the Scion Gigablob. You essentially do it at the end of your movement phase, at the end of the reserve step, after the Scion Gigablob has come in. So there you go. And the same thing works. It's similar to when you disembark from a transport. So if you have, let's say you've got like a Cadian Castellan attached to a Kazakin squad, and they're in a Chimera, your Cadian Castellan doesn't do his orders in the command phase, but instead, when you drive the Chimera forward and get the Cadian Castellan and attached Kazakin squad out, once you've finished setting them up, once you finish disembarking them from the transport, the Castellan can then do the orders. So the way of thinking about it is your officer on the board right now? If the answer is yes, then he has to do his orders in the command phase. If your officer is not on the board right now, he does his orders when he appears onto the board, whether that's disembarking from a transport in the normal part of your movement phase, or deep striking onto the board, or coming in from strategic reserve at the end of your movement phase in the reserve step. There you go. As Cyrillic Dude says, if you place him on the board, he gets to do his orders. Yeah, there you go. Hopefully that clears things up. Stay me, and good luck at the local tournament, man. Fantastic. I want to say a big thank you to Lungu Grungus. Thank you so much for the Bane Blade. Yes, it is the Bane Blade. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Pure Infantry, including 18 Bulgrin Grizzlers, seems strong. It is. It's still going to have some of the main issues, being your lack of true anti-tank, strength 12 and above, and whatnot. But I think 18 Bulgrins is essentially a stat check, right? So it's absolutely good, but it's not. There are many times that you can win games with a skew. But because you can win games doesn't mean you can win tournaments. My experience is skew lists often, you can win an RTT with a skew list. It's hard to win a GT with a skew list, especially if it's a big one like 50 players or more, because essentially what you have is a stat check, and in my experience, every stat check essentially has a Achilles heel. Now, where stat checks are most valuable is actually in team tournaments. This is where I think, what's an RTT and GT in comparison? So an RTT is a 1-day 3-round event. A GT is a 2-day 5-round event. And then when you get more, you get majors as well. And majors, they tend to have 5 or more rounds, and they tend to have about 100 players. And then you have super majors, which are the biggest events in the world, and that's your LVOs, your LGTs, all that kind of stuff. And there is no upper limit. They're just like 150 plus players, maybe more, and you typically can have 7 or 8 rounds to determine who the winner is going to be. Super majors, obviously, very, very, very intense, grueling things. Is there one smaller than an RTT? No, you can't. That's just called a game. I'm not being facetious. If you're doing anything less than 3 rounds in 1 day, you're basically just playing a game or two. Yeah, RTT is the officially smallest recognized event. And even then, a lot of people don't give RTTs respect, which I think is a great... I understand why people don't, because RTTs... So there's a lot of data which points towards the fact that that the real sort of winners and losers don't really emerge until like round 4, round 5. I don't really agree with that. I've played in a lot of tournaments, and I played in a lot of RTTs, and do you know who the person who wins the RTT is? person that just won all 3 games the hardest. Just like in a GT. Oh, but he might not have got that random unlucky pairing round 1 or round 2. Yeah, okay, true. That is true. But at the end of the day, the person who's on top table on round 3 is the person who's got the highest score after 2 games. The 2 highest people, yeah. So it's there's a lot of data and stuff that people throw around, but I've yet to see an RTT won by someone who didn't just have like the best list and played the best. Anyway, I think it's one of these things that people say online to each other and they repeat it like it's gospel, but it's not actually true. But that might just be me. I think my point is I think there's a great disservice being done. I think there's a lot of valuable information in RTT data. I think there is. And I think it's a shame that people don't take them seriously. I'm not saying they should be treated equal to a GT or a Super Major. Of course not. That would be silly and foolish. But I think completely dismissing RTTs from competitive data, because do you know why? Do you know why? I think it's foolish. Because what's the most common kind of tournament out there? What is the one that you are most likely to go and attend? Is it fucking the once a year Super Major? Or is it your local club's RTT? This is one of the things that we're going a little bit off on one here, but I do think it's kind of an important tangent. People obsess. They obsess over, I don't even know if it's theoretical is the right word. They obsess over things that they will never truly encounter. And they can absorb all of the information on the top meta lists, and they can absorb all of the information on the relevant math hammer for which unit, and they can do an incredible amount of research and knowledge and everything, and then they can turn up to their first RTT and get absolutely fucking stomped because it turned out that no one was running the most meta army, but instead they prepared for something that they never actually fought. And actually what they should have done is, rather than obsessing over what the meta had, they should have just been kind of obsessing over what they were going to bring and how they were going to use it on the tabletop. And so I think there's an element of, in many ways, we all like to hear about what's the tournament winning list. Of course we do. Of course. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. But I think sometimes people forget to see. They forget. They sometimes don't see the woods for the trees. I think I think that's the right saying. And my focus has always been not the theoretical, but has always been the actual. It's why I put very little faith in Math Hammer, and why I put faith and trust in my own experiences, my own gut feelings. Yeah. So there you go. Anyway, went off on one there, but yeah, pure infantry I think does seem strong in Grizz Vet. My prediction with Grizz Vet is see, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. And my thinking with Grizz Vet is it's just going to be fantastically popular because people like playing guard, and it's going to be a guard attachment that feels good. I think anyone who's calling for Grizzled Veterans to be nerfed right now, I think is jumping the gun. Now, let me make something clear here. I am not saying it doesn't need nerfing or it does need nerfing. I think that we are going to be in for a very volatile guard win rate. I think we are. I think we're going to be in for a very, very volatile guard win rate. I think it could be 30% one week, 60% the next week. Literally, I mean, I'm exaggerating slightly. I think exaggerating slightly, but I think there's going to be so many people jumping on it, and there's going to be these people are going to be jumping on it from every different group. So you're going to have returning guard players who haven't played in like 6 months, who are out of practice, jumping back on it. You're going to have people who have never played guard, who have just heard that Grizzled Veterans is OP, and they buy some secondhand guard army online, and they're like, well, I've got 3 squads of 10-man infantry, and then everything else is like tanks. Yeah, I'll be able to win games with that, won't I? And then you see that literally anytime guard is good, someone buys an army list that I've just described there and loses 5 games and gets mad and sells it again. But the point is, you're gonna have people that just jump on it who've never played guard before and don't get that the army is very idiosyncratic. And then you're gonna have really good players who are really experienced with guard, or just generally really experienced, and they're gonna jump on it as well. And so you're gonna have this like weird situation where Grizzvet, you're gonna have players who are gonna go with Grizzvet like 0-5, just gonna lose every game, and again then you're gonna have players who are gonna go 5-0, who are gonna win every game, and there's gonna be quite a huge disparity there. And the thing, and then what will happen, because I've seen this happen 1,000 times before, then what I think you'll see happen is a bunch of people rage out the faction because it wasn't the auto win they thought it was. And then you have a bunch of people that are going to rage that they got beaten by Grizzled Veteran, but they don't have the fucking IQ because they're just mouth-breathing troglodyte Reddit people who half of them have never actually played Grizzled Veteran, but they've heard about someone who played it. And they're going to say, well, look, this person's won Grizzled Veteran here. And it's like, okay, but did they win it because of Grizzled Veteran, or did they win it because they're a very, very, very good player? Because those two things are very different. Yeah, so I think it's one of those where that's what I expect over the next 2 months. I expect a bunch of people, I expect the guard win rate to be absolutely everywhere. A bunch of people win a bunch of events with Grizzled Vets. A bunch of people go absolutely horrendously badly with Grizzled Veterans. And then maybe a nerf. So really, dude, Bridgehead did deserve to be nerfed. So, okay, so it's a little bit more than that, actually. Guard players got Bridgehead nerfed because they were like pigs at the trough. And yeah, I'm being harsh to my guard players. But I fucking warned you all. I fucking warned you all, and you wouldn't listen, and you all told me I was stupid, and, well, turned out I was fucking right. I said, stop asking for Deep Strike to come back on Scions. I said, stop asking for Deep Strike to come back on Scions. If you keep asking for that, you are going to get hotfixed, triple whammy nerfed into the ground. And it happened. Bridgehead Strike would be in its unnerfed format right now if Scions had lost Deep Strike like they were meant to. It's that simple. It's that simple. You don't want to hear it. You might not like it, but that's the truth. And here's the other thing. Aquilans, they didn't need to get nerfed. Aquilans did not need to get nerfed. Aquilans were an IQ stat check. And I tell you right now, if you put unnerfed Aquilans back into the game now, with the 3-inch Deep Strike still, no one would complain about them. No one. It's a fucking joke. If you can't clear a 10-man screening squad after you've done your movement, then it's not the Aquilans which are the problem. If you can't clear 10 toughness 3 bodies, then you've built your list badly. You've built your list badly. Because remember, guys, rapid ingress is after the opponent's finished moving. Think about that. It's after the opponent's finished. So you can't move block someone with it. You can't move. All this talk about charge blocking, move blocking, all this kind of stuff, it's bollocks. It's just people online complaining who didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. And now Aquilans don't get taken. No one takes them. No one takes Bridgehead. No one takes Aquilans. There you go. Now, what do I think about Grizzled Veterans? I think the people who are complaining... I mean, I'm going to tell you I'm going to tell you my experience about Grizzled Veterans in just a moment. My experience is I think it's a half experience. So I still want to go to a couple more tournaments before I draw any conclusions. Yeah, but I think Grizzled Veterans is strong, but I think Grizzled Veterans is very strong. I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong with the detachment rule. I don't really think there's anything too wrong with the stratagems. Maybe a command point cost change. But I can expect I would expect some points changes maybe to come in. My hope is that people keep complaining about Rogal Dawns. Truthfully. Because Rogal Dawns... I don't know how many strays Rogal Dawns are going to have to catch before people fucking catch on that Leaving Russes are actually the better choice, but we'll see. I'm just like, yes, Rogal Dawns are a huge problem. Go on, Mr. Rogal Dawn. Go through that minefield. It's totally okay. Yeah, don't worry about it. We definitely cleared it for you. Stupid bastard. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Keep saying the Rogal Dawn commander's the better option. That's fine. It's all good. Yeah. Honestly. Anyway, so yeah, that was Longer Gruggers. That was a nice little sort of I know we went off one a little bit. It was a nice little tangent off the back of your super chat about Grizzled Company and stuff. Yeah. Someone in the chat was saying like okay, so this is the problem. Okay. Problem with Warhammer data is really obvious. Okay, and no one talks about it, and no one's ever really addressed this. But I'm gonna address it now. Problem. Warhammer win rate data is a very useful tool. It's a very good metric. And I think is a significant part of any puzzle when it comes to balancing the game. Of course I do. I'd be stupid if I thought anything else. However, the problem with Warhammer win rate data is very obvious. It's based off humans playing games. And as my old IT manager used to say, there's a fault with your computer. The organic component has failed. Case in point, at the beginning of the stream, some of you may have missed it. Castell and Ike was telling us about how he played some games this weekend and how the first game that he played was against a World Eaters player who got first turn, and so the World Eaters player got first turn, ran his entire army out into no man's land and tried to do a turn 1 charge across the entire board and proceeded to fail every single charge, and then got tabled in 1 turn. Now, if you were to look at that data, it would be like, oh my god, Grizzled Company's so overpowered. If you just looked at the stats, Grizzled Company is so overpowered. But it turned out that it wasn't the Grizzled Company which was overpowered. Now, I do understand, of course, averages. You know, I do, of course, understand averages. And I absolutely understand that over the course of many games against many different opponents and many different factions, there will be many different, the data should, in theory, show the true results, of course, right? Like I said, but it's one of those where sometimes you do have to be a little careful with trusting in the infallibility of data, because as they say, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. So if look, I'll say this right now so nobody gets it twisted. If the tournament data comes out and consistently week after week, the guard win rate with Grizzled Company 60+%, even 55+%, and that's a consistent metric, of course, right? Then something needs to be done. It'd be dishonest to say otherwise, of course. But I think that after one weekend, people jumping to a lot of conclusions, I think that is from its other side of the table. I think that's very foolish. Yeah. But Mordian point is, some people pearl clutch the stats like it was the Bible itself. They should be seen as guidelines, not the rowboat's fancy book. It's very true. It's very, very true. People, it's so crazy. I actually, I haven't talked about this, but I actually want to talk about this a little bit. My fucking god, like, the attitudes towards Mathhammer have changed so much in the last, I'd say, like 2 or 3 years. It's not been that long. I think mostly 10th edition. I think there was maybe 9th and 10th edition, maybe more like 4 or 5 years. But I've been playing competitively for about 14 years now, coming up 15, and for the longest time, anyone who started quoting Mathhammer was, and this is within the 40k community, seen as a fucking nerd. Get out of my statistics say that I should be able to roll these dice and I should be able to destroy your unit. Why does that not work statistically? That's not work. It's like, because you're not playing a fucking video game. You're rolling a bunch of fucking bones on the table. Like, what the hell, man? Like, and now it's completely gone the other way. And it's like, in Mathhammer we trust, That's what it feels like. It's crazy. Yeah. I'm sure it'll swing back the other way at some point. Yeah. So yeah, it's one of those where I think a lot of people like to trust in Mathhammer, and Mathhammer makes people overconfident 100%. Yeah, 100%. Could I get with my beloved artillery spam now? Well, Charles Richter, that is the list that I took this weekend, and I mean, it's absolutely viable now, but I don't think it's overpowered at all. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, that's true. Jest. It comes down to a lot of things. Yeah. Anyway, let's do a few more super chats. We'll blast through a few of these, and then we will get the tournament report. So, Happy Gil, thank you for super chat, man. Coming over from Orcs and looking for a 1,000-point list with the Baneblade as the centerpiece. I can tell you're an Orc player. You're trying to have a fucking Baneblade at 1,000 points. I'm just going to tell you, man, you don't want to do that. For two reasons. One, your list is going to be a very, skewed list. And two, it's just not... I don't know, man. Bring a fucking Baneblade to a 1,000-point game? There's a fine line between fun and fuckiness. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, maybe I'm old school. Maybe this is my old school, old hammer brain, but I don't think you should bring super heavies to a less than a 2,000-point game. If you were, the thing is, if you're gonna bring a super heavy to a 1,000-point game, you don't need help building a list. Because you've only got 500 fucking points left over. Frankly, just take 6 squads of guardsmen with enough orders for them. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? You've got a fucking Baneblade. You're basically eating up your points allowance. I would take... Because you're going to take a Baneblade... Then you're going to take a Tech Priest. Then you're going to take the Lord Solar. And then you're going to have no points left over. Yeah. Let's have a look. So, Baneblade's 450. Tech Priest is 45. Lord Solar's 130. That's 625 points. So let's go... Oh, 1 minute. There you go. Take a Baneblade, a Tech Priest, the Lord Solar, a Cadian Command Squad, a 10-man Cadian Squad, and 2 20-man Cadian Squads. There you go. 50 infantry, 1 command squad, 1 Lord Solar, 1 Tech Priest, 1 Baneblade. There you are. 995 points. But it's still a bit... It's a bit tasty bringing a Baneblade at 1,000 points. I'm just going to say, it's a bit tasty. But do you know what, man? Do you know what's crazy? I reckon I'm just out of touch. I don't know. The vast majority of people who play 40k now have played it. I'd say the vast majority of people that play 40k now started in 10th. I think 8th was a lot of returning players. 9th was relatively straightforward. And then 10th, it's all exploded. Yeah. So there's going to be a lot of people that are coming into the game for the first time who don't know the etiquette of the old ways. They don't know of the ancient scrolls. Which, you know, that's the wargaming culture change in many ways. Yeah. I reckon I am out of touch, you know, Wind Whistler. I reckon I am. Exactly, right? That was the goal of 10th's design. I am not someone who looks down or is snobbish in any way about my length of time playing this game. If anything, I think it's got to the point now where actually it's more of a detriment because I keep getting rules wrong because I keep remembering previous editions and stuff like that. Yeah, I think whether you've been playing 40k for 3 months or been playing 40k for 3 years, it doesn't really matter. It's just about, are you playing the game? Are you part of the community? You having fun? And that's cool. That's all that matters to me. Yeah. I often wave around the fact that I've played for a long time, not as a way of trying to wank myself off, but more of a way of trying to demonstrate to you guys a little bit of like bona fides, so you can know that I'm not just... It's so you can have a bit of confidence in my words, but I don't expect you to believe everything that I say, because at the end of the day, I am only human and thus make mistakes and don't know everything. But it's more of a, you know, hey, look, I've been playing a long time, and so hopefully that lends a small level of credence to what I'm telling you, but I'm not going to judge you if you've only been playing for like a month. Yeah. That would be a dick thing to do. I don't think that helps anyone. I think that shuts down conversation rather than encourages it, which is not the right way to go about things. But you're a guy on the internet. We have to believe you. Oh my god. Being a returning 8th edition player, my first match of 10th with me being shocked at how little orders there are now and that a lot of rules have changed a bit. Yeah. It was the opposite problem with 10th, where everything was so flavorful that any unit could evaporate anything by looking at it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I think that's the big problem with 10th edition. We're not going to get into it now because I've already spoken about this on a few different streams, but I think the issue with 10th edition is the unit evaporation. People sort of call that the lethality of the game, but I think it's more the fact that units just evaporate off each other constantly. I think I would definitely bring initiative back as a stat. I really don't think initiative... when you think about it, I don't really understand why people got rid of initiative. Oh, but it's hard to know who... It's hard to follow. If you don't know that the biggest number goes first and you work down from there, you shouldn't be playing 40k. And that's not me being an arrogant prick. But if you can't look at a data sheet and go, my initiative's 5. What's your initiative? And your opponent says 4. And you go, cool, I got the higher number, so I go first. If you can't figure that out, I don't think the game should cater to you. I think you should go back to playing with Lego. Lego's great. Love Lego. I was in a Lego shop myself earlier. Literally yesterday. I ain't slagging off Lego. You know? Yeah, I think fights first. And I think in an effort to simplify the game, it's ended up getting way more complicated. Yeah. If I was to fix 40k, bring back initiative. I say fix. Fix is the wrong word. I do think fix is the wrong word, because fix implies broken. I don't think 40k is broken. If I was to improve 40k, it's a better term. If I was to improve 40k, I would bring back initiative. I would introduce old world style list building, where you have hard limits and percentages, which is very good. The hard limits are relatively soft though, and I would I'd move charging to the movement phase. So you charge at the start of the movement phase, so you don't get to essentially move twice. Because the problem with 40k is you move, then you get to move again via charges. That's why things are so fast. Whereas if you can either charge or you can move, then it means you only move once. And that solves a lot of issues, because if you charge in the movement phase and make it into combat, then you can't shoot into that combat. So instantly cuts down on the movement creep and instantly cuts down on the lethality, because everyone can only really do damage in one phase. Yeah. So that's what I would do. Controversial. I'm very tempted to try and play a game of 40k like that. Very tempted. I think it would work really well. But do you know what I'd also do? Because a lot of assault players are going to be like, but Mordian, isn't that just going to massively nerf assault armies? No, and I'll tell you why. because I wouldn't have random charge distance. How about that for a spicy one? I would not have random charge distance. I would have fixed charge distances. That's simple. I would say there's two ways you can do it. I would have at the very least semi-random, where it's your movement plus a d6. So if you get within a certain distance, you're guaranteed to get it. But you can try and push for a bit of a further one if you need to. Or maybe it would be like infantry are guaranteed a charge of 6 inches. If you've got a jetpack, you can add like D3 to it. If you're like a cavalry, you can add like D3 to it. If you're like super fast, you can have like add a D6 to it or 2D3 to it, something like that. So that's probably how I would do it. Yeah. You guys really want auto-charging 12-inch Eldar jet bikes? I mean, that's how it used to be, Lich Fan in general. Frankly, I have no issue with Eldar jet bikes charging me. I mean, come on. Eldar jet bikes could charge a bunch of fucking guardsmen. I probably wouldn't even fall back. I'd stay in. But here's the thing. You guys are thinking like, oh my God, that'd be so overpowered. It's like, well, not really, because the Eldar jet bike can either charge 12 inches or it can move 12 inches, but it can't move. Think about it. It can't move 12 inches and charge 12 inches. It would be slower. The jet bike would actually be slower than it is now. Because right now, your jet bike is moving probably moving 14 inches, right? Your jet bike's moving 14 inches and then it's moving 2d6. So it's actually, which is an average of 21 inches of movement in a turn. So actually you become slower. I'd also go back to 6x4 boards, because mama didn't raise no bitch and only children play on less than a 6x4. Sorry, kill team players. You want me to get the fucking, that fucking rug out? That was like, you know what I'm talking about. Do you know what? 1 minute. There you go. I tell you what, though, I actually wouldn't be against playing on this. Here you go. If you don't play on a 6x4, this is what I assume you play on. Road's double movement. I'm not being serious, by the way. I just prefer playing on a 6x4, but I know a lot of people have never played on a 6x4, and so I understand why they might not understand why I do prefer 6x4. But there's a myriad of reasons. Yeah. Excuse you, Mordian, that map's peak. It is no. I had one of those as a kid. Yeah, it's great. No. So on a serious note, why would I play on 6x4? Because I'd play on 6x4, but I'd have 6 turns. Now you might think, isn't that going to drag the game out? Actually, it wouldn't. And the reason it wouldn't is because a lot less would be happening in the first couple of turns. So the first couple, but they would still be very important, because the first couple of turns would be very positional. And then you'd have a mad fight turn 3, turn 4, and then you would have the running around, scrapping for final points turn 5 and 6. And so the pacing of the game would actually be improved, because you wouldn't have everything front loaded to turns 1 and 2. You'd be able to have a more continuously engaging game. Yeah. So there you go. That would be my... that's how I would do it. That's how I would do it. But yeah. Anyway, where are we up to? Average White Shark, thank you for the 33 month of Flex. X-Force, baby! Triple X-Force, nearly Triple X. I'll give it to you, because it's Triple X-Force, baby! Thank you for supporting the channel for such a long time, man. Aquilin I makes CFJ plus Command Squad, 6 Flamers, Anti-Marine. CFJ plus Command Squad. Katachan Jungle Fighters plus Command Squad, 6 Flamer, Anti-Marine. It's definitely interesting. Yeah. Because you'd be 5d6 strength 4. Well, what you do is you do Mordian Minute, right? So you go 5d6 strength 5 AP -1 flamers. Ooh. Ooh. I've never even... That's getting written down. Where's my pen? So, that's a very interesting combo, that is. So, if you take a Catachan Jungle Fighter squad and use Aquilon's Eye on it and Mordian Minute, you actually end up upgrading the regular flamers to heavy flamers. Very interesting. Genuinely, that's actually quite interesting. That's a hell of an Overwatch, that is. Add a Catachan command squad on top of that. Yeah. And then you've got... So you still got the other members of the Catachan command squad as well. You need to give first rank 5 for Mordian Minute. Ah, shame. You can't have the AP. I suppose you could say an Exterminator. I still think there's something to it. But no, I agree. I'm definitely going to make a video about that one. I agree. Average White Shark. There's something there. 100%. There is something there. Yep. Yep. Yeah. High volume auto hitting ballers. Yeah. I think there's something there. Good for Overwatch for sure. What do we got next? Lich Fighter General. Thank you for the 10 months, man. Yippee-ki-yay, Mordian. Here's the 10 more months. Hey! Thank you for the 10 months, bro. Amazing. Thank you for the support. And here's from the 10 months, bro. Amazing. Wise Old Worm. Thank you for the 32-month member flex. My God, sir. 32 months. Holy shit, bro. 07, man. Hobbit update in Discord. Let's have a look. Oh, this is cool. This is very cool, man. Nice. I really like the camo scheme, man. It really works, bro. They look fantastic. I do think the new Rattlings look very good. I think a lot of people were very harsh on the new Rattlings. And I think they're actually a fantastic new sculpt from Games Workshop. And I'm not a GW shill. But I think they're very good. I think you can paint them up more serious, like we've got here, or you can paint them up a little bit more like silly. But I think either way, they look fantastic. Yeah. So yeah, they look awesome, man. And we've got some more pictures here, actually. Yeah, really, really cool. I like that's cool, man, with the big fucking las rifle. Is that the tank stopper, is it? That's cool. Nice. There's the full squad with the rations as well. I feel like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is there a couple of extra guys in there? Is Rain and Rouse in there as well? Like I think the grapple hook guy reminds me of Rain and Rouse. That's how you've got the full 12. Yeah, nice. That's cool, man. Yeah. That's cool. It's a shame that we can't take those guys as non-legends anymore. I mean, I never really took them anyway, but it's still a shame. now is the sort of perfect time to try out some of those crazy units. Yeah. It means you can have 2 squads of 5 as an option. Cool. Yeah, that's clever. I like it. Good work, mate. Love the colour scheme, by the way. You nailed it. Seriously. Godlike Poet, thank you for the 28 months, man. Double X-Force, baby! Yes! Over 2 years, you crazy bastard. Thank you, man. Val Complete and Val 8 teaser in stream discussion. I've just seen this, man. You crazy bastard. So Val 7 is complete, and I steam ever onwards. A teaser of Val 8 is included. Remember when I told you a couple of weeks ago that I'd ordered some tanks? Well, here they are. Just picked up the extra torsos, my 10 extra style treatment, and the bases, and I'm good to go. Nice. Oh my god, man. More Totem Core. More Grenadiers. Eyeball Tank. Another fucking Spinomech. That's so good, man. Dude, they've just come out so good. Your army is going from strength to strength, man. It's crazy. Yeah, what the fuck is this? So you've got a tiger, a tiger 2, a king tiger, a yag tiger, and a fucking Mao. Fuck's sake. And then you got 2 Hanamags as well. Brilliant. Fuck's sake, man. Oh, that's so good, mate. Now that's some heavy armor right there. Shit, man. That's some heavy armor right there. Godlike Pro, I really look forward to seeing those all painted up in your color scheme, man. That's gonna look sick, bro. Euros Brick, thank you for the super chat, man. Decided to follow you into the old world. Army in discussion. Yes. Decided to join the old world after a 40k burnout. The true rulers of the empire. Yes, mate. The army of the night. Yes. Old world, best world. Old world, best world. I recruited about 3 people into old world this weekend, because everyone I was playing with were really OG 40k players, been playing for a long time, and they'd all got quite burnt out on 40k. And I was like, you should play Old World. And they were like, I don't know. And I said, it's really good. And they were like, okay, tell me a couple of, they're competitive players. They're like, tell me a couple of things about it. And I just listed off charging in the movement phase. I said, there's still plenty of jank if you want to go janky with it, but there's less. There's jank, but the rules are crunchy, so there's still a level of satisfaction, blah, blah, blah. And by the end of it, literally, I had 3 players who were like, I'm 100% going to give Old World a second, much more serious look. So, yeah, there you are. Cool, man. So cool. Yes. Yes. Army of the Night, man. Absolutely sick, bro. Love that. I really want a Vampire Count's army as well, man. Yeah. All right, got 1, 2, 3, 4 super chats, and then we'll get into this. My experience with Grizzled veterans. Rocket Man, thank you for the 18 months, man. X-Force, baby. Battle report for your reading pleasure in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. You're not the only one trying out the Detachment. I took a Mordian build list to a local tournament. It was good. Reminder for the list. Krieg with 10 Cadians and Command with a Quinai, 10 more Cadians. 2 times 10 Kriegsmen, 2 times 10 Kazakin, 1 Castellan with Loudhailer, 6 Bulgrin, 6 Ogrin, 1 Commissar with Ogrin Whisperer, 1 Royal Dawn Commander, 2 Vanquisher, 1 Artillery Team, 1 Catachan, a reference squad with Mortars, 1 Hellhound, 1 Sentinel. Okay, cool. Very nice balance list. I remember it, yeah. First game was against a fun CSM list. Theme, Chaos Marines, as little Marines as possible. Pretty open terrain, and my opponent fielded 2 Helldrakes, a Big Knight, 20 Core Berserkers, which didn't get their rules because Chaos Space Marines are not wielded Detachment, 2 times 10 Demons, a Baden, and 2 Demon Princes. That is a... I mean, I know I'm not the most au fait with meta Chaos Space Marines, but that seems quite unusual. Guy got first turn. The Helldrakes went up in flames due to well-placed Vanquisher shots. Yeah, and I can see from the preview pictures, he's just deployed them out in the open like an absolute mentalton. Can I play your guys' opponents? Like, seriously, can I play your opponents? Because no one, and I mean no one where I play, ever just leaves things exposed turn 1. So inconsiderate of them. The night lasted till round 3. The Zerkers run down the middle of the board, and he learned that Kazakin with a Castellan and Mordian minute absolutely slay. 20 started after one activation of the Kazakin, 11 died. I rolled very well in the plasma and the hotshot volley guns with strength 5 sustained hits, and reroll once to hit, and wound is evil. Ballgrim Blob with the Commissar tied at the 2 Demon Princes that did not do enough damage. Strength 7 against T9/10 is not fun. They survived long enough. We timed it after round 3, but it was a working victory for the guard, 47-31. Yeah, I mean, they're just the angle there is just so obvious. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna be, yeah, it's so obvious, man. Yeah. I mean, he's tried to hide it, but Helldrakes were not designed with modern line of sight rules in mind. I like your deployment. These are a little exposed. Actually, I don't like your deployment. Why the fuck are these guys so exposed, man? Can you all just stop deploying on the line out in the open? You're killing me, man. You are killing me. I'm dying here. Please. Cover and concealment, guys. Anyway, let's have a look. I'm only busting your balls. The Emperor protects. True enough, guardsman. True enough. My victory got me a spot on the top table. I looked at the setup and decided, GG, I can go home. I did not, but the absolute most dense terrain layout possible against Emperor Children with Fulgrim in tow. Advance and shoot and charge 9 rule. Also, it was the prime mission where you get extra points for destroyed units. Good thing I play 4 times 10 guardsmen. Yeah, Purge is a silly mission. Purge is a very silly mission. So the guard deployed this weird ruined city of L-shapes. Carefully advanced the building. Strange noise could be heard. They were strange pink-colored space marines. The Bulgarian charged and clubbed them to death, but found themselves surrounded and just tied up some more marines for 2 turns. But they got their tempting target. Quote my opponent, what the fuck? I didn't think that would be so crazy. And you take that charge. So sometimes you've got to make a charge. Sometimes you've got to make a charge. Yeah. If you're not on the line, cock out in the wind. What the fuck are you even doing? Can everyone just stop getting shot? But we're British. We deploy on the line. That's our style. Like a true guardsman, I deploy on the line and put my faith in the Emperor. Rocket Man, he had like no shooting. No, that's true. It's not the shooting I was worried about. It was the fucking him charging and tying up your Russes I was worried about. But anyway, report Mordian to the Commissar. A lack of zeal. You all remember prepositions? I do. Strength and honor. Yeah, fuck it, we've all. Yeah. No, there are times when deploying on the line is appropriate, but I'd still I don't know, man. The cojones, you know. Like, what the fuck? Like, oh, okay, no, seriously, what is this guy doing? Like, just tuck it round there. Just tuck it round there. Why is it there? Like, can you what do your elf eyes see, Legolas? A giant fucking firing lane. Basically, we both deployed the advance very carefully the first 2 turns, but I draw tempting target secondary for turn 2 and charged that mission mark with the Bulgrin. They got me the points and delete the noise marines on it. The Lord attached and charged down at my tanks, basically tying up my Vanks and the Rogadon commander, effectively taking them out of the fight. The other side of the board, Lucius, some more Marines and Chaos Lords battled my 2 Kazakan squads and some basic infantry. Lucius is a beast, where we had a cool moment when his Chaos Lord with 1 wound placed himself near my half-strength Kazakan squad to charge them. He forgot they didn't throw their Melter Mine yet, so I took out my dice and rolled, got the one. Shubakazaga didn't manage to hit the Accursed Lord. That was the GG moment. We both laughed at it, shook hands. He charged and hit the Kazgan. Lucius took care of the other squad, and while he lost a good deal of his Marines, Fulgrim showed up and basically wiped me off the board. I only had my command blob and the indirect fire left with the him standing on my deployment zone. So the guard got fled the board in shame, 58-87. What did we learn? Kaz can still slay. Bulgrim against Marines is brutal, but thought for you. Attach the commissar to Bulgrim or follow up Ogrin. If you hide the Ogrin well, he survives much longer than the Bulgrim. Suicide tar pit. Yeah, I'd probably put the commissar in the Ogrin as the follow up unit. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, all this looks fine, to be honest. Yeah, it's just a messy game, innit? It's just a messy fucking game. Not in a bad way. I just mean in terms of we have no lines. Ours and theirs are all mixed in together. Yeah, so do you know what's really kind of funny? You know the terrain you're playing on that you said was super, super dense? Yeah, that's the standard terrain that I play on every single game. That's WTC terrain. It's utterly fucking brutal. It's... yeah. And I think it's funny. I'll never, ever, ever forget. I'll never forget the... this is why I you know... I think the best way of summing this up is I remember the live stream when I showed the terrain that I played on to you guys. And the reaction in chat was visceral. Like, it was actually visceral. Like, people were like, what the fuck? How do you even play on that? And, well, this is the terrain. You can see it here, man. So you can see you've got... I'm not sure what... That's definitely... I played on WCT terrain today, and that was one of the... I recognize that layout. That was one of my deployment zones. Your... No, layout. I don't have the full layout. This is just the I've only got partial pictures. This is not my pictures, mate. This is the best I can show you. Sorry for it, dude. Your terrain, you mean the Melee Funhouse? Yeah, exactly. And yeah, there was an actual visceral reaction in chat when people were like, how the fuck do you play on that? And I went, now you understand. You understand the reason for some of the tactics that I introduce and I talk about and I introduce to you guys. When I have never had, I cannot remember, truthfully. Actually, no, I can remember. 2 years ago. The last time I was able to draw line of sight to something, turn 1 was 2 years ago. When I played at Adepticon, which is in America. It's exactly what Xander just said. Yeah, terrain density is why you rate artillery so highly, while all the US content creators say it's trash. Exactly. Exactly. People, you know, and what can sometimes be, and I have to remind myself of this a little bit. But, you know, I am only human, guys, so I am prone to some of those pesky things called emotions. But I do sometimes get a little frustrated when, and it's genuinely not like an ego thing at all. I do get a little frustrated when I have people who will say, you shouldn't take indirect fire, it's trash. Or, you know, sometimes they'll be like, well, you know, everyone else says that you should take this unit. But Mordian's wrong when he tells you to take this unit. And it's like, there's absolutely the possibility that I could be incorrect. Right? Of course there is. But more than likely, the reason why someone else has told you something else has worked is because of the terrain they play on. 9 times out of 10. 9 times out of 10. Look at this board, right? Look at the space between these buildings. And then tell me if you'd want to try and fit a Rogue or Dawn in that without crash through. Right? You've got one movement channel out of your deployment zone because you can't fit him through that gap. You can't fit him through that gap. You can't fit him through that gap, and you can't fit him through that gap. The only route you've got is down here. Right? So absolutely Rogue or Dawns are fantastic vehicles, but not always appropriate. That's it. Mordian, have you considered not running artillery? Yes, I actually ran a list with 0 artillery. Not the last. I think it was the last taunt I took guard to, and I ran Hammer of the Emperor. But even without, even in Hammer of the Emperor, I still missed having a couple of artillery teams set on my home objective. Yeah. Do you say that the layout is in stream discussion? Yeah, look at that for the layout, boys. You can see the gap. So you've got a 5-inch gap there. I think a Rogue Dawn's fatter than 5 inches, man. One second. Yeah. Yes, the Rogue Dawn is wider than 5 inches. It's about 5.5 inches wide. So the Rogue Dawn, it can't fit through this gap, right? So this gap, sorry, I'm pointing at the wrong screen. It can't fit through this gap here. So if you wanted the Rogue Dawn to come down this way, you would have to, bearing in mind this line here represents your deployment zone, right? You'd have to deploy a Rogue Dawn there, so it's massively exposed, like turn 1. You might be able to fit the Rogue Dawn in there, but there's a real chance that, I mean, how long is the Rogue Dawn? It's about 7.5 inches long. 7.5 inches. So you could, but you'd have to have it towed onto this. No, you can't, because the line's there. So you can't actually physically fit a Rogue Dawn there. So the only gap for your Dawn is, I'll just turn the chat off 1 second. The only gap for the Rogue Dawn is actually here. And even then, I actually don't think you can get out of your deployment zone. So you can deploy a Rogue Dawn here, but you can't fit it through this gap. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4. You can't fit it through this gap. So the only place that you could deploy a Rogue Dawn would be basically here, where it would be exposed turn 1. And this is the standard of terrain that I play on pretty much every event. So, like, this is why I will say things that other content creators won't. But this is why it's actually, this is why I actively encourage you to listen to as many sources of Warhammer 40k tactics as you can, because or maybe a better way, of putting it is well, yeah, you should listen to as many sources as you can, because it's that different competitive players are going to have different perspectives. But that's also why, if you notice in my tournament reports, I always say in the lay of the land section what terrain type I'm playing on, because then you guys know GW is essentially light terrain. UKTC is fairly dense, and WTC is what we were just looking at, which is very, very dense. And so it's sort of, going into the event, okay, yeah. WTC terrain needs to fuck all the way off. It's fucking ridiculous. Everyone needs to be try playing on GW layout, since it's GW's game. WTC terrain is what competitive players like melee armies. And so they've obviously built a terrain format that is very beneficial to that. It's that simple. I agree. I think GW terrain, I think that there is a certain level of arrogance and snobbery. I think there's a certain level of arrogance and snobbery in the European and UK scene when it comes to terrain. I think people too readily look down on GW terrain. And I think that is a massive collective blind spot for a lot of competitive players. Yeah. It's annoying. Yeah, I think it is annoying. I'm not saying that WTC terrain is bad. I think absolutely it has its place. Same for UKTC terrain. But I think for some reason the casual dismissal of GW terrain, it creates a huge, for me, it creates a huge fucking disparity of experiences. Essentially America is playing. Terrain is so impactful that essentially America is playing a different version of Warhammer 40k to Europe. Essentially, like if you as a European person go over to America and play, and you bring a really tooled up assault army, you're gonna get gunned down. You're gonna get gunned down. And likewise, if you bring an army that plays well on GW terrain and come over to the UK, you're gonna be fucked. If you come over bringing a super heavy, being like, oh, this is fun, yeah. Surely GW balances on GW terrain? No, I don't think so. But it's a great point. It's a great point. Like, what is GW balancing around? And does a points change? I mean, let's put it this way. If Scions, when they deep strike down, rarely get line of sight to a target because it's staged behind a ruin, are Scions worth it? If everyone played on WTC terrain, would that mean that Bridgehead could be unnerfed? There you go. Do people, is terrain ever reflected in the win rate stats that we were talking about earlier? No one. But you can have, it's crazy. You can have, we're comparing win rates on essentially two. I would say, this is how impactful terrain is. You're essentially comparing win rates for two different games. So, this is one of the things. If Grizzled Veterans might be fantastically overpowered on GW terrain, it might be. I don't know. It might be, but it might also be fantastically shit on WTC terrain and UKTC terrain. Okay, well, how does GW balance that? Do they nerf it because it's overpowered on GW terrain? But what if that's going to fuck up how everyone plays in Europe? It's crazy, man. Yeah. So this is why, I always bang on about terrain. I always bang on about it, and I think sometimes I go on about it, but people don't quite. It doesn't quite click. But yeah, that's not their fault. It's never going to click with you until obviously you see it with your own eyes, and you see, holy shit, how dense certain terrain is, or how open certain terrain is. Yeah. We actually had a final bit to the report. The last match was against the Archangels. Again, lots and lots of close communities, but this time was at least enough space to get some firing lanes. My Vanks managed to delete the enemy land raid at turn 1. Every time I see this, it triggers the fuck out of me because I'm just like, how are you seeing it turn 1? But since I got second turn, he could spit out the Terminators on my side of the table. What do you do against Deathwing close combat Terminators? Bulgrin charge. So my Bulgrin charged in, steamrolled a squad of scouts on the way, and tied the Termies up. The counter, 5 more close combat Deathwing Terminators in the fight. So I had 200 points of Ogrin, tied up 10 Termies. Good trade. Also, I got lucky. The Bulgrin wounded 11 times in 1 round. They made 10 of their 4% vulnerable saves. Fuck's sake. A squad of Kriegsmen lured up the line on the objective. They died horribly, but with the line in the open, my Vanks had a field day. And the Rogel Dawn commanded the Ogrin squad, to be fair. 2 big Blade or Victrix Guard squads with Azrael in them learned the power of the Kazakin. The quads were more or less traded, but my opponent didn't have much resources left. His Dreadnought died into my Vanks. And he timed out, so I got 2 more rattles to score primaries and 174-47. What did we learn? Bulgrins are stat-wise basically Terminators, just cheaper. Only his Arm Contempt saved his Terminators from my charge. After that, I just managed to hold him and time up for 2 rounds. His Terminators were his only resources left at the end. The clock saved me. Probably we used it wrong. I underestimated the power of artillery against backfield holders in the past. Not anymore. My arty deleted his backfield and my Hellhound in reserve took his own objective. Luckily, I had time to score round 4 and 5. Gotta love that artillery, man. Yeah, gotta love it. That's cool, man. Yeah, Bulgrin are really tough. And obviously with Aquilon's Eye. You see, everyone's talking about Bulgrin hitting on 2s rolling 1s. I'm there thinking, oh, Aquilon's Eye's only in range, isn't it? Oh, okay, yeah. I was going to say AP2 Bulgrin would be great. Nice. That doesn't look as dense. Yeah, this is a little more like you can actually move. Like we can actually move around places. Yeah, yeah. That's a cool picture. Yeah, nice. Overall, the new detachment is fun, strong, but not overpowered. I like it very much. In total, I placed 12 out of 24, so absolutely perfectly balanced. My first 3 games with the detachment, I had lots of fun and cool opponents. Good tournament, would do it again. Nice, excellent, man. Was it your first tournament? I think so. I'm not sure, but Rocket Man, excellent work, mate. Yeah, excellent work, and I think your assessment is absolutely right. I think Grizzled Veterans, you showed off everything that you could expect, which was, you know, if it gets, if it's playing on very open terrain and your opponent sort of deploys a little bit sloppily, you can take advantage of that. But you know, dense terrain and good assault armies will still tear through you. Yeah. Notice with the rules. Yeah, fair enough. Rocket Man, thank you for the support, man, and really, really good message there. I think we, you know, learned a lot. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Inquisitor Bannet, thank you for becoming a channel member. Welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat. Going into Blood Angels on Wednesday, I can't seem to settle on what list to take. Both lists of discussion. Feel free to help me pick. Also, rattle the tin cup. Let me have a look here. Gaunt's Ghost, Cadian Command Squad, Commissar, Russ Commander, Shock, Bulgrin, Vank. Okay. Gaunt's Ghost, Cadian Command, Commissar, Russ Commander, 10. Shock Troops, Arty, Bulgrin, Bank. Are you playing Grizzled Veterans? Yeah. I worry he's going to rush you down and kill you. Either I'd go for double Bulgrin or it's only 1,500 points. Oh, I thought there was something missing. At 1,500 points, I think you'll be fine. I don't think you need double Russ Commander though, because you've got 6 tank orders and only 3 vehicles. I would drop one of the Rust command. Okay, drop one of the Rust commanders for a vanquisher. No. An executioner. No, a vanquisher. Drop one of the Rust commanders for a vanquisher. That'll save you 90 points. Swap out Gaunt's Ghost for Marbo. That'll save you 45 points. That's 135 points. Get a Hellhound. That's what I'd do with the first list. So you've got Vank, Tank, Hellhound, 2 squads of Bulgrins. Or do the same thing with the second list, because then at least you've got the artillery team. Yeah. Whichever list you go for, that's what I definitely do. Yeah. I think you're playing 1,500 points, but you've got to. What's gonna happen? He's gonna send a blob in. He's gonna send multiple waves of absolute maniacs at you, and you're gonna have to try and stop, kill each one of those, and that's where it's gonna be tough. I do feel like double Bulgrim might be better. It's tricky. If you were playing at 2,000 points, I'd say you want the Bulgrin and the artillery, because then you can soften him up and then he can smash into your Bulgrin. The fact that you have to sort of pick between the two is at 1,500 points is a bit of a shame, because you want the Bulgrim to hold him, but you need the artillery to soften him up, so it's a bit of a pisser. But I think I'd probably go for the Bulgrim. Probably, yeah. Did I miss a picture? Oh, this one. Those poor boys. Look at that, though. Keep holding them, lads. That's amazing. That is cool. Look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. I love that. Fun Jacob, thank you for the 2-month member flex, man. Message and stream discussion. I'm going to a 6-man event. Going to a 5-man 60-team event. Wow. That's a lot of players. In February, my team is called Team Titans, and a requirement to play is you must bring a minimum of 1 Titan or Super Heavy. I have 7 Bane Blades. Sir, the world is my oyster, but I don't know how to cook it. What would you do? What detachment? There are too many options. Help me. GW terrain layout. I was thinking of bringing a minimum of 2 Bane Blade types and possibly 3 Death Strike, but I don't know. Full competition mode engaged. No friends, only war. Oh, I mean, just go Grizzled Veterans. Go Grizzled Company. And take... I mean, I would... I don't think everyone has to bring Super Heavy Strictly. I think that's just his team. I would go for a Bane Sword, and I would go for a regular Bane Blade, because I actually used the regular Bane Blade recently, and I found it to be very, very good. And then I'd take Leontus in a command squad. I'd take a couple of squads of Bulgrin, and the rest I would take 10-man infantry squads, roughly speaking. Something like that. Yeah. Because you're on GW terrain layout, so you'll be able to do some shooting. Yeah. That's what I would do. 1 Bane Blade, 1 Bane Sword, Leontus, and probably a couple of squads. Probably a couple of squads of Bulgrin and and the Commissar, Jobby, and then some 10-man squads for some screening and objective play. Yeah. Maybe the Stormlord with 12 Bulgrin, but that's a bit of a meme list. Yeah. I hope that helps, Fun Jacob. Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat. Evening all, hope all is well. I hope to see the videos of Grizzled Veterans games. Also, surprise tank is stream. Sadly, not my Sherman Rust is. It might not be a Sherman Rust, mate, but it's still cool. After a busy few days back at work, little time left for some painting. We still trucked on. and what's trucked onto the battlefield? That's right, we found a very own steam tank. Ignore the letters from Nolan requesting we give them back their stolen museum piece. Besides, Sigmar didn't want us to have this wonder of machinery, then there would be a sign. Hide the priest. Anyhow, the men are happy with such a thing in the army. No longer have to lug around the engineer's Hellblaster cannon anymore. Just hook it up on the end of the tank. Anyhow, hope we're all well and looking forward to the new year. I am looking forward to it, man. Nice. I love that, bro. Absolutely sick model. Love the Highland Mini steam tank. Yeah, I if they make double steam tank like possible. Well, I suppose if the square-based comp takes off, then yeah, I will be getting one of these for sure. So cool. Honestly. Brilliant. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. Love the color scheme. Love the model. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Macon, thank you for super chat. With Grizz, is your first 500 points guide still best? So Grizzled Company just makes... I think every list that I built could fit into Grizzled Company. I think it might not be... I might need to tweak things to be technically most optimal, but I think by and large, the list that I built were for combined arms, and if you just swap combined arms out for Grizzvet, you're probably going to be fine. Yeah. My gut instinct says yeah. Browns and Bantams, thank you for the super chat. How was your meeting with the Warlocks in John Saller's Hot Tub go? Who got naked first, you or Uncle Varak? We went 1, 2, 3 and at the same time. It was really good, actually. I obviously can't say too much because it's a private meeting. All I can say is they have got some really good long-term plans for conflict. Lots coming down the pipeline. And this actually got revealed by John Stallard in one of the videos. There are 2 campaign books coming soon. One of which is very soon. Very, very soon indeed. So, yeah, it's... and they're going to be full... It's a bit unclear at the moment, but my understanding is it's going to be like the old... They're either going to be a campaign book and a separate lore book, or it's going to be like an old-style Imperial Armor book, like Siege of Wrack style, where you get this huge book of lore, and then there's some like extra rules and stuff in there as well. So, but either way, there was a heavy emphasis on them being big books, and there was an emphasis on the lore. So, yeah. Oh, please tell me they were doing good financially, so we see more Conflict 47. Oh, yeah, no, it was. They said one of the problem. They actually apologized, and they apologized to Varak and I because we were meant to get some of like the starter sets and stuff in advance, obviously to like show off and stuff, which would have been, fantastic. But they actually apologized and said the demand for the game was a bit higher than they were expecting, and they've had to prioritize getting the orders out to people, which of course we respect that, because the paying customers should come first, of course, not the fucking shills, right? So yeah, they've had some production issues, but it's been like production capacity issues, which they hadn't expected. So that was, I think, classic British understatement, shall we say? Like they had, yeah, I think they were. They can't sell them fast enough. I think there's an element of they make it and it sells out. They make it and it sells out. They make it and it sells out. Yeah, I think with the Soviet starters, there's been the Soviet starter. I think it's been hit by a little bit of a double whammy. So they've had a couple of quality. They really want to get the quality like right. So I think they're being I think they're trying to be maybe a little overzealous on, look, if there's even like a hair out of place, we don't want to send it out without it being right. So I think there's a little element of they've had some quality issues and they're being very strict with themselves about those quality issues. And this is for the Soviets, right? And then the Soviets also turned out to be like one of the most popular starter armies. Like it's just been insane, the pre-orders and stuff for it. So it's kind of been hit by that double whammy where it's been very, very popular, and then they've had a few quality issues. So they're like, fuck. So yeah, but they like I said, I can't say too much, but I think they're doing. You can tell that they're doing their best to try and get things right. Yeah. I think they're suffering, and I think it's a little bit suffering. I think they're suffering a little bit from success, which is there's worse problems to have. Exactly, Minting, but yeah. You can tell us one because of the rash of quality control issues and order mix-ups. I have to be honest, man. I haven't noticed any myself personally, and I've literally just ordered some more stuff today. Not today, this weekend. Did I order some more stuff today? No, but I'm going to be ordering more Studebakers. These are great. This is a Tagliari kit, and it's fantastic. So you can't write all the Tagliari kits off. It's very good. But Browns and Bantams, you may have seen things that I haven't seen. Yeah, you may have seen things that I haven't seen. Personally, I've had Zis guns turn up. I've had trucks turn up. I've had KV tanks turning up, and I've not had any quality control issues myself. And I've had some of the metal Soviet infantry turn up as well. So, but look, it wouldn't surprise me, because think about it. They're selling loads and loads and loads of this stuff. So they're going to be working their machines like a pimp working a hoe, which is going to obviously cause a little bit of roughness, of course. And then there's so many more people buying it that, more people buying it, more stories of potential problems. Yeah. But hey, I'm not Warlord's fucking, I'm not running defense for Warlord. I'm not running defense for Warlord. All I can say is I've bought stuff. I haven't had any issues, but I can well believe that people have. Of course I can. We're producing little tiny figures out of metal, resin, and plastic. It would be crazy for me to say there are never any problems. We've always been at war with Eurasia. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Ed Bailey, thank you for the support, man. But Joshi40k says how Dawns are the best, but to be honest, I've more of a Lehman Russ fan like Giga Chad Timmy. Dude, thank you for the support. Look, Joshi40k does say that the Russ, that the Rogel Dawn is better, but it comes down to exactly what I talked about in my follow-up video. Different terrain, different doctrine, 100%. Yeah. When Joshi says he thinks the Dawn is better, he's not wrong. He's just playing in a very, very different environment to me. If I took Double Dawn to a tournament outside of Hammer of the Emperor, I probably wouldn't be able to get one of those Dawns out of my deployment zone. Just that simple. Jenny Bratz, thank you for the super chat. Hope you had a good weekend, Mordian. Pictures in stream discussion. I had a great weekend, Jenny, and it's awesome to see you back sharing some pictures of the stream. Yes, the Japanese, baby! Nice. That's cool, man. My Bamboo Spear Fighters turned up, so I'm looking forward to getting those done soon. Hey, Oni Warrior. Nice. That's cool. I'm loving the fucking Spirit Warriors. These are cool as fuck. Nice. Ooh la la. These are cool as fuck, man. That's cool. That's very cool. Holy shit. That's my fave. That actually beats out Big Titty Spider Woman. Don't get me wrong, Big Titty Spider Woman, I I'm all for it. But absolute Giga Chad bone giant bastard. Yeah, he's my boy. Yeah, this is my fave. Awesome. There's some D&D minis. Nice. These are really, really cool. I love the Conflict 47 stuff you've been working on though. Really like the color scheme for the Ghost Warrior. Nice. Cool, man. The Blackstone Chapter Master. Thank you for super chat. Some memes in stream discussion. Let's have a look. You will take the dog memes and like it. I don't get that one. I have to be honest. Someone have to tell me what's going on with the dog memes. I feel like this is like one of his mods, and this is someone's mod, but this is probably his mod as well. Finally, they found someone else to meme. Now, time to scam people. Oh. Wait, one minute, I missed that. Is that because of the thing on his shoulder pad or something? Oh, it's got the cat girl. It's fuck's sake.
And what's all the rage?
What's all the rage? Rat ogre. Wait, what's
What's
this?
all the rage?
All the rage. That was quite good, actually. Yeah. That was quite good. All right, gentlemen, it's probably time that I talk about some Grizzled company, isn't it? But before I do, I am dying for a poo. Like, I'm actually going to shit myself. I need a poo before starting. I thought I could just, like, get through it, but it's prairie dogging right now. So, dude, oh, by the way, there's another 40k YouTube that covered K47. Link me in stream discussion, mate. If you're in the Discord, link me in stream discussion, or let me know the name of the channel, and I will look for it. At Tropic Tyranny, I will get to your super chat when I get back from shit myself. All right. Just tell me the name, so dude, in the chat, and I'll pick it up. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. It's my first shit of the day. And, felt so... In fact, give me 1 second. 1 second. I had to put comfy pants on. I'm in recovery. I had to put comfy pants on, man. Jesus. Oh. It's like a weight has been lifted, but not off my shoulders. Oh, there you are. Fucking hell. I got my drink. I got a fresh drink and everything. You know, like I've got like loose skin around my tummy now. That's how much that's how much space has been made room for. That's how much space has been made, I should say. Anyway, right. The vagaries of my bowel movements aside, we've got a couple of super chats. We've got a couple of super chats. Was it a boy or a girl? It was a little shit either way, mate. We've got a couple of super chats and after action report. I got 3 in total. Quick one here. I want to say a big thank you to Entropic Duty. Thank you for the super chat, man. Winter bolt action terrain in stream discussion. Wow, this is beautiful, guys. This is beautiful. We've been busy making winter terrain, played a game about action this evening, and it was super immersive on this table. Wow. Bro. That looks sick, man. This is what I have to say, you know, like, bolt action terrain is just so much fun. But do you know what? I actually don't think this really gets shouted out enough. I actually think that, like, sometimes there can be this perception of like us versus them, like 40k players, and that, you know, there's always that sort of element of like, fuck you GW, fuck you 40k, right? But what I love, you know, and that's natural. It's natural because of the way that sometimes a lot of people leave 40k, even if temporarily, right? But I tell you what is really heartwarming, and I think is a really good example of like war gamers together, just being like, you know, war gamers together strong kind of thing. Is I've never seen any 40k player, you know, see a bolt action board like this and go, oh, that's stupid. That tactically, that's well stupid. Everyone just sees good terrain and goes, yeah, man, that looks sick. Do you know what I mean? Everyone just sees it and is just like, yeah, that looks fucking sick. So I think that's a really just good, it's a really just sort of like heartwarming community coming together kind of front. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. That's so cool, man. He's got the Panzer II, the Panzer III. Got his Hanomag there. Got some Americans coming up the board. Nice. Can't go wrong with the old Sherman. I think that's a Chaffee there. Nice. That's so cool, man. Yeah, both armies beautifully painted, and the terrain looks really good. Nice. More Panzer IIIs. Triple Panzer III, Jeremy. That's insane. Those Americans have got their work cut out for them. Nice. Yeah, man. Yeah. Chaffee's really good. Yeah, I agree. Enjoy doing. Absolutely beautiful board, mate. Really, really cool. Very immersive. And Looks like a fucking ton of fun to play on, man. Nice. And then we've got Anthony Williams. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the 5 memberships. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. 07, you magnificent bastard. Wizardland Forever. It is nice. I'm not a bot action guy, but I do like how you can hit the pound shop for Christmas village stuff and look great with little work. Exactly, man. Yeah, 100%. So newbies, because all we get in 40k is L-shaped ruins, we want some creators, barbed wire fences, some small yet fun terrain. Yeah. The thing is, all of that, I'm going to say something controversial here. It's not really GW's fault that we all play in L-shaped ruins. I mean, to a certain extent it is, because the game's super lethal, right? But the competitive scene, which is utterly independent from Games Workshop, has decided to ignore all of the terrain rules but L-shaped ruins. Like, there is rules for forests and battlefield terrain and craters in 40k, but GW released all of these and then nobody used them. Now, there's a reason, you know, I don't think the blame falls entirely at the TO community. There's a reason, like, woods don't block line of sight, for example. But, I think, and then, you know, GW released a bunch of terrain rules, and then the GW compendium for terrain only had L-shaped ruins. So, you know, I'm not putting all the blame there. But I'm kind of saying, like, that the rules do exist. But I think that it's a bigger conversation than we've got time for right now. We'll circle back around to it. Yeah. I think if you want to fix, improve, change terrain in a significant and meaningful way, it's going to take some very big changes. And I'm not sure if the majority of people, whilst I am sure the majority of people want better terrain, I'm not sure the majority of people would be able to handle the amount of changes that would need to be made. I'm sure they'd handle it in the fullness of time, but I think it would be a very severe shock to the system. You can't just put better terrain down on the board. You have to introduce things like -1 to hit for shooting at long range. It doesn't matter if you're a space marine. You know, that's where your base ballistic skill comes in. You have to introduce penalties for moving and shooting, not just bonuses for staying still. You should have both. You have to be willing to cut stats in half. Marines, you don't want to hear it. Probably need to go back down to 1 wound. Damage probably needs to be reduced like by 1 across the board, at least. Yeah. There's a lot you would have to do, and I'm not just talking about reverting things to previous ways. There's always a temptation when this kind of conversation comes up to, oh well, I take it back to this edition, I'll take it back to that edition. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying even slightly. What I'm proposing is not going back to the old ways. It may sound like that, but that's because I'm just giving you a very brief summary. What I am saying is not going back to the old ways. What I'm saying is you would need to make some changes for the future. Yeah, there you go. Oh, I didn't realize that the music was still so high. Sorry about that. But yeah, thank you, Cyrillic Dude. But yeah, what I'm saying is you would need to make some very, very radical changes, which, okay, you know what? Let's just go there. I'm sorry, you guys are just gonna have to wait a little bit longer for the Grizzled Veteran thing. I think this is pretty big. All right, I think it's pretty big, right? I'm just gonna say it. You're gonna have to make some hard. If you want to make 40k the best it can be, you have to make some hard decisions. Okay, some very, very hard decisions. Firstly, you're going to accept some factions can't exist. Okay, they cannot continue to exist in their current form. You cannot have Imperial Knights continue to exist in their current form. You cannot have Custodes to continue to exist in their current form. So straight away, that almost kills it dead right there. It does. It almost kills it dead right there. Because those two factions are very popular. So GW just can't go around and basically just squat two of arguably their best-selling, not like the best-selling lines, but arguably some of their better-selling model lines and factions. You can't do that. So you literally, the moment that kind of stuff, even though those are things that would probably need to happen, you can't do it. Because you just can't do it. Not from a business point of view. Not even from a public relations point of view. You just can't do it. The reason why so you might be asking, why do those factions need to go? The reason those factions need to go is because fundamentally at their core, they're basically stat check factions. So Imperial Knights are fundamentally at their core a skew list. And so no matter what happens, they're either always going to be overpowered or underpowered. And we've had Imperial Knights in the game now for over a decade. And that has always been the case. They've either always been Canis Rex auto-include in every Imperium army, good, or nobody takes them. So you've got 10 years of data on that now. So I don't think we need any more. Custodians are also a complete stat check. How many 4-up and how many Custodians have been Custodians are invulnerable save the codex. Doesn't matter whether you give them. They used to have a 3-up invulnerable save. Army wide. Those bozos with shields used to get a 3-up invulnerable save. Army wide. They actually are easier to kill now, and they've got a 4-up. And guess what? That's still a problem. So Custodians are invulnerable save the codex, which is basically a stat check. So they've got to go as well. Unfortunately. They're just too extreme in the way they play. Now, they don't have to go as in be squatted, but they have to go as in you need a fundamental redesign. I've mentioned in the past how I would redesign them, but they basically need a fundamental redesign. Now, once you've got those two things nailed down, you have to start introducing, as I said, you have to reduce mobility. The problem is the game right now is that the boards are too small and the units move too quickly. It's a double doozy. So you need to, as I've said, loads. Charging needs to happen in the movement phase, and you need to go back to a 6x4. Now that immediately, the reason why both those things are important is not only does it slow armies down a little bit, but it also reduces the cramped feeling that a lot of the boards have because of things like WTC and UKTC terrain. You could have the same level of terrain density, but now we can actually bring a super heavy and move it out of our deployment zones, for example. So there's that. So that slows movement down and it reduces the cramped feeling of the boards. And then the next thing you need to do is introduce penalties to hit, as well as remove from the game fixed to hit values. why are units... Let us address the issue of lethality. Why do shooting units have so much power? And if you want a display of shooting units' power, terrain. Terrain is dense and L-shaped ruins exist because shooting units were blowing people off the board. So how do you resolve that? Well, you have to have it where shooting units can't move and shoot without penalty. If they stay still, then they can shoot from a stable position. Okay. But if they move, there should be a to hit penalty. So move and shoot -1 to hit. And a lot of people won't like that because they're going to be like, but my Marines are really superhuman and accurate. And it's like, okay, cool. That's reflected by the fact that they have a better basic ballistic skill. So when they suffer a -1 to hit, they go from hitting on a 3 to hitting on a 4, whereas a guardsman goes from hitting on a 4 to hitting on a 5. That's what you need. And you also need... So that reduces the ability for people to take a transport, put a unit of Kazakin in it, drive it forward, jump out, and delete someone. Because if they do that, then they're -1 to hit. There's that. As controversial as it may sound, I actually agree with Salty Simon. There should be no circumstance in which guardsmen get hit on 2 rerolling 1s, even the best guardsmen. There should be no circumstances in which Scions are hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s, Kazakin hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s, and fucking Deathcore Krieg hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s. That shouldn't exist. You could have bonuses for getting closer if you wanted to that maybe could cancel it out. So if you get within, like point blank range, I know I'm stealing a little bit from bot action here, but maybe you get +1 to hit. So a -1 to hit for moving, but +1 to hit because I'm in close range. So I'm hitting back at my base level, but that's it. And then it comes down to melee. So one of the reasons why in melee right now, units explode. So one unit will charge another unit and explode. They kill every. This is, the concept of trading. The concept of trading is I'm going to move this unit out and kill yours, and then you're going to move your unit out and kill mine, and it's going to be like a worthwhile trade for me to do that, right? That we no longer have sustained rounds of melee in Warhammer 40k. You never. It's every round of combat is actually. Every round of combat is either a 1-turn bloodbath, or I've tagged you with a fucking rhino. Right? There's no in between. The only reason why fall back and shoot is good is because it stops someone from tagging you with a pissant unit. Right? Which is a bit like, when you think about it, is fucking pussy-o. Yeah, when you think about it, right? An ongoing combat, it doesn't have to go on for an entire game. 2 or 3 rounds of combat, maybe 4, where combatants go back and forth over, back and forth until one side emerges gloriously victorious. That should be, that should occur on a semi-regular basis. Now, I don't necessarily it should be the norm. If a unit of Space Marines come barreling into a guardsman, they probably should beat the piss out of them. Like they probably should do, right? But, a unit of Marine on Marine, I know that's a very broad category, but, something like a Blade Guard versus a unit of Chaos Chosen. That should be a very, very close affair. And it's not. If the Chosen charge in, they probably beat the shit out of the Victrix. If the Victrix charge in, they probably beat the shit out of the Chosen. So you need to bring back this idea that those Victrix and those, or those Blade Guard and those Chosen can fight it out to the bitter end, and both sides, whichever side emerges victorious should be battered and bloodied, but victorious, right? That's how it should be. So this is you need to introduce that back into the melee side of things, and the way you do this very quickly is weapon skills. So weapon skill versus weapon skill. So if I've got a unit of so Victrix Guard hit on a 2+, right? I'm presuming that maybe it's a 3+, but Victrix Guard hit on a 2+. Imagine a scenario, and they hit a 2+ against any enemy that they encounter. Now imagine a scenario where the Victrix didn't have a fixed 2+ to hit value, but instead they had, let's say, let's use Old as an example. They had weapon skill 5, and let's say the Chosen have a weapon skill 5 as well. So when they get into combat with each other, both sides have got weapon skill 5. Now, because they've got equal weapon skill, that would mean that both sides hit each other on a 4+. Lethality more than halved. But let's say it's like halved. I'm not that good at math, but lethality is instantly halved there. Even with the volume of attacks that we have now, Victrix Guard all having 3 attacks each, even with the volume of attacks, and I would bring all attacks down by a lot. I don't think, except in the rarest of circumstances, should there be 3 attacks on an infantryman. Yeah, but even if you had a squad of 6 Victrix Guard with 3 attacks each, instead of hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s, essentially meaning 18 attacks equals 18 hits, it's 9 hits. And likewise for the Chosen, it's 9 hits. Suddenly, the lethality for peer-on-peer combat is matched. And obviously those Victrix Guard can charge into Guardsmen and delete them, as they should. A unit of Guardsmen should not be able to withstand the might of Ultramar's most potent warriors. Of course, I would be foolish if I thought that. No. In fact, I'm very... Sometimes people think that, like... I'm like going to change everything to make shooting armies better, but I actually think melee is way cooler. I love melee. I think melee is fantastically cool, but it's not that cool in 40k because it's not that close. It's very predetermined what's going to happen, and I think an example that I think an example of how I would make melee very potent is I don't know if I would allow fall back and shoot as a thing. I think not like just as like not as a safe thing. I think if you try and disengage from someone in melee combat, you're turning your back on them. They're just going to stab you in the fucking back and kill you. I would have it where falling back out of combat was a phenomenally risky thing where there's a good chance everyone dies. Take a battle shot test. If you fail it, you have to choose. If you fail it, you are stuck in combat. Your men are not organized enough to get out of there. You can't even choose for everyone to die, because that might be good for you. Because if you go, oh, well, if you fail it, everyone dies, you'll be like, oh, that's okay then. Now I can shoot them again. Right? Or if you do, what I would probably do is if you do, either you can fall, if you do a battleship test, and if you fail it, you either have to stay in combat, or you but if you pass it, you flee successfully out of the combat. But then your opponent can do like a D6 consolidation move, like in Conflict 47, which they can do in any direction. So let's say you're fighting over a ruin. They butcher your guardsmen flee. They don't have to pursue into a position that's going to make them more exposed, unless they had a rule like Frenzy where they'd have to. But instead they could go D6 and consolidate behind the ruin. You can't see me anymore. That's really fair. Like, you've basically taken the position. You've cleared it out. You know, you don't have to sit there and fucking get your ass handed to you by a battle cannon next turn. So these are all things that I think you need to do to this and many, many, many other things I believe are necessary to change the current status quo of 40k, in which is L-shaped ruins everywhere, everyone trading, everyone staging, units evaporating, and lethality ever spiraling out of control. I don't know if I don't know if that would fix everything, but these are examples of really fundamental changes that really, really fundamental changes. If you truly want to fix 40k, these are some examples of the changes that you would need to make in order to make that happen. And the reality of the situation is that I don't think most people could be bothered. Right? Sounds like a lot of work. Have to relearn all these rules. You know, that's the reality. I don't think it's a sad reality or anything like that. I think that's just the reality. At the end of the day, are these things so bad that they need changing? Or is it just a case of, well, you know, that's just the way sort of 40k is. And if I want to scratch... No, because not every game can have every rules system. And so maybe it comes to this point where you're a bit like, well, 40k plays its way, and you have to accept that. But if there are things that you wish played differently, you find that in other game systems which accommodate that. Like, and that might sound like cope, but let me sort of use a video game example. You wouldn't expect Hearts of Iron 4 to play like Battlefield. When you want to play Hearts of Iron 4, you play Hearts of Iron 4. When you want to play Battlefield, you play Battlefield. So it's very easy to, when having these conversations, to assume that everything is being done through the negative light, through the negative lens. But it's actually, that's not productive and is somewhat a trap, I think. And I think it's totally, it's as crazy as it sounds, I think it is totally acceptable for 40k to remain in the design philosophy that it is. I think it's acceptable because it's scratching a specific itch. And if there are other itches that need to be scratched, that's what other games exist for. Now, from a games, that's very good from a player point of view, but from a Games Workshop point of view, that's the last thing they want to hear. They don't want to hear us talking about, well, I'll just go and play another game. No, they want you playing 40k, and if you are going to play another game, you have to go and, you know, play one of their other games. But yeah, Macom, I don't think W wants to be seen going back to earlier rules or design philosophy. Indicates that modern designs aren't working. I think there's an element of that. There's definitely an element of pride. No doubt. They have systematically done everything they can do to like erase the last vestiges of the old ways. And I think that's why, you know, people were surprised when GW's 50-year anniversary was a bag of shit. And I wasn't surprised even slightly, because the people, it's the company of Theseus in many ways, and they whilst they want to be somewhat respectful of where they've come from, they don't want to be restricted by the chains of the past. They want to be designing their own things and stuff like that. So there is an element. So there is an element of they don't want to look backwards; they want to look forwards. But I also think there's an element of Games Workshop has shown they are not afraid to dip into the past. You might not like it. Horus Heresy 3.0, though, for example, brought things like the coolness and the willpower stats back, which I thought were really good. I criticized a lot of things about Horus Heresy 3.0. One thing that I think that game did very well was actually introducing more stats and having a difference between the leadership required to hold the line and the willpower required to resist a psychic power. Of course, you can have people who are like orcs are a great example of this. The orcs don't break easy from a fight, but you start fucking with their heads, they're going to quickly get a bit spooked out and leave. I actually would love that kind of stuff to come back into 40k. Yeah. So, no, I think Games Workshop is a little prideful, but I think they like making money, and if they can necromance something from the past, they will do. I don't think like Warhammer Quest, I don't think was necessarily Warhammer Quest was a somewhat uninspired game, but it wasn't necessarily bad. The problem was the price tag was just way too high for what they wanted. Yeah. So there's a lot more nuance to it. And you might think I'm sitting on the fence, but I've tried. I'm not sitting on the fence. I've been critical where appropriate and praising where appropriate. Yeah. I firmly believe bringing back Primarchs was a mistake as well. So I have changed my position on this. I used to think that as well. But the Dawn of War 4 trailer changed my mind. Not Dawn of War 4. Yeah, Dawn of War 4 with the lion coming back. Well, the lion being in that game. Look, at the end of the day, it's a little bit like Jurassic Park. T-Rex isn't cutting it anymore. Got to have the... it's got to have more teeth. And, maybe back in the year 2000... No from Jacob, we haven't even started yet. Maybe back in the year 2000, the Land Raider was a big, scary tank. But not anymore. It's just not. So, Primarch's coming back. It's just Games Workshop's way of having a big bad on the board for both sides. T-Rex is always peak. Jenny, you and I may think that, but we've all seen the beginning of Jurassic Park. Looks like a big stupid turkey, that's what kids are like. That's what people are like. Yeah. I don't think Jurassic World is an example you want to follow. I think the first Jurassic World was good. I think they progressively got shitter, but I think the first Jurassic World was fine. I mean, it's a fucking film about dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are really cool, but we shouldn't be taking them. We should take them the right level of serious, right? There's a certain level of seriousness and there's a certain level of suspension of disbelief that's required. Is it a bit silly trying to weaponize dinosaurs? Maybe. But, I'm a British person, and we literally Wallace and Gromited our way out of World War II. So, to me, it sounded like a perfectly reasonable idea. I wasn't surprised. I was like, why haven't we thought about this earlier? The message of that scene was that constant escalation was a bad idea, lol. True. You said more teeth. Yeah. But, I think there's an element of that, But I think, as always, the truth lies somewhere between the middle. And like I'm trying to think of a good example of this. Star Trek Wrath of Khan is a really, really beloved film. But the final battle is one ship on one ship. And it's very cool. And it's very tense. And it's, you know, it's you know, Kirk versus Khan. But by modern standards, it's just a fucking 1v1, bro. And controversial opinion, but some of the battles that I think are actually better than the one of Wrath of Khan. I mean, I would say, as crazy as it sounds, Star Trek Nemesis, the Battle of the Bazon Rift, so good. There's like, you know, one massive ship involved and like 3 others. And there's like 4 ships involved. And that's really cool. The battle of Sector 001 with the Borg cube, loads of ships involved, really badass, really big. First Contact, you know, bigger explosions, better, you know, awesome. Some of the battles in Deep Space Nine, when the Klingons try and take DS9, when the Federation have to punch through the Cardassian fleet to retake DS9, those are all bigger, better, bolder. Do you see what I mean? So, going back to our example with Primarchs, I used to think bringing Primarchs back was stupid. I actually don't think that anymore. I think Primarchs are just evidence of a natural growth of expansion of scope of a game. Like, a Land Raider maybe 20 years ago was a big fucking deal. But now they are still cool, but not quite as big a deal as they once were. Right? So there's a little bit more to it. And so I'm not actually particularly anti-Primarch anymore. And it's also one of those things where I'm never going to fucking collect a Primarch because, you know, other people can enjoy Primarchs. I don't need to enjoy Primarchs, but other people can. Yeah. That's Malarkey. Master and Commander is one of the best movies ever made, and it's one frigate versus a large brig. Master and Commander is a fantastic movie. Absolutely fantastic movie. I have 0 issues with that. Yeah. Not every... but the thing is, the problem, I would say, Ibram Gorn, is we haven't had a second Master and Commander, or a third, or a fourth, have we? So we haven't got something to compare it to within the same universe. Maybe if there had been a second or third Master and Commander film and it had finished with the Battle of Trafalgar, that might have been, maybe we'd be saying that would be the best one, right? Master Commander is fantastic, but we don't have the evolution of the series to be able to compare it to. Not enough data, unfortunately. It flopped because it was ahead of its time. That's true. Anyway, shall we move on? So those are my thoughts on 40k and Primarchs. And you'll see that they're very balanced and not at all blindly hating, not at all blindly hateful, but not all blindly shillful either. Maybe Rise of Skywalker is best after all. Well, no. Rise of Skywalker is bad. But I think there is I think Rise of Skywalker is bad, but that has nothing to do with the scale or scope of the battles involved. I think it's bad because it's a giant fucking sack of shit. I'll give you an example. Star Wars Episode 4. Trench Run. It's epic. But it is essentially a dozen fighters just going down a corridor. It's cool. But it is essentially a bunch of fighters going down a corridor. Episode 6. I would say the final battle for the second Death Star. Better. Not that the Ewoks are a bit stupid, but I mean the space battle. Then you've got the Battle of Scarif, Rogue One. Best space battle in Star Wars. It's a bad movie isn't bad because bad movie is bad because it's bad. That's why it's bad. It's not bad because they got the scope or the scale wrong. Yeah. There you go. So yeah, I think it's unfortunately for all of you, whilst we live on the internet and whilst everything should be seen through the lens of trash or OP, sadly, life is rarely that simple. I don't want nuance! Mordian, stop being sensible! Just farm outrage! No, I don't think I will. Bruce Bracken, thank you for the super chat, man. So, can you not use take cover order on tanks because of the way it's worded with the 3+ restriction? And have I been cheating this whole edition? Bruce Bracken, you have been cheating this whole edition, but don't feel bad about it because for the longest time, I thought the same thing. And it's only in the last 6 months that I learned otherwise. It was a widely held belief, but it turns out that if you actually dig into the core rules of 40k, not even that deeply, frankly, it does state save and save characteristic of the same thing. Yeah. There you are. So, Bruce Bracken, unfortunately, a little bit of cheating, but it's all right. Collect tower and you'll be right at home. Spriggs, thank you for the super chat, man. Okay, so another content creator has picked up yes, another content creator has picked up Conflict 47. It's a content creator that I've been aware of for a little while, but I haven't watched anything in a little while. Christian von Carmine, Warhammer VTuber.
I have recently become
So they have picked up Conflict 47. Okay. Let's have a quick look.
tired of the massive and long battles of 40k. And yes, I will enjoy 1000 point games and similar where I can find people who want to play at that size. Horus Heresy is good, and while it reminded me of the fun of 4th edition 40k,
I hope he says was good, but now it's a big sack of shit.
it also reminded me of all the bad things that have otherwise been removed from most modern wargames. It's more irritating that you can't have alien forces, but I did like the Challenger duels. They were fun. That was a good mini-game within a game. So the solution should surely be to
Likes
play
3.0.
some skirmish games, but I've not enjoyed skirmish games recently.
3.0 detected, opinion rejected.
New Kill Team didn't hit, Infinity hit wrong, and while I like more time, it is old, I can't get many people to play it, and slings are too powerful, and light armor should be 2 gold crowns at most, not 20. A good middle ground that hits right, is weird and cool, and gets a platoon on the field, is Conflict 47.
Yeah, my man.
So we're going to look at what it does right that other wargames, 40k especially, need to do in the future.
All right.
To play the game, you just need the core rules. The army lists are all free on the Warlord Games website, as it should be. The Get Started rules are also there, and they define the ways to play, that a pickup game is not the same as a tournament game. Something that 40k really needs to emphasize in the next editions. Otherwise, a lot of people will be playing tournament mode, and that's going to feel strange for new players if they have to go from 0 to 100 instantly.
That's a very
And
good
the
point.
Conflict 47 core rules has all the tables you need in the back of the book, and an index which has all of the rules sections and all the special rules and the weapon names. This is good. If I ever
agree.
want to look up what some special weapon does or their ability, it's easy to just flick to the index, then flick to the page I need, rather than trying to find the weapon section, then trying to guess what kind of weapon a heavy machine gun and a tank is. It's not a tank weapon, it's somewhere else. But I can find it with the index. Conflict 47 is World War II, but even more weird. There are Axis werewolves and zombies, Soviet bear soldiers, British automatons that look like the Iron Giant in a Tommy helmet, Japanese stealth tech getting them closer.
Where's the robot, Mansley? Oh my god. Yeah. Brilliant.
Before they charge with a samurai sword and samurai-looking power armor. And the US have Fireflies which perform hit-and-run attacks like 40k Seraphim, or like the Saga of Tanya the Evil flight gear. If
I don't know that
you play
one.
Bolt Action, you basically know the rules for Conflict 47 already.
It's true.
If you don't know it, it's an alternating unit activation with a very simple D6 roll to hit, roll to wound system that you'll be familiar with from other wargames, like the Lord of the Rings Middle-earth strategy.
Do you know what's funny? Everyone complains that 40k is still on a D6 system. And you've got some people that say 40k needs to go over to like D10s or something. And it's the crock of shit. Because there are loads of games out there that use a D6 system. Which are fine. If you... This has been my big problem with 40k design philosophy for a long while now. All the solutions that the mouth breathers come up with is, but if we made these numbers bigger, that would fix the problem. And then GW makes those numbers bigger, and then everyone goes, well, okay, but now we need to make the other numbers bigger. So that'll fix the problem. So GW makes those numbers bigger. And they go, but now we need to make the first set of numbers bigger again. It's like, this is how we ended up in the evaporation edition that we have. Yeah.
Battle game. It takes about 2 hours to play, which is a good length. The basics of playing: for each unit you have, one order die goes in the back.
Squawk, I think you're right.
You could use tokens or different colored D6s if you wanted. Your opponent's dice are in
But
the
I think
same
it's a
bag.
symptom.
You rummage around and you take out one die, and whoever's it is activates
In
one
10
of
years'
their
time, we'll be
units
on
to move and
D20s.
shoot, or whichever orders they choose.
Go
Then
D8,
they are done for that round.
D10.
The
They'll
die
just
is
keep going
placed
up.
next to them, and a new die is drawn to activate another unit. It might be one of yours. It might be one of your opponents. It's good for thinking on a more tactical level. It isn't just going, I'll do a unit, then you do a unit, waiting for someone to come out in the
Okay.
open, and then you can counterattack them. Maybe one of your units will be entirely overwhelmed
So,
before they can
I'm
activate.
going to skip ahead a little bit here. Mostly because I don't want to I don't want to get bogged down watching the entire video because I've got some other bits I want to cover on stream. But all the points he's made so far, I totally agree. What I kind of want to look at here is, because we know what the factions of Conflict 47 are, I want to have a little look at how it feels to play the British.
The British Commonwealth has felt the weakest of the armies, even though
Yeah.
I'm doing rather well with them. Robot people, but carrying more machine guns, just don't do as much damage as you hoped. They work against massed waves of Japanese or Soviet infantry, but not against Axis horrors or proper Rift units that you get specialized in Conflict 47. 63 points for a Mark II robot is maybe a bit steep. They improve the Mark 1 automated
They are
infantry
coming
if
with a
they're
light
near them,
auto cannon.
and you maybe don't want them near each other because they need to be spread out to counter lots of different threats. But the Mark 1 infantry are already pretty powerful, so having -1 to hit when they don't get them.
That's interesting because this is what I love about K-47. No one really knows what the fuck they're talking about. Because some people in my Discord are very, very vehemently of the opinion that Mark II are the best and Mark 1s are trash. And Christian here is saying that Mark 1s are better and Mark II are trash. No one really knows what the fuck they're on about.
Starter set, that gives you about 1,125 points of troops. That is practically a whole army for about £100. I would love for Warlord Games to send me one. But you compare that to 40k, where a similarly priced Combat Patrol gives you about 400 points.
That was good.
Maybe. The smallest non-Combat Patrol games of like 1,000 points will need 3 of these boxes, and I know people may be buying 4 or 5 to get a full 2,000 point army.
And
unless you try.
And you can't even really do that because the box sets are often limited on their rebuyability. So yeah, that's it. I mean, I wish we were back in the day where you collect an entire guard army off start collecting, but
and play the
not
Combat
anymore.
Patrol game mode, which not a lot of people do.
No one does.
So Conflict 47 is comparably so much easier and cheaper to start, and you can supplement it with regular bolt action kits.
Yeah.
They're pretty cheap.
Yeah.
And for Warlord Games to break deeper into the monopoly that Games Workshop has over tabletop wargames, that is what they need to do. But these games are a good length, with not an overwhelming number of models to paint, and you can play 2 games in a night, and you don't need that many models. Generally, it's pretty hard to kill a man in Conflict 47. You shoot and all shots hit on a base 4+, regardless of soldier experience. If you moved, most guns are at -1 to hit, so you hit on 5+.
Yeah.
The wound roll is then based on the enemy's experience. Veteran troops know how to avoid getting shot. Inexperienced soldiers will get shot and then look to the NCO to see if they're allowed to mention it. A moving squad with 12 rifles firing at veteran troops, hitting on a 5+, wounding on a 5+, might kill 1 man.
Yeah.
But you shoot for the pin markers that make it harder for the enemy to fight back. If you are out in the open, standard bolt action army play in Conflict 47 against a player with a proper Conflict 47 army. Ideally, you would bring late war bolt action units. However, the bolt action units will fall down against Rift units. Rift units in power armor, or the automaton.
Not entirely. I suppose there's a certain element of truth there, but I would say the bolt action units tend to be so much cheaper that you can often get away with it. Also, looking at this is just a puff picture from some of the Warlord promotional material. But looking at this scenario again now, everyone here on the British side is dead because none of them have any pen. This guy doesn't have pen. He's got an LMG. These guys have got assault rifles. This guy's got an MMG. So none of these robots have got any pen, and these Style Trooper are damage value 7. So these Style Trooper are just going to come through and kill every single one of these motherfuckers.
And the hybrid monsters.
It's just a fun picture mode. I know,
usually,
but I
so
can't turn the meta brain off.
Infantry, but you will be using armor penetration shells instead of high explosives, which can feel a bit odd. But it gives tanks a bit more to do, other than fight the enemy tanks. So while you can bring a bolt action army to a Conflict 47 fight, you will want heavy machine guns, anti-tank rifles, armor penetration wherever you can get it to fight those Rift units.
Yeah.
Power armor will be present, which makes enemy units 1 harder to hurt. Regular troops in power armor have defense 5, and veterans can only be wounded on a 6.
Yeah.
The units you bring to combat that will be different, so the squad sizes you bring should also be different. If you can be wiped out by losing a closer, there's different thought experienced. Now, British doctrine is to keep the inexperienced troops too quiet to fronts or in the back lines, and that is what they do in the game. Move the robots forward, and the newest recruits from the Raj with their basic rifles under Lieutenant Singh hang around on objectives or rush in to grab intelligence when it's clear. But my Mark 1 automatons have the heavy machine gun, which is penetration 1, that is necessary. And I've learned not to use their Rift ability unless they desperately need to take down an enemy unit,
kills them.
because high voltage rules can fry models on a 5+. The strongest ability is Guts.
Yeah. Team Guts, baby. Guts, 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 guts.
Spend your point of guts to modify dice rolls against them. If the commander's power armored squad was going to foobar and commit friendly fire, no. No, they don't. Or the best one, great. And it means that Warlord Games can add more units to these army lists as they're released. Like how Games Workshop does it with faction packs. They stick in another unit into the pack. There's also good consolidation of a lot of World War
How
II.
GW messed
You
up
want to
faction
represent
packs.
Volkstrom, use inexperienced Volksgrenadiers. You want Eastern Front elites, same unit, but pay for the veteran profile. This could be improved by having some of the rules on the unit.
Okay.
They can be more easily updated. And the British platoon commander and no rerolls for shooting. It's all based on modifiers. The cost per model is so much less than Games Workshop. So when I complain about 40k models costing so much, this is the comparison.
Yeah.
1,500 points for like £150. And the game is compatible with other game systems. You can play Conflict 47 with bolt action 3rd edition models. Like you should be able to use Horus Heresy models in 40k. And there are free army rules with the points online for free. Let me know if you want to hear more about Conflict 47.
Yes, more. I'm leaving a comment. There we go. I left a comment. I'm just going to say this. The fire rises, brother. More channels picking it up. Yes. Oh. Awesome. I'm telling you, boys, it's gonna keep on growing and getting better. Woo! it's gonna keep popping off. Yeah, man, it's crazy. So many channels have been picking up. I think I've seen. I've seen, a few small channels pick it up. I've seen a few small channels start on it. But, that guy's got 20,000 plus subscribers. Not a small channel. Nice mid-sized channel, And I think that we've seen channels with close to 100,000 or more. Like, we saw, Aeons of Battle pick it up, and he's got like 300 plus thousand subs. So, yeah, it's popping off, that's for sure. Okay. Yes, we will get to the Grizzled Company, I promise. I need to rattle through some super chats. It keeps popping off. The stream is popping, boys. I'm sorry. It's absolutely necessary to go back to 72-inch. Sorry, CJ, thank you for the super chat, man. It's absolutely necessary to go back to 72-inch boards and let me take Earthshaker carriages in units of 3. Look what they've taken from us, man. Look what they have taken from us. Never forgive. Never forget. Although, having said that, I did very much enjoy running my siege cannons this weekend. Yeah. 9 Earthshakers was peak. It was pretty fucking cool, man. Yeah. It was pretty fucking cool. Like, yeah. It is my regret that I never ended up with the Earthshaker carriages and stuff. I always intended to, but it takes a little while to, build up the capital to be able to buy dem forge world units, I got a few of them, but yeah. Cosmic, you were right. Siege cannons are really good. I'm going to talk about those in a moment. Ishmael, thanks for super chat. Lukewarm take, 40k melee and shooting should adopt kill team combat rules. I don't know them. I know I played a bit of Kill Team back in the day, but I can't really remember. Oh, there's like there's quite a lot of damage, like and wounds and shit. Don't people have like? It's like guys have got like 10 wounds in Kill Team or something, but like a bolter does like 7 or something, or something like that, right? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Ishmael, you have to remind me, but yeah, I'm trying to remember. But yeah, I feel like Kill Team is quite. So you can parry and Kill Team. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to take this defensive dice and take one of yours out, and this defensive dice and take one of yours. Yeah. I remember now. Yeah, you used to be able to parry in 40k, but that was a long time ago. Like, 2nd edition, you used to be able to put a sword on your sergeant, and that would make him better at parrying enemy attacks. They couldn't make the rules too granular for me. I want to know the difference between I want to know the difference between a knife, a short sword, a long sword, a power axe, power maul, power lance, power fist, thunder hammer. I want to know the difference between all of that. Yeah. Like I think it did. Yeah. I want it to be super fucking granular. Yeah. Clanish Cat, thank you for super chat. Hobby update and part of Black Week stuff in stream discussion. Let's have a look. What is this? Sir Newbie, Mordian's loo break. It was a little bit like that. Glad to, here we go. Greetings, sir. I'm happy to finally be able to work on Val 2 again. Infantry is mostly done, just the base left. Lighting and camera are bad as usual. Mounted troops, 5 planned for Spar Trooping. 3 NPCs, gendarmes for annoying ID checks, even more officers. Damn Star Wars, it's like I'm back at HQ. Steamroll crews, Stug Riders. Time to get started on the vehicles. Otherwise, I won't be able to devote myself to the Black Friday / week purchase. Wage been a good deal. Curses. I regret nothing. To be fair, it's not like models aren't made out of milk. They don't go off, do they? Yeah, if you sit on them for a little while, it's not the end of the world. Dude, they're coming along nicely. They're coming along very nicely. Holy shit, man. Yeah. Love those mountain troops. The Gerbergsjäger. That's cool, man. Fucking the 3 NPC models. I mean, they're pretty good with like objective markers, aren't they? Ah, the Fell Gendarmerie, yeah. Keeping people in line. Stop deserting. Yeah. Love that. Like officer around the table. That's cool. Yeah. Hey. Zombie boat bang bus. There we are. Zombie boat bang bus. So we've got that German heavy sniper team, Wolfen SS, and German here Howling Cow rocket. Nice, got the Neb, Rail Panther, Locust Mech, and the Zeus with heavy railgun. Yes. Oh, there's even more. Oh shit, man! There's even more. And there's even more! Oh my god. Oh, amazing. It just keeps getting yeah, it keeps getting bigger and bigger. I love that. That's awesome. Dude, it looks like you had a good treat. And you should treat yourself. Treat yourself. Treat yourself. We only look. You've always got to be responsible and everything, right? But at the end of the day, you don't get to go around twice on life. So whilst you're here, on occasion, you should find the times to treat yourself. Yeah. There you are. I love it, man. Clash Cat, so fucking cool, bro. Wizard Land Forever. How friendly in the K-pop community is to conversions? The idea of a rogue robot army might have won me over. Bro, we are extremely conversion friendly. In fact, do you want to know something funny? You know how in 40k everyone's obsessed with having the right base sizes? In Conflict 47, like, let me use this as an example, right? Endbot action. This base is like twice as large as it should be because of the table, and that's totally legal in game. Bolt action, like it really sort of bakes 40k players noodles when you say to them, like, in bolt action and K47, it's like, yeah, like, base sizes are more like the pirate code. It's more of a guideline. Like, yeah, it should probably be on 25 mil. But, you know, do you want, look at this, right? I'll show you an example. This is going to fuck with people, right? This is really going to fuck with people, and I love it. 1 minute. I've got to go outside for a second to find my example. Oh no, it's just here. There we go. Okay, so right, and so yeah, Wizard Lander. This is just an example. This is about like base size and stuff, but it's a similar philosophy and mindset applies to the whole game. So this is a German medium machine gun team. It's 3 men on a 60 mil base. And it represents a separate unit, the medium machine gun. This is an American light machine gun team. It's also on a 60 mil base, but is part of a bigger squad, like an infantry squad, rather than being a dedicated team. This is a Russian light machine gun team. Not painted yet. A Russian light machine gun team. They're on 2 pill bases, 25 by 50. All of those teams are on game legal bases. If I switched this team over to be like that, it would still be acceptable. It would still be acceptable. I've got a German anti-tank rifle team here on 25 mil bases. And I've got a Soviet anti-tank team These are on the larger pill bases. Both are legal. I've got a Soviet rifleman on a 25mm base. I've got a Soviet rifleman lying down on a pill base. Both are legal. The golden rule is don't model for advantage and don't be a dick. Use the bases that come provided or anything that seems reasonable. Yeah. There you are. That's the it's never about, oh, well, you have to be on a 25mm base, and if the base size is changed, then you have to change your mod. Nah, fuck that. And do you know why that works? Because typically it works because typically line of sight is done from head to your model's head to enemy. So if you need to draw a line of sight, you get down to its head and have a look. Head to an enemy, head or torso. And the other reason it works is because just don't be a fucking knobhead. Don't be cheesing shit. Don't be like, well, I put all of my men on 32mm bases because I thought it looked better, but actually it's there to give me some sort of strange advantage in terms of like maybe spacing or something. Nah, just gonna say no to that if that's all right. That's called breaking the golden rule. So yeah, there you are. But Clan's Cat, thank you for your support, man. And Light Mortal usually is 2 men. American Light Mortals could be 3 man. Everyone else is a 2 man. Yeah. Clan's Cat, thank you for the support, bro. Amazing. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat. Up the ante or wipe setting and reset plus kill team. Are you talking about the? You talk about when? Was this in relation to when we were talking about melee and have the whole like if you win combat you can just wipe someone out? Sorry, man, I feel like I've missed the context there, and it's probably because I've taken so long to get to your message. Please lambast me, sir. Thank you for your support, and just let me know what you meant there, and then I can answer it properly. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Good news, lads. I'm not dying and I will live forever. Also, that is good news. That is good news. Also, I was at a tournament and I won a single game out of 3. Hey! I only got smashed once by the club champ. Also, my friend, they fear the Bane Sword. Yes! Amazing, Cosmic. Dude, great to hear you doing all right. Never, you had a little worry when you were going to the hospital, bro. Great to hear you doing all right. And secondly, let's take a quick look at this. Report from my second tournament, going 1 win and 2 losses. Better than my first, which was a draw and 2 losses. Getting better every game, bro. He's getting better every game. Trying the new Grizzled Vet Detachment with the Bane Sword. My first game was against the new Death Cube Detachment with Blood Angels. My opponent feared the might of my big tank, slowing down their play and only feeding me a couple of units at a time. Their Gladiator Lancer attempted to make a play against the Bane Sword, but I ended up accidentally killing it with the Rust Vanquisher. We matched each other kill for kill and purged the foe, but in the end, my opponent managed to enter the victory by a couple more lucky points. My next game was against Orcs. My opponent was newer, but knew his army well enough. New tournaments. Though just like me, and the first thing I did when he showed me his Orcs, I showed him Commissar Yag, and honestly just kind of turned into a vibes game with the Orcs marching forward. I did my Baneblade at the best he could to scare my opponent from committing to the middle. Other than that, a handful of units trying to wipe up my bully boys. I was able to take down one of the big behemoths with infantry and artillery, everything I had. We went back and forth on a bit. My Kazaka kept shredding the killer cans. My opponent almost forgot to bring in his helicopters turn 3 after I minded him. Because I'm a total gent, I'm not going to try and try to choose a game for victory. However, I will throw away points for good narrative experience. Where my commissar would get behind enemy lines to do secondaries, ended up getting in a one-on-one fight with an orc mech boy in a hazardous pistol duel. I could have killed my artillery to mark for death, but we decided to be more fun to honor the duel and see if we kill each other. We blew ourselves up, which didn't end up working out because on my next turn, I did draw assassination and then kill his character with plasma. Last game, I got smashed. Dude, that sounds like a great tournament. Had a close game, had a vibes game, and then fuck it, you got smashed in one game. But hey, these things happen. Dude, it's not I'd put this. As a noob, you shouldn't get upset if you go to a tournament and get smashed in one or more games. That's just part of the fun in a weird, fucked up kind of way. That's called trauma bonding. Nice, man. Dude, the Bainsword's looking sick, bro. Nice. Hey, I had to tell you, your opponent's Bloody Army, really nicely painted. Yeah, he's done a good job there. I mean, obviously your army is well painted as well, Cosmic, but I always like to point out on both sides when the armies are well painted. Jesus, he's got a lot of units staged up, hasn't he? Fucking hell. Looks like an absolute bloodbath. Yeah. Nasty pasty. Nice. Very strong position of that Bainsword, mate. Very strong. Okay, so he had a lot of mechs. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, man. Yeah, the Orc army is not fully painted, but what is painted does look really good. Yeah. Nice, got some beast snaggers. And then what the fuck is this? Oh, add mech. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, whatever. Yeah, there you go. There you are, man. Cosmic, looks like you had good fun. And I want to say again, I'm glad that you're all right. That you are. What did you say? That you're not dying. I am glad for that, bro. And although I will say, you know, it's a little bittersweet because now I still have to keep listening to the Octopus song. But you know, I suppose it's a small price to pay. Oh, Diana's working at the hospital. Yeah. I actually did kind of suspect that was going to be it. But when other people were like, I hope you're alright, because I thought, oh shit, man, he said something and I've not seen it, you know. But yeah, dude. Yeah, I work on an ambulance, but I did have to go to hospital because I was kind of sick today. Oh, fair enough. So it was a little bit of like you were ill. Whole bunch of flu and shit all going around. Yeah, right. Fair. You went to the hospital for a bit of flu. I suppose you must get a staff discount for working there, right? It's like GW. It's like, you get 40% off. I'm just... Yeah. Turns out it's a kidney stone? Shit, man. That's like, okay, that's actually pretty serious. You've been eating too much salt. Yeah. I know a guy who got a kidney stone when he was 20 because he ate a full-size bag of Doritos every day. Now, I bet the Americans are there thinking, only one? But to the rest of us, that's quite a lot of salt. All right. I want to say a big thank you next to Ishmael. Ishmael, thank you for super chat. Divinity 3 trailer, mid-game awards disrupted. I haven't seen the Divinity one. Is it good? Divinity trailer. I've never actually played any of the Divinity games. So I don't know much about it. But shall we have a look? Okay. For adult audiences only. Ooh la la. Is that Jesus? Ugh. This is better. Yeah! Give me my chicken. I'm just going to say it, right? I'm just going to say it. I bet living in medieval times would have been sick as fuck if they had, like, antibiotics. I think there's been, like, dancing and shit, you know, half the year, like, living in half the year, just, like, working outside and in the field and all that kind of stuff. You know, I bet that would have been sick, man. Yeah, clean water. Basically, if I can live without the dysentery and, you know, getting a splinter and dying. Yeah. Yeah. Medieval times of modern healthcare. No, better than modern healthcare, because modern healthcare is all like pay to win. But I'm just saying. Do you know who I think's got it right? The Amish. I don't know much about Amish culture, but they basically get to live that sick-ass old-school lifestyle. But also with all modern conveniences. See, I can't grow a beard, so I'll never be an Amish person. I think basically what I'm saying is, at the earliest possible chance, I'm going to, like, basically become a hermit. I'm going to move to the countryside. Maybe not even in this country. Move to someone's countryside. Have a house. And just chill. You know? Bit of hunting. I've done some hunt. I can hunt. And that's not a, like... I don't do a lot of hunting. But I can hunt. And just getting away, you know? That's it. I think for a huge amount of people, that's like the dream. You know? I don't think you know what working on a farm is like. I know what working on a farm is like. I lived in the countryside for like 18 years. I know what working on the farm is like. It's very different though. Modern farming. Modern farming has ruined farming. Okay. Now that's the thing. Modern farming is like way worse than OG farming. That's the thing. Because, you know, OG farming, you know, now you have to like work all like in modern farming, you have to like, you know, desperately persuade a supermarket not to price gouge you. You know, that you know, back in the day, it was like, we're going to make the food and, you know, we're going to give like 4/5 of it to the Lord because, you know, he needs it. And we're going to get to keep 1/5 of it for ourselves. It's not quite that easy. No. I'm massively simplifying. I'm not really being very serious. Those pagan motherfuckers would need to go, I have to say. Oh, no. That guy, I don't think he's going to make it. Interesting. See, in olden times, you could burn a dude on a Friday night whilst some guy next to you was flagellating himself and some bird was banging a lizard dude. I mean, I'm telling you, it was better back in the day. Oh no. Maybe not. That seems not ideal. The woman's like, get your lizard cock out of me! The fucking demons come alive! Get the fucking... You're there like, oh, and it's like, fucking hell! This bit of puddle water, fucking hell! Run off. Syriade, I am not going to get a community strike. For fuck's sake, man. All my streams are set to 18 plus adult only anyway. And also, I'm watching it on fucking YouTube, bro. Jesus. There you go. Oh, man. Not ideal. Chicken Man got, which is a bit of a shame. So yeah, I will be honest. I have no clearer idea. I have no clearer idea on on what the fuck Divinity is about. But it looks good. Yeah. I love the top comment. Not a phone in sight, just people living in the moment. Oh my god. It looks good. Is it made by the Baldur's Gate people? Nice. It'll be good then. Yeah. Well, it looked like a really good trailer for a game that will allow me to pretend I'm playing Warhammer Old World. That was cool, though. There we are. This is what I'm saying, though, boys. Right. The era of Corpo Slop is over. The era of good games is back. It is, man. It absolutely is. Helen Jedi. We're so back. Let me put it this way. No one in that trailer talked about call-outs in a fucking cat cafe, did they? There you go. The slopification has ended, boys. It's ended. You want to make money, you can't make slop anymore. It's that simple. You make slop, you lose money. You've got to make good games. If you don't make a good game, people, that's it. Fortnite disagrees. You know what? I'm going to say something controversial right now. I don't think Fortnite is slop. You might not like it. You might think it's a fucking kids game. And you know what? I bet most people think don't like Fortnite because it's cool not to like Fortnite. But I don't play. I've played a very bit. I played a little bit of Fortnite, like a little bit. But I'll tell you one thing about Fortnite. They put like a lot of effort in. You might not like it. You might not like it, but they're always doing new seasons. They're always doing new themes. They're always mix things up, keeping it fresh and interesting. They're always adding new game modes, all this kind of stuff. It might not be a game for you, but Fortnite puts the effort in. You might not like it, but you can't say it doesn't put the effort in. It does a lot of things. And people will disagree with that and think that I'm an idiot. Not saying Fortnite is the best game out there. I'm not saying Fortnite is a game that you should rush out and support. No. What I'm saying is Fortnite isn't actually slop. Slop is, I guess low effort is effort, I guess. We'll just have to disagree. We'll have to disagree to agree. Have to agree to disagree. I don't think Fortnite is some groundbreaking leap forward for video game design or anything like that. But I think a lot of people don't give credit where credit is due in some ways. There's if the men with guns came and said I had to pick between playing the new Call of Duty and playing Fortnite, I play Fortnite. Yeah. That's it. They know their audience. It's not me, but it's some people. Exactly. Like, not everyone is going to like... A game for everyone is a game for no one. And Fortnite is not a game for everyone. It's that simple. It's not a game for everyone. I mean, it's basically a game for kids who are permanently jacked up to the tits on E-numbers and sugar. But that's an audience. It was a game that copied PUBG and actually made a game that didn't run like shit. Well, there you go. That's true. Yeah. The real reason MG quit GW Ballers was to afford his Fortnite addiction. I have never paid money on a free game. I feel like it kind of defeats the point. Yeah. Roblox is a player base of 380 million and it's nothing but slop. So I don't know a huge amount about Roblox, but my understanding is that out of that 380 million population, 379 million of it are pedos. I'm pretty certain at this point it's basically just a virtual prison for the nonces, and it's like better to keep them there. You know, keep them there in the virtual prison, which they don't even realize that they've sort of voluntarily entered, than to let them out into the real world. That's like if we know they're in Roblox, we can get them, But if they're not in Roblox, then we have to actually go and like try and find them. So yeah, there you are. I'm being very facetious, obviously, but it definitely has a big pedo problem. Monopoly Go made 1.5 billion. Yeah, but Monopoly is Monopoly. Of course Monopoly did well. Like how some people like episode 7 to 9 of Star Wars, just let them have fun being wrong. Episode 7 was fine. Not great. Totally fine. 8 and 9 were giant pile of wank. Yeah. What have we got next? A Silent Warrior, thank you for super chat. More historians ready to serve. Stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Yes. Fuck yeah, man. OG Restorians in some sweet, sweet speed paint. I recognize that speed paint, bro. Dude, looking very good. Looking very, very, very good, man. Holy shit, bro. I maintain it to this day. The Restorian infantry models are the best ones that Games Workshop has ever made for the GAD. And I'd say that as someone who likes Mordians and Steel Legion and all the others, but I think this is where unique Guard regiment design peaked. Yeah. Yeah. So cool. If I'd start again, I might start Restorians. Yeah. I might start Restorians. Very, very, very cool, man. Yeah. I'm so glad Disney made Rogue One and nothing else. Yeah, exactly. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. I think I found a good middle ground, Daddy Tim. Listen, stream discussion. Let's have a look. I mean, ideally, you just play at 2,000 points and then we could solve this, but let's have a look. Command Squad, Commissar, Leaving Russ, 1, 2, 3, 4 units of Caden Shock, 1 Artillery, Bulgrin, Hellhound, Vank. I think you're spreading yourself too thin. No. At 1,500 points, you're going to have to make some hard choices. You're not going to be able to fulfill all of the 4 pillars. 1 artillery team is basically a waste of time. Don't try and do everything. Don't try and do all 4 things right. Try and just do 3 of them right. And you should go for, in my opinion, if you're facing Blood Angels, you should go for those Bulgrin. And don't worry about the artillery teams. That's my advice, man. Harsh advice, but that's my advice. Rapture Layer, thank you for the 23-month flex. X-Force, baby! I'll give it to you early. Double X-Force, baby! Yes! 07, you magnificent bastard. Fantastic. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat, man. I'm so glad Disney only made 2 seasons of The Mandalorian, Rogue One, and the final season of Clone Wars, Order 66, Bad Batch, and nothing else. It's true. It's true. Right. Does anyone else think the new Mandalorian film has got at best a 50% chance of being good? I'm not saying it's going to be bad. I'm just a little, like... I'm just a bit like... Mandalorian fever feels over? But I guess the golden rule will always kick in. A good film's a good film, right? I think expectations are very low. If it flops, I won't be surprised. But a good film is a good film. Yeah. It might be the second ever Star Wars film that I don't watch in cinema. Do you want to know the first ever Star Wars film that I didn't watch was Solo? I've watched every Star Wars film, apart from the originals, because they weren't out when I wasn't alive when they came out. I watched every single Star Wars film in cinema since I've been alive. Since everyone that's come out since I've been alive, I've seen in cinema except for Solo. And I think it's probably going to be the same for Mandalorian. I might go and see it, but I'm gonna let the reviews roll in first. Solo was so close to being a good movie. Honestly, I feel like I was a bit thick. Couldn't really follow it. Like it. I never. Right, who are the fucking like kids in masks running around and all this kind of shit? Like just. Like it wasn't complicated. It was just a bit unclear. I had to watch it a second time, and I was like, because I'd rented it for like a limited time, right? So I was like, oh, like that kid's like, that person's like daughter. Huh. That was the big reveal. Don't give a shit. I can't even remember what the plot's about, man. There was like Woody Harrelson was in it, and there was a bit with a train on the side of a mountain, and there was like a Darth Maul reveal at the end. Yeah, Solo is the only Star Wars film where I couldn't tell you what the plot was. Man, I watched it twice, and I've just forgotten. It was genuinely forgettable. I bet I can write a good Star Wars film. Right now, I bet I could pitch one. So it should start off with this little ship getting chased by this big ship. And the big ship should board the little ship. And there should be like a really like epic corridor battle. And we should get our first glimpse of the big bad guy. But we don't want people to take the film too seriously, so we just had like a couple of like robots running around, in amongst all the fighting, but not too much because we want the fighting. We want people are dying, but there should be a bit of it, and then we should get this bird who's pretty fit, in like a no bra, like white pajama sort of situation going on. And yeah, that should be the opener. I was trying to describe the opening scene of A New Hope. Oh man. Could I write a serious Star Wars film? That's two male gays sending to fly today. Squawk. That's a very 2024 opinion. It's 2025 going to 2026 now. The male gaze is all back. It's back, baby. We're all good. You know, Hollywood has finally remembered that there's only one publicly acceptable figure for all women, and that's skinny big tits. That's a Always Sunny in Philadelphia quote before anyone gets too upset. Yeah. There you go. What would I do to write a good Star Wars film? So there's two. Obviously, the first Star Wars film that they should make is KOTOR. Main plot line adapted. Oh, I think you could make KOTOR into like a 3-part trilogy, because obviously you need to have each streamline it a little bit, and you need to have time for the different planets and big reveals and all this kind of stuff. So obviously KOTOR would be a great trilogy. I mean, you could probably even make more than a trilogy out of it, to be honest. Would KOTOR be KOTOR without the choices? Yeah, it's just you follow the canon plot line. Yeah. that's obviously the first one. But a completely bespoke Star Wars movie straight from Mordian's mind. Depends how dark we want to get with it. This is too much of a tangent. I'm going to get back to the Warhammer. Let's have a look here. Cosmic Drew, thank you for chat. I love Siege Cannons. Tell me how yours did. I'm going to tell you right now, man. Siege Cannons are now my go-to artillery piece. But only if I'm running 3 of them. If I'm running one artillery team, I'm going heavy mortar. But otherwise, I'm going Siege Cannons. They were really good. They were really, really, really good, man. Let me rattle through the last few super chats, and then we'll talk about the games and stuff. Yeah, Siege Cannons are really good. Yeah. Talzun, thank you for the 20 months, man. X-Force, baby. Total War 40k, KOTOR 3. I'm so happy I could cry. Yeah, I haven't actually seen the KOTOR trailer. Did they do a new KOTOR trailer? I heard about it, but KOTOR 3. Is it called Star Wars Fate of the Old Republic? I think it might be. That came out 4 days ago. Let's have a look. I'm not sure if this is a game or a movie, but let's have a look. Because I do love KOTOR, so I think it's I don't think it's KOTOR 3. I think it's KOTOR relaunched, essentially. I don't think the story is going to continue on. Yeah, like Siriade said. After so much time, that's probably the right choice. I saw the Gizka just then. Gizka bounced along. Oh, cool. Yeah, Sith ship. Well, it's more like the Rakatan ship, but anyway, semantics. I'm seeing a droid. I'm trying to see if it's HK. No, I didn't reckon. I didn't recognize the alien. Is that meant to be... I think that's meant to be an alien of some kind. I don't think that's meant to be Malak. I'm trying to see if there's anything given away in the eyes, but there's no reflection. Yeah. I don't think the droid's an HK droid either. The alien looks like that, I don't know what you call them. Like, you know the one that Lando had, flying the Millennium Falcon with the big fucking, like, face fucking flaps? Yeah, so I don't think that's an HK droid, could be wrong. That looks like one of those face flap aliens. Yeah. That's an HK unit? Don't know, it's... I don't know, man. I can see it down there. I don't know. Arms seem a little long. Head doesn't seem quite the right size. I don't know, Suriade. It's not quite right. Maybe it's an updated HK, who knows? But I'm not sure that's an HK unit. I'm not convinced. Could be. Looks pretty sick, though. They've been remaking KOTOR. They've been doing a KOTOR game for a while now. I'm pretty certain they announced it a little while ago. So it's cool to see them. It's cool to see them following up on it a little bit. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Let's find a general. Thank you, super chat. Star Wars produced for decades have asked always the question, hey, do you want to see your favorite character before they were cool? Yeah. The answer is no. Do you know what would be a good mini-series? And it would have to be a mini-series. HK-47 Assassin Droid. And all the, you know, like, make it a little mini-series. The, of the assassinations he did under Malak or Revan. Yeah. Just a little. You couldn't make it. It's pretty shallow, so you couldn't make more than maybe. I mean, like a handful of like 10, 15-minute episodes. But I think that would be cool. Little, just maybe 4 or 5 episodes. 15, 20 minutes. Maybe you keep it nice and short. Yeah. I don't think you could do a show about HK, but definitely an episode. Maybe you make it like one big episode or something. But I thought like having a mini series of like 10-minute mini episodes would be the way to do it. 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah. Just release it online and just as a marketing thing. Yeah. That's how I would do it. Yeah, it could be a fun bit in a full KOTOR TV show. Yeah, exactly. I think there's something that can be done with it. Yeah. Something that can be done with it. Ishmael, thank you for super chat. Tomb Raider trailer, back to basics, hot and fantastical. That's true. They are redoing Tomb Raider, and they were like, you know what? We're just going to bring back the blue top and the big knockers. And it has been well received. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. 2025, going into 2026, it's all changing. You know, so video games, and I think, you know, games in general, tabletop games as well. Got to get rid of all those HR departments. I'm just saying. Okay. If you want to make a good game these days, you can't have an HR department. The HR department should be the car park. And that's how workplace conflicts are resolved. And if you're not upset enough about it to throw down in the car park, crack on with your job. If you're so upset about it that you feel you need to throw hands, work it out in the car park. That's it. Okay? Whether you win or lose, work it out, shake hands, move on. And you might be like, oh, but Mordian, wouldn't that like be unfair because some people might not be confident enough to fight? I'm like, yeah, okay. As someone who definitely would not be confident enough to fight, I would shut the fuck up a lot more. I'm talking about one of those roaches, man. I'm one of those fucking roaches. I'd be like, oh no. Fucking hell, I better not give my manager any lip. He might fucking lamp me. Yeah. There you are. Keep HR small so they're busy too busy with payroll. I mean, payroll should just go to the should be the finance team's job. Yeah. HR. I mean, literally just I'm not going there. I've already waxed lyrical too much about it. Right, shall we talk about Grizzled veterans? Yeah, baby! 4 hours and 40 minutes in, and it's finally time to get to the main content of the stream. You may not like it, but this is what peak live streaming looks like. Oh yeah, this is a 40k channel. I love how someone said in the Discord earlier. They were like, "Oh yeah, just to let you guys know, we've changed the policy. It's now for the Mordian Glory channel. It's now Warhammer Wednesday, and we cover everything else. We cover Conflict 47 on every other day, and Warhammer gets one day in." And I was thinking to myself when I saw that, I was like, you know, if 11th edition doesn't land, that meme very well may become reality. Like, I am expecting it to land. I'm fully expecting it to land. But, you know, if it doesn't, there we go. You know, if it doesn't, it is what it is. Anyway, I know we've said this before, and I don't want to go off on a massive tangent, but I really do wonder. I really, really do wonder what the wargaming world looks like if 11th edition is like Horus Heresy 3.0 bad. Like, do you think that people would call it out, or do you think they just eat the slop? I'm not sure. 3.0 was very bad. You know, it was... I don't know how it would go. I'm genuinely not sure. I hope we don't have to find out. I hope that we don't have to find out and that it's fucking banging. Yeah. I really hope so. Now they'd hit the undo button I did with 6th edition, lasted less than 2 years. Yeah. Quiet quitting a tabletop is peak millennial. I think there's a lot of quiet quitting with tabletop Warhammer. But I also think that Warhammer is doing really well at the moment. So, who knows? It seems to be an infinite money machine. And I can only imagine. I think... No, you know what? You know what? My prediction is this. I think it'll be great. I think 2026 is going to be the best year of wargaming that we are going to have had in a decade. I can feel it, boys. That's what my psychic powers are telling me. That's what the black ships are calling me. That's what they're telling me. They're like, 2026, it's going to be peak year. Total War 40k. Dawn of War 4. Yeah. It's going to be good. 11th edition. I think it's going to be sick. Yeah. So we'll see. 2026 year chaos. You know it, baby. But hopefully that means lots of chaos releases and not it's very chaotic. Yeah. So, my prediction 11th edition will be 10.5 because GW does not have qualified writers anymore and the management knows that and will order everyone to just do more of the same. I think there's a very strong chance of that. I think it will be more of the same. I suppose the big question is that the right decision? Honestly, 10.5 might not be a bad thing. It might not be a bad thing, but it's not a hugely exciting thing. I can't make my mind up on if 10.5 is the right way. You know? I can't make my mind up. Would 10.5 be a good thing or a bad thing? Let's take a poll. Let's take a poll. The only thing wargamers hate more than change is things not changing enough. There you go. Right. So, let's talk about Grizzled Company. Let me get you a picture or two of the tournament that I was at.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
I've been talking nearly 5 hours, but there's been a lot to talk about. Okay. So the first thing to say is the list that I was let me share with you a brief overview of the event. So it was a very casual event. It was the end of year Christmas event. Those of you who have been part of the channel for a little while now will know that the end of year Christmas event isn't very serious at all. We had people turning up with all sorts of like mad shit. And so normally it's the event that I take my Titan to, but because I did a poll last week, you know, what list did you guys want to see me take? And 75, it was like, had like 400 votes, and 75% of people said they wanted to see me take full Krieg. So I ran 6 blobs of Krieg with 3 command squads, 3 artillery teams with 3 field horse batteries, 2 Castellans, and a commissar, and an Aegis defense line, because I was running Krieg, so I figured I should bring a trench of some kind. That was the list, and the missions that we played were the asymmetrical ones. So we played 3 of the asymmetrical ones. There weren't even any like primary or secondaries. It was old school Warhammer, where it was just like, just play a game until someone's like bad, and then between like each round we went to the pub. So it was very, very casual. So that's why, like, you know, it's not like it was very, very casual in every sense of the word. It was more of a social with like some people. There was no like pairings. It was like, hey, you know, I finished a game. Who's free? Oh, I'm free. Do you want to have a game? Yeah, okay. So some people played like 4 games. I played 3 games. The first game I played was against technically Death Guard, but it was like there was a knight, a Mr. Blobby, Demon Prince, all that kind of stuff. So that was pretty casual. Second game I played was a normal game, and that was against Kev and his orcs. And the third game I played was against Steve and his Dreadnought spam with Gilliman. Now, even though the missions were very casual and it was more of a social, in a funny sort of way, and you might think this sounds like cope, but this is truth. In a funny sort of way, it allowed me to, rather than focusing on like the missions and stuff, it allowed me to get a bit of a feel for Grizzled Company. It allowed me to get a little bit of a feel for things like damage output, and it allowed me to experiment a little bit more with things like stratagems. Okay, what if we try, Mordian minute this time? Okay, what if we try take aim this time? Okay, what if we try Aquilon's eye this time? For example, it allowed me to just sort of get a bit of a feeling for some of the combos and some of the enhancements. And so I actually found it to be like a really, really, like, I found it, and we were playing on like proper terrain at the end of the day. So if you look, like, this is one of the WTC, or maybe that's one of the GW terrain layouts. I'm not sure, but we were playing on, like, I think that's one of the GW layouts. So we were playing on like proper terrain. This was the game. I think the most illuminating game that I had was actually the first one was a bit of a write-off. So the first one was Chaos Knights. They all started in the middle. I started in 3 different table corners, so my army wasn't really mutually supporting each other. And then the Chaos, the twist was you can charge from 18 inches away, 3d6. So turn 1, the Chaos just charged everything. Turn 1, the game was over in like an hour. Okay. But game 2 and game 3 were very illuminating. So game 2, this was against Kev and his orcs. And Kev had a pretty normal orc list. He had some Squig Hog boys and a couple of kill rigs. Basically, he busted out his orcs that he loves his orcs, but he's not had a chance to play them in a while because they've been kind of shit. He built his list around like the squigs because he loves the squigs, and then they sort of made all the squig cavalry kind of gash. So like you can see, like, he's all of his dice are like pink. He's actually got some custom dice made which have got pigs on the 6s, all that kind of stuff. So Kev has Gene Stealer Cult and orcs. That is the kind of vibes player he is, right? So we had like a proper game, and there was no primary objective or secondaries. We just said, let's just have like a game, like an old school game. And I'll tell you what, Kev and I had Kev had a very normal list. Obviously a little bit off meta with it being the squig stuff, but still. And I had a fairly normal list. I mean, you might think the indirect fire spam is a bit of a meme, but it's more of a theme than anything else. We played all 5 turns, and we did it in 2 hours. And we weren't playing super fast. We chucked our models down in, Kev hid his behind his ruin. I did mine in a standard defensive pattern. And the game was very, very quick. Now, I don't want to go too far off on a tangent, but I will say, in this scenario, it was absolutely fucking liberating not having to worry about primary and secondary. It was absolutely fucking liberating. Yeah. But anyway. We're going back to where we were. So the first thing that I noticed with Grizzled Veterans was the artillery spam, the indirect. There's been a lot of talk. There's been some chit, and dare I say chat, around the proverbial internet water cooler about artillery spam is going to be back and guard artillery is going to need to be nerfed. I think some online commentators have actually already made that claim. Now, I here have arguably run the tournament artillery spam, right? 3 artillery teams, 3 field ordnance batteries. Maybe I could have, instead of gone Krieg, I could have gone Cadians and squeezed in 3 mortar teams as well. Maybe. However, I can now report from the front lines that indirect fire spam will not be a problem. Everyone who is creaming their pretty pink pennies over the fact that the guard artillery can now reroll ones to hit might need to take a little step outside and touch some grass. In my opening barrage, I successfully managed to kill, I think it was, out of the 2 squig mobs, 2 of the knobs from one, and one of the knobs from the other, which was a total of 12 wounds. The thing is, you're still hitting on 4s. And the thing is, field ordnance batteries look really good on paper. They look really good on paper, but they're really swingy. The average is 7. The reality is you don't often roll that high. I think one time on all of my fobs on all of the games, I think I rolled like a double-digit number of shots. The rest of the time, it was like, it felt like I was firing like maybe, I mean, it felt like, maybe 6 or 7 shots, to be fair. But then you really go, okay, well, I'm firing 7 shots and I'm hitting on 4s. Rerolling 1s means I'm basically hit 4 times. And then I'm wounding on, in this case, I was wounding on 4s, but even if I'm wounding on 3s, I'm going to wound you 3 times. And then it's like, and I'm AP 1, which means I'm AP none. Now, sure, I could use my stratagem to ignore cover. But is it really that scary getting wounded by 3 AP -1 shots? At best. Mordian, what about lethals? Yeah, okay. You're acting like every field ordnance battery is benefiting from those 2 stratagems. The reality is you have to spend those stratagems first, and then you might roll like shit on the number of shots. There were no prime objectives here, so the whole like lethal things and reroll ones to wound thing didn't really come up. But I did ask Kev for like, it's like part of the game, like, oh hey, I want to keep a track on how this would have done if I'd got like a reroll, like a few rerolls on this kind of stuff. We're not actually going to do the damage, but just like, would it have actually, oh, there's a few ones. Yeah, would that have done any more? Okay. Yeah, we just did it like once or twice in the game, and it didn't do anything. It made no massive difference. At the end of the day, you're firing an average of 7 strength 7 AP -1 damage 2 shots. Like, yeah, maybe if this was like, oh, sorry, I didn't realize we were playing fucking 5th edition and Rifleman Dreads were suddenly good again. Like, why is everyone shitting themselves over this? So my opening barrage didn't do all that much. And, I tried this in 3 games. In 3 games, I got do the opening barrage, and in all 3 games, it did exactly the level of damage that I expected it to do, which was a bit. So, the first thing that I learned from Grizzled Company is that artillery spam is fun, but certainly cannot be relied upon to be your main damage dealer. The second thing that I learned about Grizzled Company is, I relearned was field ordnance batteries are really cool and they look great, but artillery teams are better. Yeah, so that's that. The third thing that I learned about Grizzled Company is, giving up lethal hits is a really fucking big deal. It's a really big deal. So, turn 1, obviously, the Squig Boys come barreling down here. Now, if this had been combined arms, then I could have done a lot of damage to those Squig Boys. Because I've got 2 platoons here. And I could probably have unleashed all of those guys with lethal hits into those Squig Boys. And my las guns would have actually been meaningful. Very meaningful. As it was, I didn't do much damage. And the Aegis defense line meta incoming, by the way. I actually was impressed by the Aegis defense line all 3 games. I was. It didn't help me win any of the games. But it was, I still don't think it's worth 145 points. But I think it is worth 100 points. The thing with the Aegis defense line is they have to kill the Aegis. So they can't just run over it. It's like one of your units. So basically, it's sort of static. Imagine a unit which is... Okay, the Aegis defense line is just a unit that you attack like normal. It's got 10 wounds, T12, 2+ save. So it's eminently killable. But if it's an assault army, then they have to attack the Aegis. And then you're allowed to shoot them if they're in combat with the Aegis. So in a couple of times, it was actually like, that's cool. I'm just going to blast you now. Yeah. So so I learned that... I learned exactly what I suspected. Giving up lethal hits, especially for your guard infantry, is a really, really fucking big deal. So those are some pretty high level lessons that I kind of learned. It feels like I've kind of focused on on some of the negatives there. With Grizzled Company. So I do want to focus on some of the positives. The rerolling ones is very nice. I think it was especially nice on the special weapons. I think it was especially nice on the special weapons of the Krieg mob. And actually in a couple of games, my opponents were like, oh no, I actually don't want to fire at you this turn. Because I'll just kill a couple of Kriegsmen out of that unit, and then you'll be hitting me on 2s rerolling 1s. And I was like, yes. Yes, I will. So they cottoned onto that pretty quickly. So yeah, I think Krieg and Grizzled Company is really powerful. Really, 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 really powerful. Yeah, hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s is phenomenal. And so if you're gonna take line infantry, I think you've got a need to Krieg. Yeah, Krieg infantry were fantastic in it. I think the big thing for me was the special weapons. Having the plasma. I mean, it made me realize how many 1s I tend to roll. I've sort of just got very used to my bad rolling in games. I play around it, but there were several times during the game when I would roll, 4 plasma shots, hitting on 2s, rolling 1s. There's double 1. And then I'd go, oh, but I get to re-roll those, and I'd pick them up, and then I'd get the 2 hits, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And And then I noticed when I didn't have the reroll ones, because then I'd roll to wounds and I'd get another 2 1s on the wounds. And I was thinking to myself, you know, if you were on an objective right now, those would be even more rerolled. So I think the big thing is you're missing out on the lethal hits of the las guns, which surprisingly you will notice because las guns generate a lot of lethals against the right targets. But your special weapons will be way more effective. So yeah, I think it sort of swings and roundabouts. Your las guns become a lot less potent, but your special weapons become a lot better. And overall, I'd take that trade. I'd take that trade for sure. Now, especially because, you know, obviously I wasn't getting a lot of reroll. I wasn't getting any reroll ones during to wound during this tournament, and I think if I had done that, would have made a big difference. So there's that. Other positive things that I noticed about Grizzled Company specifically. Well, this actually leads me on to the next game. Right. So this is game 3, and I played against Steve, and I think he had like 11 or 12 dreadnoughts. There's like 3 Invicta Warsuits, 3 Redemptors, 3 Ballistas, maybe some Brutalis. There was a lot of dreadnoughts. So what I noticed in this game was Mordian Minute. So everyone, and I mean everyone, is going on and on and on about the ignores cover stratagem, and going on and on and on about the lethal hits when you're on an objective stratagem, and everyone's going on and on about those two. But you know what I now think? For your infantry, to be fair, it's the best stratagem. Mordian Minute. This game proved it to me. Getting your melter guns from strength 9 to strength 10. Huge. I'm convinced. I'm a believer. I think if you're going to if you've got melter guns in a unit and your target, I mean, it's like getting +1 to wound. Bridgehead Strike is back, baby. But it's no longer Bridgehead Strike. It's Mordian Strike. That's what it is. Yeah, so Bridgehead Strike is not Bridgehead Strike. Mordian Minute is really good because so let me cast your minds back to last year when I ran my Pure Scions, and I ran into Chaos Knights and I crashed out because I was like, I'm not facing Chaos Knights 3 games in a row. Fuck that. I just can't be fucked wounding things on shit scores anymore. And also I had the game where I faced off against Dreadnoughts and it took like 3 full Gigablobs to like kill 1 Dreadnought. Yeah, in this game, I was popping Dreadnoughts every turn. Every turn I killed at least 1 Dreadnought. And a huge part of that was I would be like, okay, Mordian Minute. Psh. Oh, I'm wounding you on 4s. Oh, I got 2 wounds instead of 1. Or none. You know? Oh, it's AP 4. Oh, straight through. And I wasn't even using this on things like Kazakin, like Cosmic Drew said. Like, the Mordian Minute is really good, especially on Kazakin, which are double stack and take aim and first rank fire. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I think Mordian Minute is actually like, it's slept on. I think it's hugely slept on, and I think it's a very, very powerful stratagem. I'll tell you what really I liked, though. That's what I really liked. Did it every term. Kid you not. I did it every term. Snap to it. So, every single turn, I went move, 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 snap to it into take aim. Every time. So good. It's like, oh, I can't quite get that metal gun to metal range. Oh, wait, yeah, I can. Yeah, snap to it. I think your go-to way of using it is just, I'm just going to get move on it. And I think also the best way of using snap to it is on the Krieg command squad, because it can, whenever you can get double use out of it. So because when you use the servo scribes in the Krieg command squad, it says anytime this unit does, issues an order, it can issue 2 instead, or issue an extra order. So it's once use per game. So when you do snap to it, you issue an order, and you can then burn your servo scribes, so you can get double efficient. You can get double juice out of snap to it. So I would move these 2 squads up, move, snap to it, and flip them both into take aim, and just be like bang, 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 bang. And in this game, my opponent, by round 2, he was like, or round 3, he was like, oh, you're going to do that fucking movement thing again, aren't you? And I was like, yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. So, yeah, snap to it was great. Do you know what, though? But I think this was more of a product of the list I was running. I didn't use a quill and eye once. Maybe I just was too afraid to let go of the crutch that is take aim. Maybe I was too afraid, but I never used it. Cosmic, I also took the eye, never used it. It's for tanks, nothing else. Yeah. I think it's for Kazakin, man. I think you go first rank fire, a quill and eye, on the Kazakin. Yeah. Honestly, I thought it was probably better. Yeah, it might be. I would have rather taken the stealth order just so I can issue out some Guardsmen for defensive reasons. Yeah, maybe. I definitely don't want to use a quill and eye on my tanks, man. Definitely not. Because I really need my tanks to hit on 3s. I see it as like a Kazakin order or a Scion order. But yeah, it's funny. Everyone's losing their fucking minds over it, and I'm not sure. The eye be better on elites of the Rogel? I don't know, man. Rogel Dawn's hitting on 4s. The eye's also not bad on Flamers. I think that's where it is. I think Aquillan's eye is ironically on Flamers. Target weak spot. Do you know how you target the weak spot? Cover the whole thing in fire. The fire will find the weak spot. The fire will get into the weak spot. Hitting on 4s is very rough. It's very, very rough. Yeah. Yeah, I think Aquillan's eye is for your Hellhounds. Yeah. I think Aquillan's eye is a Hellhound thing. You can't give up hitting on 3s, man. It's too buku. Yeah, it's too much. So yeah, I didn't use Aquillan's eye once, but I think that was because of the list I was running. I didn't have any elites, and I had units that felt like they needed to be hitting as best they could. Yeah. It's the new Barbican key for the Kazakin. True Warhammer Beyond and core memory unlocked. I'd forgotten about that. Fucking Barbican key, man. It's All we need now is the big bullshit banner back, and fucking hell, back to the glory days, right? So yeah, so Aquilin's Eye I didn't really use. I didn't use the stealth order either, and I had that one on each command squad. What other positive things did I notice? So this isn't a Grizzled Veterans specific thing, but this was an Imperial Guard. Or maybe it was Grizzled Veterans, actually. So for the first time, I ran the siege cannons on the artillery team. Now, I have had extensive use of the heavy mortars. And I've had extensive use of the field ordnance battery bombast cannons. And I'm Team Siege Cannon. Every time. Cosmic was right. Send Cosmic to the black ships. Send him to the black ships. I'm Team Siege Cannon all the way, man. AP -2, flat damage 3 is good. Now I know what you're thinking, but Mordian, the Rogel Dawn is AP -2, flat damage 3, and you say that's not enough. And my answer is you're absolutely right. When it's on a 250 plus point tank, it's absolutely not enough. But when it's on a 95 point artillery team, it's great. Yeah. Because, you got to think, if you take like a Rogel Dawn commander, you're getting like one of those for 3 artillery teams, right? Roughly speaking. Give or take a few points, but roughly speaking. And the siege cars were good. I will say, I think it was just, what it was is so they didn't do like a huge amount of damage individually, but it was when you could concentrate fire with them. So it did help, though. I won't lie. It did help. I rolled quite well my siege cannons. I think I basically rolled a 4 or a 5 like every time. But there were a couple of times when I rolled like a 2, and then I managed to get both hits thanks to the reroll 1s. I think there was only one turn when a siege cannon did no damage. In the other turns, every siege cannon did something. So yeah, big fan of the siege cannons. You know what? At the end of the day, the old Mordian philosophy, the old MG philosophy stays true. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Now, speaking of siege cannons, whilst we're here, I will say this. I think the reroll 1s did help on the siege cannons. I think they helped the siege cannons way more than they helped on the field ordnance batteries. Again, everyone's creaming their knickers over, you can take a fob and you can have it sustained hits and lethal hits. And nah. I think the artillery team is it just goes big. It don't need no fucking help. It just fucks. Yeah. So yeah, I think if triple artillery team is definitely in my future in a lot of games. And the reroll 1s really helps it. Yeah. Why would I, the reroll 1s just really helps it. It's that simple. I will say one other thing, and Cosmic, I don't know if you're going to be able to walk out of any doors for a little while, because your knob is going to be so hard, you're not going to be able to reach the door handle. And you won't be able, even if you do manage to open the door with your knob, you won't be able to fit through because your head's going to be so big. I found the siege cannons to be very effective in the direct fire role. And I know you called that, Cosmic. I know you called that. You see, artillery teams are way tougher. Way tougher than anyone thinks they are. They're like 10 wounds T7 3-up save. Now, if someone wants to kill one with like some sort of anti-tank, then yeah, they probably can do. But nobody thinks to shoot anti-tank at them. And even when someone does shoot anti-tank at them, they tend to be able to take it. Like, I had, the rigs, the kill rigs of the orcs. They've got like what's called a whir tower. It's like a psychic power tower. And it does D3 auto hitting las cannons. Multiple times I had the D3 auto hitting las cannons shoot 3 shots into an artillery team and not kill it. No, it wasn't. It was just I'm on a 5-up save against it. So they wound me on 3, so typically they drop 1. I'm on a 5-up save, I pass 1, and then they do like D6 damage. Or I fail both, and it's like, okay, well, as long as he doesn't roll like above the odds, almost like a 10, I should be all right. Yeah, like, I mean, I got battered, like, I'd be on like 1 or 2 wounds, but the artillery team doesn't degrade, so it didn't care. So I found the siege guns to be really effective. Yeah, I was happy. I have to say I was happy with the siege guns, and they're durable enough where you can get away with them in the direct fire role. The field ordnance batteries did kind of just die. So yeah, I did. That's what I was saying, man. I fired the siege cannons directly, and I found them to be effective. Yeah, I found them like not super duper effective, but I found them fucking 95 points effective. Like I find like oh, there's my siege cannon. Oh, we managed to do 3 damage to something or 6 damage to something. Yeah. I do wonder. Controversial opinion. I do wonder about the heavy las cannon situation, simple logic. I do wonder about it. So let's take this example here. Imagine these fobs are nestled down here behind this should be a line of sight blocking piece of terrain, right? They would have a firing lane to cover sort of from back here, maybe across to here. Now, if there'd been a middle objective there's a good chance that I would have been able to cover that middle objective without having to move, especially if the enemy wanted to push through. I think that could have been pretty effective. I think the problem with I do think the problem though is what if your opponent has an objective like here, for example? Where would you put the heavy las where they could actually like shoot this objective or cover it? You couldn't. I think the advantage that the siege cannon has over the heavy las is very simple. It can direct fire and it can indirect fire. It can do both. Whereas the field ordnance battery, its direct fire isn't that meaningful unless you go the heavy las cannons, and then it can't really do both. So I'm torn on the heavy las cannons. I'm torn because they really probably would have to move to get the line of sight. Whereas what I found with the artillery team is I could kind of be a bit more ballsy with it. Yeah. So my lessons from this is I'm still not convinced of the field ordnance battery. I am still very much convinced of the artillery team. And I guess my big question is like this. Okay. Let's say I turn up to a tournament and I've got 3 artillery teams with siege cannons. And my opponent has got 3 field ordnance batteries with bombast guns. Now, I don't know the bullshit math hammer on that. But my gut instinct tells me my artillery teams win that artillery duel. And that might seem like a very niche scenario. But in some ways that kind of
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping it
in some ways that kind of demonstrates everything we're talking about here. Because it shows the relative power of each unit in its intended battlefield role. Yeah. Yeah, just 4 shots, 2 hits, fail a save. 4 shots, 2 hits, 2 wounds. If they fail 1 save, they lose half a fob. If they fail 2 saves, they lose a whole fob. I think 3 artillery teams could gank a field ordnance battery. I don't know if 3 fobs could gank an artillery team. 21 shots. Let's say 10 hits. Rerolling 1s. Let's say 12 hits. 6 wounds. And then the artillery team's got its full armor save. So it fails 2 of them, 4 damage. I think siege guns wound on 2s, Mad Larkin. They're strength 12. Field ordnance batteries are not toughness. Yeah. They're not toughness 7. I don't think they are anyway. So fobs wound on 4s, artillery teams wound on 2s. Yeah, me, I'm thinking. Yeah, fobs toughness 5. Yeah. Toughness 5 or toughness 6, not T7. The artillery team's T7. So yeah, like Mad Larkin, yeah, you're absolutely right. So the field ordnance batteries have the higher volume, but the siege guns, I think, it's go big or go home, baby. The old adage, the old Mordian ways, 10 years on, still hold true. Yeah. Let's do some super chats here. There's a few of the bits I want to talk about, but you know, let's do some super chats here. So I want to say a big thank you to Average White Shark. Thank you for super chat, man. Only good if Katachan gets a refresh plus new characters. What, for 11th? Yeah. I think we need a Katachan Elite unit. Like, I think we need Katachan Devils. I'd be careful about wishing for a Katachan refresh, though. Your unit would end up I mean, if they did a Katachan refresh and didn't give them access to more than flame and special weapons, we riot. Yeah. We've refreshed the Katachans. They can now take 1 flamer per 10 men. God damn it! You know that's what's going to happen now. You know that's what's going to happen. Like the engineers. Yeah. I think they need to bring the Katachan Colonel back and Ripper Jackson. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. You have to try the Bully Boys with the Commissar. They put in so much work. My opponent put in so much to try and kill them, and they are tanky as fuck. 100%. This is what I was saying at the beginning when I was like, this was very much like it was a very soft test, and it wasn't really a major test of anything that like it wasn't like how to put this. It was not a test on a macro level. It was very much a test on a micro level. Like, hey, how does this combo work? what met my expectations, what failed to meet my expectations, what absolutely exceeded my expectations, right? So that was the that was what I was getting out of this. That's what I was getting out of this after action report. Yeah. And I found, like, you know, the fobs, everyone was saying they were really good, and I was getting gassed up on them. They didn't meet my expectations. Artillery teams absolutely exceeded my expectations, and the Krieg met my expectations. But there's still a lot more that I need to explore with this Cosmic. 100%. I need to get Bulgrins on the board with a Commissar. 110%. 110%. Yeah, I think they're really, really strong. Really, really good. And you can expect me to have 2 squads of 6 ready for the first serious tournament of 2026. Yeah. I agree. This is kind of like the beauty of Siege Detachment. There's so many things to try out. There's so many things to try. Like, I've run one of 1,000 different combos. The number one shame for Grizzled Company is it's probably going to go away with 11th edition before we really get the chance to find out every nook and cranny of what it can do, which is a shame because it's a really, really good attachment. Yeah. Yeah. Cosmic, thank you for that super chat, man. I wore my Mordian Glory shirt and pointed at it when I used your strat. Yeah, buddy. Fantastic, bro. Yeah. Fantastic. It's not going to go away. This is the new standard guide regiment. I really hope that this is, if they do a great reset in 11th edition, or I really hope this is them getting us ready for army-wide lethal hits not being a thing anymore. Because army-wide lethal hits is a bit boring for Guard. And look, I love it, and it's powerful, and some people might say, no, Mordian, you're crazy, shut up. But, like, power is nice, but flexibility is better. I think all lethals should go out the game. Sustain can stay. Lethals go away. Even then, sustained and lethals. Just no sustained, no lethals, no full rerolls of any kind, no ability to reroll ones in more than one part of the attack sequence. You can either reroll ones to hit or reroll ones to wound. That's it. That's what I would do. Just, that goes for everyone. Reroll for the Guard only. But we'll see. That, again, part of more. How does Mordian improve Warhammer? Yeah. Only the Guard can reroll their dice, and we get to reroll all of our dice if we're behind an Aegis defense line, because that way we're holding the line. Hey, if the Aegis defense line gave me full rerolls to hit and to wound, it would be worth 100. For one infantry, like if it was like one infantry squad holding the Aegis, I think it'd be worth 150 points. Yeah. Sadly, Cosmic, they don't do that, but yeah. Cosmic, thank you for this fun, man. Also, super happy and hard to see my Krieg I sent you. Dude, I had to, right? Like, so I had a big thing like the night before when I was like, oh, I should run like all the Mordians because I've painted up the artillery. And I actually just thought to myself, I was like, come on, man. This is what I was saying to me. Come on, man. Cosmic sent you all these fucking things. And, you know, you've used them in like a couple of battle reports. And you've used them in after action report. But it's been a long time since you used them. And if you're going to do an artillery army, you got to have Krieg. And if you're going to have Krieg, you got to have the Cosmic boys. And I was just like, you know what, me? You goddamn right. Goddamn right. Gotta do it. Gotta do it right. I had to Krieg, bro. So, dude, thank you. Thank you for sending me these models. And it felt so right having the Krieg boys backed up by all the Mordian artillery. And in my mind, it was like it was a Grizzled company, right? So it was like two regiments have been like merged together. And it was like the Krieg infantry supported by the remnants of a Krieg infantry regiment, supported by the remnants of a Mordian artillery regiment. Yeah. That kind of, it was like a joint operation. That felt right to me. Yeah. It's like me and you were represented in this game. I know, man. I know. I didn't even think about that, but it just sort of occurred to me. That just occurred to me right here. Like, I'm not going to say I came with that big plan for it. That would be lying. It just occurred to me right here that you and I, we were, this list represented the two of us. There you are. The Moriarty and the Cosmic Kriegers. There you go. Now you write a book about it. Yeah, man. Yeah, sick. So, in summary, my suspicions of the Grizzled company so far have been confirmed. It is a very powerful detachment, but you are giving up lethal hits, and that is a very big sacrifice. The overall effect of this in your infantry mobs is your lasguns now sort of feel like a waste of time, but your special weapons feel more potent. Some people may argue that lasguns were always a waste of time, so this ends up being better. But I think you will be surprised at truly how useless they feel now. All right? Secondly, I thought that the artillery spam in Grizzled Veterans was nowhere near as powerful as people are panicking about it. I think there are plenty of armies out there which will have no problems with dealing with crazy guard artillery spam lists. I think that it made the siege cannons much better, and siege cannons are now just generally, I think, really good, but it didn't really do much to change my opinions on the field ordnance batteries, which I am sad to say remain underwhelming in my mind. Finally, I thought that Mordian Minute was an absolute sleeper of a stratagem, and the first time that I used it on my melter guns, I went, whoa. So Mordian Minute, really good. Ignores cover, really good. I sadly didn't get a chance to use the lethal hits one, but the stratagem which I found to be the most powerful was not a damage boosting one. It was Snap 2, because the old adage still rings true: movement wins games. Krieg infantry mobs were fantastic, hitting on 2s, rolling 1s. Krieg command squads were fantastic, getting double duty out of Snap Turret. Finally, the Age defense line was actually okay. Just stopping people's charges. It was actually, it did that in all 3 games. But I don't think it's worth 145 points. I don't think it is. It's a shame. But yeah, I don't think it is. Overall, I think that whilst there was no huge strategic lessons from this abstract report, due to the fact that there were no like prime objectives and stuff like that, there were many small tactical lessons and insights to be gleaned. And I think that's my sort of summary overall. And I would have one further thing to add, which is every single one of my opponents said that if there had been proper objectives, that they thought my list would have been better, because they would have been forced to hold things back, which might have allowed my artillery to do a bit more work without being under so much pressure. That very well may be true. But I will say this. For the first time in 2.5 years. Every single game of 40k that I played this weekend, which had 0 primary and 0 secondary, and all the games would just kill each other. For the first time in 2.5 years, 40k flowed. It flowed naturally from one turn to the next, to the next, to the next. It flowed as nicely as Old World. And what was really funny is I've been playing Old World for nearly 2 years now. And all the people that I played against at this tournament were diehard 40k players that don't play Old World. And I saw their reactions to the flow of the game, and you could see they were like taken aback. They were like, "Oh, wait, it's my turn again?" I was like, "Yeah, off you go, man." No counting up points, no fucking around with secondaries, no I'm to make them. None of that. It just came down to 2 generals, their forces, and the testing of metal. It was very, very relaxing. Now, I'm not saying that this game system would be perfect for 40k. I think what we did was very, very rough and ready. Very, very rough and ready. But I will say that maybe a 40k game system that was better thought out, with some serious money behind it, and some simple and some meticulous game design based on the principles of fuck off the secondaries and all that kind, and the primary, based on the principle of we're fighting a pitched battle, based on the principles of holding objectives at the end of the game. I think that would be amazing. I think that would be amazing. Doesn't have to be the only way of playing, but I do think it should be a way of playing. I am very, very tempted to I'm very, very tempted to put together a Warhammer tournament for next year. Little RTT 3 rounds. And to put something together that's based on that, and the restrictions to stop it from being abused would come in the list building. I want to run an Old World event. I want to run a 40k event with Old World style lists and missions. Have to bring 500 points of battle line. You can't spend, I'd say have to bring 500 points of battle line. The question is elites, rares, how does that all work out? I think you have to bring 500 points of battle line, and then I'd say you can bring no more than 750 points of characters. And that might be it. I might even say you can bring no more. I think that might just be simple. Just you have to bring 750 points of battle line, and maybe 500 points would be enough. Just you have to bring 500 points of battle line, and you can spend no more than 1,000 points on characters. I think it would be It might be simple, but I'm kind of going to see where 11th... I might do it next year, or I might see where 11th edition goes. Or maybe... or maybe we need to define like what's a special unit, what's a rare unit for each faction, and put it into a certain category. It wouldn't be that hard. Most factions have only got about 5 fucking data sheets these days, right? Maybe, right? Maybe. Anyway, long story short, Grizzled Company's really good, but there were some other interesting lessons learned about 40k from the event. There you are. Got a super chat coming in here. Butt Mountain, thank you for the support, man. K47 Battle Point and Street Discussion. US are so weak. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look here. K47 Battleport, so I've got to take pictures. Axe vs US, 1500 points, turn 1. Set up my Kodiak across the total core, but killed less than I hoped, and my opponent chose not to exhaust Swift Dice right away. Paragons are already threatening an assault from the other flank. Totem Core moved away from my Paragons, and more importantly, away from the road. My platoon commander flew over and guts the Kodiak back in the bag. Enemy Rail Tiger missed a shot on the Kodiak. Of course. Took the Kodiak and a squad of Fireflies to take out a squad of Naxalben. Another squad of Fireflies advanced to bring down one Style Trooper and put a pin on the unit. Then I advanced a second unit of Paragons just out of sight but next to the road. By the end of the turn, lost a few Fireflies and the Axis had advanced in a long line along the road. One more piece to place and the trap was pretty much set. The first Jackal jumped on the road just under 3 feet away from the Axis line. Turn 2, sent a unit of Fireflies with reserves in behind the Rail Tiger to unload HRDs into its asshole. This has never worked out for me, but surely this time, no, never mind. Second Jackal fails to leave reserves. Kodiak moves up to the road and blasts a blob of Style Trooper. 2 die. Rail Tiger scraps the Kodiak easily and takes out a couple of Fireflies that were in the line of fire. Enemy Vogel Spinner tries to squish a unit of Fireflies. The unit remains the battlefield, but barely. The time has come. First Jackal assaults from far away on the Axis right flank. Passes the Spinner and stops in front of the Rail Tiger. The fisting is quick and brutal, but the Tiger is dead. You might have got that wrong. Enemy Style Trooper Commander moves into the only intact building on the board, right next to my Jackal. My platoon commander flies over to the Jackal and tells the pilot, "See that building there? I don't want to." Then guts the Jackal's dice. Jackal assaults the building, it collapses. Axis player concedes, I controlled all the objectives and still had a Jackal in reserve. My God, was he... the Rail Tiger... So, you can only cause superficial damage against the Rail Tiger. Which, it doesn't matter if you got that wrong because it's a learning game, but if you... So, the Jackal is a light walker. If you get into combat with a vehicle that is a higher damage value than you, so your damage value 8, so if you get into combat then that's damage value 9 or higher, you can only cause superficial damage, which, you know, you can still maybe set it on fire if you roll like a 6, but it means that it's unlikely the Jackal could kill the Tiger. So yeah, you basically you're going to win the combat, and then you roll 1 dice on the vehicle damage table, and that would be on the superficial damage table. So it's likely you would end up just maybe like doing some engine damage or something. So that's the first thing to be aware of. Which obviously might make a big difference because then the Rail Tiger can just go bang and shoot the fucking Jackal when it activates. Yeah. It also sounds, I don't know, obviously your opponent had like the Rail Jackal, had the Rail Tiger, but it sounds like he didn't have enough stuff. So he had 1 unit of Totem Core. Are you sure he had 1,500 points? 1 unit of Totem Core. It's like 250 points. Yeah. 1 unit of Totem Core. 1 Rail Tiger, 1 Naxalben. 1 star. I guess that turns up when you're in the Style Trooper unit. I guess. It just feels like he must be like it feels like he was a little short, maybe. But I guess the totem core were like 250 for 12. I'm assuming he took 12 of them. The Style Trooper are probably Platoon Commander Blob, 2 Style Trooper units. Fair. Maybe there's a little bit more to it. Yeah. So anyway. Yes, the Rail Tiger is a really big problem for you. And I think maybe it dying was a bit easily. So I'll tell you the page number, okay? And you'll have to tell your friend, like, fucked it up. And then he can give you endless shit for it, and such is the way that friendships grow and blossom. So it's page 122. It's page 122 to 123. So 122 sort of describes how walkers and vehicles assault other, that the process of doing it and the kind of damage you can do. So for example, so it's like tanks can ram enemy vehicles either out of sheer desperation or to crush lighter vehicles beneath their treads. Walkers can do much the same, but their limbs give them a considerable advantage in such situations. A tank or walker can assault an enemy vehicle of any kind in exactly the same way as described above, and the target can react if able. However, if a tank wishes to assault another tank or a walker, it must first take an auto test with a massively modifier, even if it is not pinned. Because, ramming a tank's pretty bad. Walkers don't need to do that, though. That's just a tank on tanks have to take the leadership test. Walkers don't. They just charge him. If the assault is successful, move the model into contact with its target and roll a d6 for both vehicles. If either vehicle is an armored vehicle, add its damage value as a positive modifier to the roll. The highest scoring vehicle is the winner, and the lowest scoring vehicle is the loser. If both score equally, then both are losers. Losers are destroyed outright if they are soft-skinned. If the loser is an armored vehicle, roll on the appropriate armored vehicle damage table to determine damage as noted on the right. So, winners may also take damage as follows. If the loser has a damage value greater than the winner, then the loser takes superficial damage. So the King Tiger has a damage value higher than the Jackal. So even though it's the loser, it only takes superficial damage. If the loser has a damage value equal to or lower than the winner, then the loser takes full damage. If the winner has a damage value greater than the loser, the winner takes no damage. If the winner has a damage value equal to or lower than the loser, the winner also suffers superficial damage. Yeah. And then it says walkers versus assault. When resolving a vehicle assault, walkers roll multiple d6 and pick the highest for their score, adding bonuses to their total before calculating the winner. Walkers roll 1 die per functioning arm and 1 die per pair of legs, up to a maximum of 4 dice. So you get +2 for each functioning arm, +1 for a pair of functioning legs. So you would, as a Jackal, your damage value is 8. And then you would roll, instead of rolling 1d6 and adding that to your damage value to work out who's the winner of the fight, you would roll 3d6, picking the highest. Then you would add +2 for each functioning arm, so another +4, and then +1 per functioning pair of legs, so another +1. So let's say your Jackal goes in there and rolls on 3d6, the highest being a 5. You would then add, it would be 5 plus 5 because you have 2 functioning arms and a pair of legs. So 5 plus 5 is 10 plus the walker's damage value, which is 8. And so that would be, you would get a total of 18. Or in your example, if you rolled the 6, you would get 19. Now, the King Tiger can't beat you because even though it's damage value 11, even if it rolls a 6, it's only going to get a maximum of like 17, right? Because it doesn't have any arms or legs. So you would still win the fight, but then you only do superficial damage. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, we should have rolled on superficial damage. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'll let him know so he'll stop complaining that US are OP. I mean, the US are a little overpowered. They're a little overpowered, but you know, it's one of those where the US are a little overpowered, but there are definitely some things that they struggle to deal with. Schreckwolfen are like this. If I look at your list, there's basically nothing that can deal with Schreckwolfen. Okay, the Jackals probably could. It does feel like I mean, he's using the starter army, right? Yeah, he's using the starter army. So a couple of yeah. It's it just takes a little bit of look. Conflict 47 is a game that rewards thought and skill. The US are a little overpowered, but I think the reason why people feel that way is because the US require you to think. Right? They require you to think. And so very quickly you start getting into the K-47 mindset. Whereas the Axis definitely have a little bit more of a herder, just going to like blast. As I said this before, the Axis kind of start off here and the Americans start off here. But because you have to sort of take your licks as an American, you very quickly go, okay, I can't just like, you know, mailed fist my way through this. I've got to think, and then you end up being up here. I think Axis can absolutely match them though. What Soviet bloc for every faction, every faction will reward you for your skill. The Soviets take a little bit of. The Soviets are a little bit of a nerve-wracking faction in some ways because you have to get so up close. You have to be so aggressive. Like the Soviets really do feel like the Orcs. You know, you need to keep that momentum going. It's like classic Orc design philosophy. You know, Orcs, they need to get stuck in. And if you don't get stuck in, you pussy around, then you will lose to getting picked apart by enemy firepower. Soviets want to get in there, get brawling, bring the fight to the enemy hard and fast. No fucking about. And every faction has its own like mindset. I really enjoy playing Soviets because they are a brute force faction, but they still require you to execute a plan cleverly. They are more than they are not a point and click army. They're just not. Yeah, you've got to smash. They play like the Soviets almost did like World War II. They're not afraid to take casualties. They're not afraid to get in amongst them. But you know, once Zhukov and the lads got their shit squared away, they were able to earn their victories. And despite popular culture, popular myth, they didn't earn them by just sacrificing bodies. They weren't afraid to take casualties, but they didn't win through sheer numbers. They had numbers and tactics. Yeah. Yeah. The Bear Boys comes down and clean up. Exactly. Have you seen the also on current winning armies? I have not. I will check it out. Lungu Grungus, thank you for 24 months. Double X Force, baby! Yes! Amazing, man. How's that for a spicy meatball? List and stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. 2 years. Let's have a look, bro. Cadian Command Squad, Cadian Command Squad, Cadian Command Squad, Commissar, Lord Solar, Priest, Ogren Bodyguard, Ogren Bodyguard, Ogren Bodyguard, Shock Troops, Shock Troops, Shock Troops, Rough Riders, Bulgrin, Captain Weapon Team, Demolisher. Is this meant to be some kind of combat guard army? So, is this meant to be 3 squads joined by 3 command squads? 2 of the squads have also got priests and bodyguards. 2 of the squads have got priests and bodyguards. One's got the Lord Solar. And all of them have got Ogren bodyguards. And then you've got a bunch of Rough Riders and Bulgrins. Okay. I think you can make it work, but I think 10 men is not enough. What's going to happen is they're going to kill the squad and everything's going to fall apart. So bear in mind, you can't put wounds on the Ogren or the priest or the platoon commander. So all that stands between you and your combat blob evaporating is 14 casualties. And I don't know about you, bro, but I'm pretty certain the enemy can very reliably do 14 casualties to you in one activation. Well, in one turn per blob, right? So I feel like you need 20-man blobs because you need them to have to do a lot more casualties to you. Also, I think they should be Katachans or Kriegers. Kriegers are expensive, but they'll give you the +1 to hit and maybe +1 to wound in combat, and they can regrow more people. That's what I would do. The other option is, like Siri said, you go command squad by itself. Also, I'd go Vanks over demo tanks. Demo tanks. I know you've gone for like the whole flamey thing, but Vanquishers are ironically better at it. Yeah. It's not a bad list. It's just I feel like the core part of it is kind of going to fall apart. I also probably wouldn't bother with the priests. I know. Oh. I know. Also, I don't know if you need the Lord Solar, frankly. He's quite expensive, and he's only ordering 2 tanks. I think you might as well just take like a tank commander. Turn one of the Demolishers into a tank commander, then take a Vank, and it probably balances out in terms of points. Don't lie to me, it's a terrible list. Truth be told, man, I don't know how terrible 18 Bulgrin could really be in this list. Like, there's a certain fucking floor it's gonna hit, and I don't think it's the basement. I think if you optimized it a smidge, I don't see why you couldn't win a game or 2 at like a GT. I don't know if you'd go positive with it. I don't know if 3 and 2 is in the cards, but I reckon 1 and 4, maybe 2 and 3 is in the cards. You know, I reckon. Yeah. Cosmic. Honestly, I've only used 6 Bulgrins, and they have terrified my opponents, stomping shit, Munchers, Elites, and Primarchs alike. That's cool. Yeah. I think that Bullgryns are really tasty. Thing is, like, Bullgryns, whenever they get even a shred of power, everyone just spams them. I think there's a lot of guard players with quite a lot of Bullgryn in the bank, as it were. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So I just got a message from a message from the secret source. Yeah. So yeah, Longer. I think you get a win. I think you could go away and well deservedly eat some victory chicken after the tournament, because at least one victory. If you get one victory, you qualify for victory chicken. That's the way. That's the way. Even a draw. Draw is not a loss, so you get draw chicken. We're still a draw is half is a win is 1, a loss is 0, a draw is 0.5. So if you round it up, that's a win. So there you are. Yeah, there you are. I was just wondering, what is the Warlord Advent model today? Did you see the one from over the weekend? It was really good. Oh, shit. So this was the one from Sunday, I think. Well, I'm so obviously going to have to get that. Look at that, man. That's a Rift Soldier coming out the fucking walls, bro. That's so cool. And then this one, obviously, I can't have too many flags. It's just, I can't have too many. So I'm going to need one of those. If I get that one, I will have the full Soviet flag collection. And then, ooh, Hauptsturmführer Schmeiser Schmidt. Previously available tank one special mention, Schmeiser Schmidt was an MP40 deadly effect and is a great addition to any German bolt action force. Nice. That's cool, man. I mean, honestly, I'm probably gonna end up with all of them. I'm probably gonna end up with all of them. Shit, man. There's some really good ones in here. Yeah. There's some really good ones in here. I mean, I think I'm gonna end up with all of them. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end up with all of them. I think they look great. I didn't think I was gonna get all of them, but I'm pretty certain I'm gonna get all of them. Oh man. Yeah, that's cool, bro. Yeah, that's really, really cool. Oh. Yeah. The Soviet army must grow, and anytime I get a Soviet model, it must be bought. I've got so many fucking Soviets, man. I've got I've got like 200 infantry, like 15 weapon teams. I've only got a couple of artillery, to be fair. I need to up my artillery game. 4 T-34s, 2 KVs, armored car, and I'm gonna end up with like 2 or 3 of these things. Yeah, Studebakers. Yeah, I definitely got a lot of infantry. I'm sort of tempted to so I have a lot of T-34s. I'm sort of tempted to send my Lee over to the Soviets. I don't know. What do you guys think? I could use it. I could use the Lee. You know, it would be kind of cool to have like a Soviet Lee. Yeah, lend lease it. Thing is, my Americans only have 2 tanks and an armored car. Well, to be fair, they have a Stuart as well. So I've got 2 Shermans, a Stuart, and a Greyhound. But I was thinking of getting some lend-lease stuff for the for my Soviet tank corps. Yeah. While they had the Lee, they really did not use or like them. That's true, but Soviet Matilda 2, which they really didn't like. Yeah, they used them. To be fair, though, I will say this, Syriade, and I bet you could probably concede this point a little bit to me, which is, I bet there was a certain aspect of, we better say we don't like this tank, because if we say we like the American tank more than the Soviet tank, we might get in trouble. Like, I'm sure there were some crews that didn't like the Lee, and I'm sure there were some crews that did, but said they didn't. And I think there's going to be an element of Cold War revisionism. Like, no, we didn't need Lend-Lease to win and all this kind of stuff. Could have done it on our own, blah, 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 you know. All the tanks that the Allied centers never really made a difference, and actually they were all trash and we didn't like them, and you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a little element of that. But I could be wrong, but I have no historical evidence for that. Purely a gut instinct. And maybe that is my Western capitalist cope showing. Yeah. To be fair, Cosmic Drew, historians that Lend-Lease was the only thing that saved Russia in the war. To be fair, I can also make the argument that whilst I would love to believe that, maybe that is a bit of historical revisionism from the West, saying that if it hadn't been for us, then the Soviets would have definitely lost, and it's only thanks to us that they were able to stay in the fight. Like, you see it go. I'm very fair with this. I'm very, very fair with this, and I imagine the truth lies somewhere in the middle. I imagine the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Yeah. The answer is just get more Lees. I mean, I will be Switzerland won World War II. I don't think the Swiss neither won nor lost World War II. I suppose they in many ways they kept all the gold. Yeah, I was just thinking that. I suppose I suppose a better way of putting it would be the Swiss did quite nicely from World War II. The only winning move was not to play. On their part, yeah. Also, like, Switzerland is just a like, obviously the Germans could have invaded Switzerland, but sometimes there's just a case of, like, what's the fucking point? Like, they're not doing anything. They're not ever going to do anything. Like, just leave them the fuck alone. And they'll leave you the fuck alone. And they're not ever going to stab you in the back. Like, they're just fucking, yeah. In some ways, you know, Swiss neutrality has been very beneficial to them. You need a place to store the money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They just kind of keep to themselves. They just, yeah. I'm not Swiss, but I saw a cool documentary once about their modern defense plan. It is fascinating. I mean, the modern defense plan for Switzerland is like, if you invade us, we will destroy all of the chocolate. And everyone goes, whoa, calm the fuck down. You mean you think that nukes are the true deterrent, but actually the Swiss don't need nukes. They probably have a couple. I mean, they probably say they don't, but I reckon they've got a couple. You know, had to stash a few somewhere. Hey, Switzerland, do you mind storing a few nukes for us? Yeah, no problem. We got a nuke storage facility. Looks awful like a silo, Switzerland. Don't worry about it. It's in this not a silo because it's easy for us to get it in and out of the ground. So we can lower it in, and then when you want it back, we can take it out. That's why it's in the tubular underground storage device. Yeah. And there aren't actually that many countries which have nukes, are there? How many countries in the world have nuclear weapons? 9. US, Russia, China, France. Fucking hell. Why did we give the French nukes? Jesus wept. United Kingdom, India, Pakistan, Israel, and North Korea. Fucking North Korea, man. Yeah. Like, everyone rags on them. Everybody rags on them. But the fact of the matter is, the reason why North Korea has and never will be overthrown by an external power is because they've got nukes. It's that simple. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. If you count weapon sharing, it's a lot more. Yeah, probably. But anyway, it's probably not the place for a discussion based on nuclear missiles. The only nuclear missile that I support openly in this stream, I should say, is the Death Strike missile. Because when you think about it, the guards should win every game. Because we're the only ones with nukes. I suppose the AdMech technically probably have some. I've always wondered why they don't really use more atomics in 40k. I suppose that, I mean, you hear about them getting used in, like, the Krieg War and stuff. But you'd think that the Imperium would be like, okay, let's stash a few fucking nukes on every planet. I suppose there's a little bit of an element of, okay, but what if the planet turns against us? Yeah. I don't know. Like, in IRL, I suppose nukes are meant to be quite hard to maintain. John, you won't need that much time. How much time to cover Warhammer World? You want to go to Bugman's. It's just a nicely themed bar, but nothing over the top. Put aside however long you want for a long lunch, like an hour maybe. Definitely, I'd say an hour for your lunch. Maybe, I'd say like 3 hours tops. I think 3 hours tops. You won't need to put aside like a full day or anything like that. There's, it depends if you're going to play a game. Obviously, if you're going to play a game, that's different. But if you're just going there to wander around and have a look. I think you could probably see, I mean, lunch and between an hour and 2 hours on top of that. Yeah. It's not massive, Warhammer World. It's not like going to Disneyland or anything like that. It's basically just a bar, a gaming hall, and some display cabinets. Some good, very good display cabinets, but some display cabinets. Yeah, I believe so. Someone on, people in chat, please correct me if you think I'm, if I'm missing anything. But yeah, just wandering around. I think 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, you'll be fine. Taking lots of pictures, I suppose. Yeah, but 2 to 3 hours, I would say. That's including lunch. Without lunch, an hour or two to sort of wander around and take everything in. Yeah. That's including, browsing the shop, having the internal debate with yourself. Oh, I don't know if I should buy something from Forge World. Oh, but I should get something to commemorate the occasion. Yeah, that always takes about 20 minutes. There you are. Let's have a look. All right. We're going to close the poll. 70% of people think that a 11th edition being 10.5 would be the correct way to go. Interesting. I told you. The only thing that wargamers don't like change. Wargamers don't like change. I would say the only thing they don't like more than change is things not changing, but that's more when things are broken.
Infantry.
I'm just learning the game. I don't want to relearn it.
Mobile infantry made me the man I am
the
today.
case for a lot of people. I think they just need to add to Warhammer. I think they just need to add to Warhammer, but we'll see. We will see, I suppose. Only 6 months to go now. Shit. Not long now. Wow. Can't believe it, man. Can't believe how quickly it's come around, bro. Yeah. Not long now. Crazy. All right. Shall we I think we need to start wrapping things up a little bit, I think. Yeah, I don't want to be doing big 8-hour streams. I've got a lot of recording to do between now and the end of the year, and I really need to have some time off. I need to get it done in time for Evan to have some time off as well, which is very important. Commander HHL, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Yes, thank you for the support, man. Thank you for doing your part. And on that note, I think I'm going to go. Oh, for fuck's sake. You've done that on purpose. You devious bastard.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
You will sleep when I tell you to sleep. Oh, no. Oh. Jesus wept. Jesus, I can't really complain, can I? Fucking hell. All that nuke talk, man. Yeah, shit, man. Fun Jacob, thank you so much for the Death Strike tab, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Oh, here we fucking go, boys. It's fucking time. Yes. Holy shit, man. Fun Jacob. I was getting all sleepy. I was like, oh, it might be time for a little Morty sleep. And then you were like, wake up, bitch. It's America. It's like. Fun Jacob, thank you so much for the incredible support. Everyone in stream right now, spam 07 down in the chat. No questions asked, no bullshit. I want to see you do your best possible Spriggs impression. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking do this. Let's fucking rock out with our cock out. Let's fucking go, man. Sometimes a guy just needs to remind the rest of the world why there are only 9 nations that have nukes. USA! 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 Yes! Bro. Thank you so much. Thank you for the incredible support, for just blasting my cock off with your big Death Strike missile, and for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. 07, you fantastic, degenerate, but generous bastard. I'll keep the stream going for a little bit longer. At the very least, we'll wrap the hour up. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I keep the stream going a little bit longer. It's just one of those, I can sleep over Christmas. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of having this week of being maybe like finishing on like the 19th, but I guess I could always push it, a little bit. I could always push it, do stream up until New Year's, fucking hell. Stream up until Christmas Eve, maybe. We'll see. I want to just try and give Evan as much chance as possible to actually have some time off over Christmas, because we had everything lined up, and then obviously, Grizzled Company came out, and then I was like, right, all of that hard work we've done in the bin, we're going to cover Grizzled Company. He was like, yeah, we probably should do, shouldn't we? I was like, we are. Yeah, there we go, man. But Fun Jacob, seriously, I have no issue with keeping the stream going a little bit longer, especially when someone does some generous support like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, Mama didn't raise no bitch, Like, I'm happy to keep the stream going a little bit longer. I might need a little drinky poo to keep going because I'm a little thirsty, a little dry. I haven't got a strong American throat. I got a weak limey throat. But seriously, man, all the jokes to one side, thank you. You know the drill, man. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you for your generous support. And thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. There you are. There you fucking are, man. Oh, my days. It's a Grotmas miracle. Speaking of Grotmas, okay. Has anything else happened after the detachments came out? I genuinely haven't looked. I know it seems like I'm being a bit mean, but I don't think anything. No, yeah. My job support is for the favour of the community, and if sleep is that multiplier, I'm happy to have contributed to that support. Like I said, I'll keep going. I'll at least round out the hour and see what happens. But so the day after we got like the big update, he released another painting guide. Oh my god. And then what's this? Oh, is this just so you can use the dark water models you can use the dog water models in AOS? I mean, that's not really worthy of Grotmas. That's like standard service, I think. But anyway, hey, it gives them people a good reason to use them in AOS, I suppose. A story. Spearhead doubles? I mean, interesting. That's actually, look, I don't play Spearhead, but Spearhead doubles does actually sound interesting. So I'll get that one. That one gets a pass. A message from within the eye. Oh, just a story. I mean, I suppose. It is a little bit. I suppose it was a little bit. How to put this? We're always complaining about there not being enough flavor, and then GW puts out some fluff articles, and we go, "Where are the rules?" You know, I think sometimes we as 40k players must be very annoying to deal with. You know, Catharsis, Grotmas has been a bit slim this year, but the actual rules they put out are nice. AOS balance update drops Wednesday, and they might get some more stuff afterwards. Yeah, I mean, last year they put out 30 plus. Was it 31 detachments? I know it sounds embarrassing. I don't actually know how many days are in December. 31. There we are. Last year they put out 31 detachments, and most people said they were shit. This year they've put out 6, and 5 of them were good. 1 of them was trash, and 1 of them was a fix for Fulgrim that should have been the main book. But overall they were good. So yeah, I suppose in the light of that, 5 good detachments. It's more about quality than quantity. And yeah, getting to use the AOS stuff. I mean, to be fair, which was trash. The Chaos one was a bit bad. It was just Dread Talons, but reskinned. I suppose they have given a very good fair shake to non-40k games. Last year it was only really 40k at Grotmas, and this year we've had lots of AOS, a little bit of Horus Heresy, a little bit of fluff, and a bit of rules for 40k. So yeah, so it's been a much more balanced Grotmas. Maybe this is GW sort of resetting expectations a little bit, because it's like, if they did a mega Grotmas every year, are they going to run out of ideas? Maybe. Everyone's next year when they do Grotmas, people's expectations will be much lower. which on GW's perspective is great, because it's easier for them to manage low expectations. That's probably it's probably their thinking around this. Like last year we did too good a job at Grotmas. We need to lower expectations. Drop the prices and I'll drop my expectations. That's very true. Yeah. What's this 50-year thing? Oh, man. I don't know if any of these people actually exist, but it's funny how they've sort of done like a filter over a bunch of models to make them look older. Like, I'm pretty certain that picture is from Old World. Like, they've made it all grainy, and I'm pretty certain that was used about 3 months ago. 3 months is a long time ago in Warhammer Land. But I'm not gonna criticize it even slightly, because it's a little artistic touch. It's a nice little chuckle, but there's no real beef there. I tell you what picture actually stands out to me is this one, man. This is cool as fuck. Seeing the Guardians in the trees. I wonder if this one's a little older. It looks like, I don't know, the painting technique looks a little too good for old GW. I'm not sure if they're the new Guardians or the old Guardians. I bet they're the old Guardians. Yeah, that could be an old picture they've dredged up. It could be, or it could be they've made it. It could be that they've made it to look older than it is. But yeah, again, there's no complaints here. Now, this is the one picture I can tell you is of the correct quality for the time. Yeah. I think that starter set was only like 50 quid, but you didn't get a huge amount in it. A couple of squads and a land speeder versus 3 squads of Dark Elder. The main thing you got was the trees. But the real main thing you got was the whippy sticks. Many an afternoon spent, me and my brother whipping each other with those sticks. Mum hated it. Yeah. There you are. Right, I'm gonna grab a quick drink because I'm getting a very I'm getting a very dry throat. But I do have a super chat here from Cosmic and Emperor Zanen, which I will get to when I get back. So talk amongst yourselves for like 1 minute, 2 minutes. There we are. Let's have a look here. Cosmic, my boy, thank you for the super chat. Video in stream discussion. All right, let's look, man. Basically, coming to talk about the tournament and why Krieg is so much greater than the other units and being right about the siege guns after my urgent care checkup. Let's have a look. Right. 1 minute. Let's have a look here.
Diver can't use any other urinal.
When there's a spot open next to your best friend, ha, not a chance.
I appreciate the cave diver, but I'm not a hell diver, man. I just miss Halo, you know?
I know Halo's kind of had a chance to be as cool as Helldivers too. And for some reason, 343 decided to scrap that idea.
God, are you okay?
Oh, damn kidney stone. But I want you to know, we couldn't have done it without you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Not bad, Jumper.
Diver, founder.
Not bad at all.
Oh. Okay, fine. Let's see. Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's not very big.
Diver can't use any other urinal.
When there's
I love it. That is definitely me and you, Cosmic. It actually kind of fits, right? It's like, yeah, I know that Mordian's kind of dead, and GW had the chance to make him really cool, but for some reason, try to scrap that idea. But I just want to let you know, we couldn't have done it without you. I was like, thanks, Cosmic. It works on too many levels. Oh my god. There you go. Yeah. And that's exactly how I've been passing the kidney stone. Fucking hell. Fuck's sake. Alright. Jesus Christ. That was actually a really good video, man. Yeah, definitely definitely I think some things up very accurately. Alright, what do we got next? Emperor Zanen, thank you for the 4 months, man. Remember that short story competition? Grotmus? Wait. Did GW do a story competition and then just use those stories for Grotmus? Did they? But they haven't credited anyone for them. To be fair, that was in February 20. That was in February. Black Library Open Submissions is your chance to impress the Black Library editorial team by writing a short theme scene to a strict set of rules. This year, the theme is Clash, a meeting of 2 iconic characters in a situation of your choice. Be that a vicious duel, a blazing argument, or cerebral debate. Okay. All right. Pitchforks down. Pitchforks down. Because I don't think that they nicked a bunch of ideas. I was getting ready to be like, holy shit, the utter scumbaggery. But unfortunately for us all. Well, I would say fortunately, actually, because I don't want GW stealing shit. I would say, fortunately for us all, they didn't do that. Fair play. You know, we can only shit on them for the things that they've actually done, I suppose. You know, I suppose. I've got distracted. I'm shopping again. I'm shopping again. It's like, Mordian, stop shopping. No, I don't think I will. I'm just, so I was kind of looking for some, like, transport options, and I was wondering what Warlord sold for the Americans, because I kind of wanted some, like, iconic transports. But, holy shit, you can get a helicopter. That's cool as fuck. That must be for Korea, right? Oh my god. Oh, right. I'm putting the shopping list. Or maybe I should put the shopping list up. It's popping up, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Fun Jacob, thank you so much for another Death Strike, baby. Yes. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Ah, 1 minute. Oh, 1 minute. Oh, with all the excitement, my nipples have got so erect from these double death strikes. Oh my fucking god. Fun Jacob! Fun Jacob! He's just popping off! He is just popping the fuck off. Holy shit, man. Holy moly. My god. Thank you so much for another Death Strike. Can we get another round of 07s down in the chat? Come on. I think we all know it needs to be done. Fun Jacob, thank you so much for absolutely popping the fuck off. Coming in with another Death Strike chat. Taking off, nuking the whole stream from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. My god, sir. My god. Fucking hell. Shit, man. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, thank you, thank you. Fun Jacob just pulled a Japan on you. No, no, no. I'm Japan in this scenario. Somewhat inappropriate, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Fun Jacob, seriously, man. Thank you for the incredible support, and you've completely blown my fucking nips off. Seriously, bro. Holy. I raise my glass to you. You crazy son of a bitch. I raise my glass to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, man. Fucking hell. All right. The community. Let's see what he said. Let's see what he's got to say. Let's see what he's got to say. The community has spoken, and I am their voice. Grow a mustache until the 12th of May, 2026. This super chat doesn't mean you have to stay awake any later. It just means the community wants to see a mustache no later than the 12th of May, 2026. So, I would love to try and grow a mustache. But I'd have to do it in a stealthy manner. Because Mrs. Mordian doesn't like mustaches. Also, there is a non-zero chance that
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only
I've never tried to grow a mustache before, but my facial hair doesn't grow particularly strong. So I feel like it would look really bad. I feel like it would look really bad. Like, I feel like I'd end up on Crime Watch. Mustache like that, he must be a nonce. I'm not a nonce! Sorry, sir. But in the history of all of humanity, going back over 10,000 years of recorded history, that's a non-stash. I don't know. I could try. All right. We'll see what it looks like. I'll try a sculpted beard at first. Right, because the reason why it looks kind of bad is because I get like patches, but I reckon if I sort of, trimmed it, I think if I didn't just let the beard grow and was like scraggly about it,
Infantry, sir.
but instead
For you.
actually like
Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
sculpted some fashionable stubble, as it were. Right? If I actually put some effort into it, we could see. And then, just as Mrs. Mordian is getting used to the idea, we, enact Cosmic Super Chat. And we shave 95% of it. Come back on a Wednesday with that fucking thing. Oh no, that would get me cancelled, man. That would get me cancelled. Yeah. Squawk, I can give you stash tips if you need them. Dude, send them over. Always, mate. Always. I can't. Okay. I'll say this. I can't promise. Fun Jacob for $100 though. I should probably get. I tell you what. I will make you this sincere promise of intent. If it is possible, I will try and grow the beard and mustache. But I think we need a break clause. Like if I come back, so I'll try and grow it over the holiday. I'll be off for 2 weeks. If I come back and it looks shite, and I think you will be surprised how little facial hair I have grown over 2 weeks. But if I come back and it looks shite, we can all agree it was a fun idea, but some faces are just not meant for facial hair. I think that's the way we do it, all right? We have the get out clause. Like, guys, it's been 2 weeks. It's looking pretty shit. I've tried to sculpt it, but it's no bueno. I think maybe we have to fucking ditch the idea, then we go for it. Or maybe we keep going. You know? Maybe. I think that's the way. We can't continue, you know. Yeah, I need a little bit of time. I do want to have I would love to have a proper mustache. What would I go for? See, I think I'd have to go. I'd have to go for a big, thick bastard. Okay, so obviously, I am not Henry Cavill, and I am fully aware that I am not Henry Cavill, and I am fully aware that I do not contain the appropriate genetic gifts to be like Henry Cavill. But that is the kind of mustache I'd want to go for. Thick and luxurious and bushy. This is the best case scenario, though. And I'm talking like absolute best case scenario. Likelihood that at best probably wispier. I don't actually want that one. And I don't want that one. I'm not pretentious enough. I'm not pretentious enough for those. I'm not old enough for that. Also, I don't want to be sucking down my own fucking face pubes. Yeah, you know, like even the Ron Swanson is too much. I think it comes back to, you know, it's not over the lips. It's not over the lips. It's hanging over the edges. It's thick. There's no gap here. Like, I don't like the gap here. Now, ideally, this would be the end result. Obviously, look at it. It's fucking magnificent. What the fuck is this? That does look like a glimpse into my future. I don't know. The look I'm getting from that. I don't want to insult anyone, but the vibe I'm getting from that is the thing about these high school girls. I get older, they stay the same age. Just like, it's not nonsense, but it's right on the fucking line. It's right on the line. Yeah. Little too thick for me. Yeah. So yeah, I think this would be my goal. Maybe this would be my goal, but like I said, this would be at best my reality. And I'm saying it's probably gonna be a lot worse than that. It's gonna be a lot worse than that. Fucking hell. That's the reality. That is the reality, man. Fucking hell. That is the reality of my foot. That's what you're gonna see, and not even that much. But I will try. Well, this one, yeah, probably more like that. You're asking me to try something. Oh man. Fuck yeah, though. Look at this beautiful bastard. No, I just want the image. Fuck off. Oh yeah. Now that's what we want. I don't care what kind of horrendous, horrible war crimes you probably committed. That is the mustache that we want. That is some powerful facial hair. Powerful, powerful facial hair. Who was this guy? I want to find out now. No, he was chill. He was during the Russo-Japanese War. I say chill. He probably did something awful. No, it's okay. He died before all the truly, truly terrible shit happened. So his mustache is okay. He was... Obviously, we don't know a huge amount about him, but he seems to have been mostly involved in teabagging the Russians, which, you know, was a fairly straight up affair. Yeah. Like, that was just a fight. You know, it was just a big ass fight. Yeah. Okay. All right. General Gaisha Nagaoka. Fuck me, I can't pronounce it. Big G-Nag. There we go. I'm gonna... Oh, there we go. That's what we're all about. The big G mustache. There we are. Like, can you imagine this guy trying to give you a fucking... Can you imagine this guy turn up to do the briefing? How would you concentrate? You'd come out of the meeting and be like, I have no idea what the plan is. What do you mean you have no idea what the plan is? I couldn't concentrate. I had all of my military discipline was going into not pissing myself, and I just could not concentrate. Oh man, I'll just wing it. I won't ask him to tell me again. It probably won't help. I'll probably still forget. Yeah. But yeah, no, he was pre terrible, gnarly shit. So I mean, there's always a bit of terrible, gnarly shit going on. But yeah, fair play. There we are. But Fun Jacob, he can never sleep on his side. You see, I reckon he does it in the morning, or did it in the morning. So I reckon he slept however he wanted and then woke up and gave it a good fucking... You know, he's a general in the army. Okay. He wasn't tending to his own facial hair. There would have been a position, a fully paid, full-time job to be that guy's mustache man. That's how old militaries used to work. It was like, I'm a general. I want a man who tends my mustache. He will be on full-time retainer. And he will, I am, no, it wouldn't even be that. It'd be, I am bringing a mustache. I'm bringing a mustache man. But, general, supplies are very limited for this trip. The rationing is going to be very tight. I am bringing my mustache person. And you will make sure there is adequate supplies so that he and I can eat as much as we want. He would have people to hold the ends while he sleeps. Of course. Of course. Yes. Obviously. Not one. One person couldn't hold both ends. He'd have to have two people, one for each end. Of course. This is the deep lore of this guy, and I mean, frankly, I think if we edited the Wikipedia article, we'd probably get away with it before they noticed. It's a pretty obscure article. They can't check all of them all the time, you know? You'll need a tash cover for sleeping time, lol. Is that a thing? Oh my god, it is. It is a thing. Crazy.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's
Um,
only one man keeping the streets safe.
read the death thing for that guy. I have to find him again. I can't find him. Ah, I've got him. Why, was it like, did he die in some horrible, like, jelking accident? Oh my god, that is amazing. Okay, obviously not the bladder cancer. That's awful. Big G died of a bladder tumor at Keio University Hospital in 1933. He was 74 years old. Big G's grave is located in Aoyama Cemetery. His facial hair was removed by his son at his deathbed and placed in a separate casket and buried separately. His mustache was so magnificent, it got its own grave. Absolutely unfathomably awesome. There's a statue of Big G and a foreign history park honoring him in the National Lodging House in Oshiro on Kasoda Island. In, oh man, it's just really taxing me. In Kadamatsu, Yamaguchi. In Kamamatsu City, there is a Big G History Commendation Association. There we go. It was too wide for the casket, so they had to chop it off and turn it lengthways. Oh, man. Crazy. Fucking crazy, man. That's brilliant. I can't believe they actually had a separate thing for the history of the mustache. Absolutely peak. I mean, that would be ideal. Yeah. I think that's mustache and people will remember you forever. I mean, I think that's pretty true, to be fair. We saw that guy's mustache. And he's been dead over 100 years. No, nearly 100 years. 8 years to go. If we're still doing this in 8 years' time, I mean, I will forget. But one of you guys will remember. We should have a 100-year commemorative stream or video to that guy. We are never, ever going to remember that. But if somehow we do, that would be fucking hilarious. There we are. Fun Jacob, on a serious note, thank you for your very generous support and for the incredible tangent for the towards the end of the stream. And I will do my best to police that mustache. There we are. Commander HHL, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part, man. Fantastic. I also say a big thank you to the Krampus. The Krampus, thank you for the Giga Chat. Hobby update and stream discussion. If the beard looks shot in 2 weeks, we need to commit. We're the guard. We don't quit over little setbacks. God. Oh, wow. Is that the power of AI? You know, people say AI is a bad thing, but I don't fucking know, man. That looks something fierce. I feel like I need to save that. I think I need to save that and send it to Mrs. Mordian as convincing material. Right, 1 minute. I'm just saying, like, I have never been so sure of anything in my life than I now need that mustache. Come on, I'm 30 plus. And I still don't have appropriate facial hair. I mean, do you know whose mustache that is? Oh my God. All right, 1 minute. Oh, wait. Wait. It's pretty much this guy, but there's someone else. Oh, I've got the guy in my head. I know exactly what he is, but I can't remember what the guy looks like, but I can't remember where I saw him. This was it. Okay. So at first, I thought it looked like this guy, but I'm not so sure now. I don't think it is. His one's white. But then it occurred to me. Tribute to a great man. Just saying. Just saying. There you go. I don't know. I reckon I could pull it off. Fuck's sake. I'm not growing that one. Feliz that moustache. This one's brilliant. It's like the octo beard. There you are. Oh man. Let's have a look. Hobby update. Here we go. Finished building and converting a solar auxiliary rust for the Death Core. Main guns and internal sponsors are fully magnetized and has extra wide World War I style tracks. Also, started putting together another classic Imperial Guard Valkyrie. We like to call out things UW has taken from us, but did you know our sprues weren't even fucking numbered before? Is this the right part? I don't fucking know. It looks right. So yeah, not all changes are a bad thing. No, you're absolutely right. You are right. Like GW instructions. So GW models used to be hard to build and had no instructions. At least now they're hard to build and have instructions. That was when GW basically they made the switch over to making this fucking sprues a nightmare, but hadn't bothered to put good instructions in there. I found exactly the same thing when I built a bunch of the Dragon Ogres. It was like, what the fuck even is this? Yeah. And those are older models, and I like older models, but yeah. Simon found the same thing with his White Lions. Yeah. Hey, man, that looks really cool, though. That looks really cool. It's come out very nicely. Yeah. I mean, that looks like a proper Krieg one, doesn't it? You know, that looks like a proper Krieg one. Yeah, that looks proper. Let's have a look here. There's no numbers. The instructions, they do nothing. Oh no. Oh man. Oh man. There you go. Fuck's sake. There you go. Yeah, you're right, Decram. But that's the thing. We're always fair. On the Mordian Glory channel, we're always fair-minded. You know? We're always fair-minded. Where we think GW deserves praise, they should get it. Where we think GW needs lambasting, they get it. Yeah. All right. Decramers, love the hobby update, man. And I'm not gonna. I know what I want now, and I want that big, magnificent bastard, and I'm gonna get it. If I have to go, if I have to fly to Turkey and get a fucking hair transplant like Wayne Rooney, except I'm gonna get my ass hair transferred onto my upper lip, I will. Okay, it's plenty to go. Like, it's fine. There won't even be a bald spot. Like, it's fine. So that's what we need, right? Yeah. I mean, it might smell something fierce, but you know, that's a me problem. Yeah. So Fun Jacob, Seashun discussion for mustache based battle off my own face. All right, let's have a look. Mordian has to beat this ugly face by 12th of May 2026 for best mustache. Okay. Are we having a mustache off? Mustache for the mustache. There you go. I think you'll win. I can see, I can see the shadow. So I can see where your facial hair is gonna grow. I can already see it, man. You're gonna beat me. Yeah. And then we had a Snow PC. Thank you for the support. It's mustache stream discussion incoming. I mean, if I could get that, I just don't think it's possible. I do not think I have the genetic DNA material to pull that off. But I will try. We will never know unless I try. I'm pretty certain I will know. That mustache there, I reckon if I didn't grow, I reckon even if I didn't shave my lip for a year, I wouldn't have it. I just don't think I've got the stash density. You know, I just don't think I've got the stash density. But we'll see. There's only one way to find out. And fuck it, if Mrs. Mordian leaves me, more time for streaming. And on that note, we're going to wrap things up a little bit. But in 1 year, you'll look like Ming the Merciless. if I'm lucky, frankly. If I'm fucking lucky, yeah. Mate, no way. That's way too strong. That's way too fucking strong, man. You think I'm gonna be able to pull off this? 1 minute. You think I'm gonna be able to pull off that? Nah, man. That's way too fucking strong. If I'm lucky, I'll be up. If I'm lucky, you see where it's thinning here? That would be basically like it across the whole stretch. Yeah. Do you know what I reckon I can grow, though? I think it's time for Soul Patch Glory. I reckon I can grow a really, really disgusting, cringe soul patch. Of all the places, that's what I reckon I can do for you. But we'll see. All right. That is foul. What do the soul patch? Oh my god. Anyway, let's wrap things up a little bit. But I just want to say, a huge thank you to all of you crazy bastards. And we're gonna wrap the stream up now. But before I rush off, I just want to take a moment to say just a big thank you. We are closing in on the end of the year, and it's been a long year. It's been a hard year, in many ways. With but we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and I just want to say thank you to all of you for not only your incredible support in today's stream. Big shout out to Fun Jacob for the double death strike, and to Handsome's Heroes for the 50 gifted memberships. Very amazing support. But I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you. Thank you to everyone who's joined the streams and who has got the channel to where it is as we close in on 2020, the end of 2025, beginning of 2026. And just thank you for all of your incredible support, both super chats and also the community, just for being a fantastic community. We've been doing this 3.5 years now, and that is amazing. Only been able to do that because of you guys. It's that simple. And who knows what the future holds in store for us? Who knows what the future of 40k will be? But I do know that whatever happens, we'll be able to... we will face it together. Our mustaches entwined in an unbroken line. Thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you for joining. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Hope you enjoyed today's stream. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
On Mordian never fades, and the sun's a ghostly flame. We march to war on full display in the Emperor's holy name. Hey! The drums they pound, the boots they shine, and step through death's domain. For the 50th Rifles hold the line, and never shall we wane. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron God will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. We march through ash and shattered halls where demons scream and die. Our volleys ring like chapel calls neath Emperor's watching eye. Oh, some will bend and others burn and others fade away. But the 50th Rifles never turn, with iron will we stay. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron God will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. Our boots are bright, our banners high, our buttons catch no grime. We fight as one, we live, we die in perfect holy time. No fear, no drop of cowardice, our thunder breaks the night. Our last guns cut through fog and mist with volleys burn.